Chair Van Brocklin, we are live.
Great, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the January 20th, 2022 Oregon Transportation Commission meeting. Great to have everyone here. Thank you to all of those who are attending, who are elected officials. We look forward to hearing from you as well as other members of the public. So we have a very full agenda today, so we're just going to dive into it. A couple of items have been reordered and we posted the revised agenda. It's all the same items, just a slightly different order with the exception of my report and the director's report, which we're going to dispense with today. I want to begin by welcoming our new commissioner, Marcelyn Burke, to the commission and to our meeting today. So we're delighted that she is with us and look forward to working with her. Marcelyn is Dean of the University of Oregon School of Law and has a distinguished career in legal education, law practice, and government service, among other things. So really look forward to working with Marcelyn. With that, I am going to turn it over to Director Strickler, who has a quick announcement. Then we will do the consent agenda, and then we'll move into public comment. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission, good morning. For the record, my name is Chris Strickler, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. Mr. Chair, at your pleasure, I can give my quick announcement and dive right into the consent agenda item for your consideration. And seeing the nod, I will do such. So starting first with the quick announcement. So I wanted to announce our Division Administrator for Support Services, Mr. Bob Gebhardt. Many of you know him for leading some of our support service efforts and all of our support service efforts for the last several years. Mr. Gebhardt has spent nearly 14 years in state government, past 5.5 as ODOT's Chief Administrative Officer. During his tenure, he's made significant and lasting impact to our organization and really demonstrating an ethos of partners and service excellence. I regret to inform all of us that Mr. Gebhardt has decided to move on and accept a great role with Western Seminary in Portland, and he will be their Chief Operating Officer. So while we will miss him, surely I do congratulate him on his new endeavor, and I just wanted to acknowledge his service. Moving into the consent items, we have consent items 1 through 9 in block for your consideration. And I would note that consent item 2 has 2 additional meetings for us to continue conversation with the commission and allow the commission to come to decision for funding allocations for the IIJA funding that we received from congressional delegation. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would move to approve consent items 1 through 9 in block.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Strickler. I think we'll take a motion from a commissioner just to keep it clean here. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
And Commissioner Smith, so moved. Beat you to it too.
Second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Smith is moved and Commissioner Brown is seconded a motion to approve the consent agenda in block. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Burke?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you very much. And I will just extend on behalf of the commission our congratulations to Mr. Gebhardt for a great career at ODOT. I've really enjoyed working with him, and he's been a key member of the executive team the entire time. All of us have been on the commission, so really a terrific contribution to the state, and we wish him all the best as he moves on to his new responsibilities and new life. With that, we're going to move to item C, public comment. As I mentioned, we have a number of elected officials, as well as a number of other members of the public representing a wide range of perspectives, and we look forward to hearing your comments this morning. We are going to have, because of the number of people we have that we will be hearing from, we are going to limit testimony to 2 minutes. You are obviously welcome to submit written testimony as well, and we encourage that because it gives us something to look back at as we move forward on various things, including the items that you'll be talking to us about. So with that, I'm going to call kind of a batting order here of 3. So we'll start, we're fortunate enough to have today State Representative Pham, so we will start with her. Second will be Clackamas County Board Chair Tootie Smith, and then Mayor of Newburgh, Rick Rogers. So if you'll just testify in order, that would be great, starting with Representative Pham, who I hope is here.
Great.
And yes, welcome.
Thank you. And good morning, commissioners. Again, my name is Pham, and I'm the state representative for Oregon House District 46. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify and for your commitment to Oregon and our transportation future. As you know, we are at a pivotal point in Oregon's transportation history and have the unique opportunity with this IIJA federal funding to explore investment opportunities that have been historically constrained. I'm here today to share some concerns about the 4 funding scenarios that will be presented later, and to express my support for scenario 5, a community-based vision for how to use this funding to support our community's most pressing needs. First of all, I'm concerned that all 4 scenarios support the expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure and will increase greenhouse gas emissions, which is completely counter to the governor's executive order requiring all state agencies, including ODOT, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Secondly, the examples being offered, or that will be offered in ODOT's presentation, are presented without full context. So they show the flexible funds as standalone items. Although it's critically important to recognize that within the full $1.2 billion directed to Oregon, the federal government has already designated multiple funding opportunities for many of ODOT's transportation focus areas, including bridges and freeways, road safety, and resilience. Currently, our State Highway Trust Fund has constitutional restrictions that limit our ability to fully invest in different modes of travel, such as buses or light rail. Given the decades of underinvestment in these areas of active and public transit, we have to acknowledge these historic deficits and inequities by using the IIJA flexible funds to fund areas that have faced years of neglect and underinvestment. With an investment of this historic scale, we must ensure a robust and thoughtful public engagement process. Community advocates have brought their deep expertise and knowledge of community needs, and I urge you to seriously consider their scenario 5, which more effectively invests in the kinds of public and active transportation infrastructure that will lead to healthier communities, protect our climate, and broaden access to opportunities. Thank you so much, and I look forward to partnering with all of you as we build Oregon's future together.
Thank you very much, Representative. We appreciate your being here and review. We look forward to reviewing the comments that others will make with respect to scenario 5. So thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Smith, are you here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear
Great.
me?
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Van Brockman. I am Chair Tootie Smith, Clackamas County Commission, and I thank the members of the commission for listening this morning. You have in your packet a joint letter signed by me and Clackamas County mayors. So I'll be brief with my testimony this morning. We do understand that the gas tax will not provide the revenue that we need to create and maintain a balanced, efficient, safe transportation system that we need. Secondly, we also understand that the legislature directed ODOT to pursue tolling on I-205 and I-205 and I-5. But what we don't understand is why ODOT has developed a plan to implement tolling on I-205 before obtaining federal approval to congestion price the rest of the region. We're here today to ask you to use the financing tools provided in HB 3055, together with a portion of the new federal BIL/IIJA dollars, to develop a finance plan to advance Phase 1A of the I-205 Capital Improvement Project so that it can maintain its current construction timeline. Decoupling of the first phase of the capital project from the I-205 toll project timeline will allow the region time to develop a cohesive, coordinated approach to congestion pricing. And I want to emphasize that we must work together. We must find a solution that will ensure that tolling on any one part of the system will not occur until after ODOT has obtained federal approval of the Regional Mobility Pricing Programs, RMPP. We stand united with our regional partners in asking for your help to direct ODOT staff to work with us and to do this the right way so that we can realize our shared vision of a transportation system that is safe, equitable, and balanced. Thank you very much, Chair Van Broecklyn.
Thank you, Chair Smith. We appreciate your comments and look forward to working with you on tolling and a number of other things. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Mayor Rogers from Newburgh. Mr. Mayor.
Chair Van Broecklyn, Commissioners, and Director Strickler, thank you for the time and thank you for your service to our state and to our communities. I'd like to introduce or reintroduce you to a project, a rural surface transportation project that has been broadly supported over the years and has the benefits of providing economic development to a rural region, meets the equity goals as stated by the governor's office, meets the climate goals that we're hoping to reach, and will provide both seismic resiliency and safety to the corridor. Now, I, of course, am speaking about the Newburgh-Dundee bypass, which in a way is a bit of a misnomer in the fact that this is really a regional project that will benefit communities from I-5 to the coast. This project, as you know, has received broad support over the years. We received $22 million in the transportation bill in 2017, and most recently $32 million in ARPA. Phase 1 of the project is done. Phase 2 now is in the books to go for 2A, which will bring us to safety along 219 intersection in Newburgh. And as mentioned, this project has received broad support, including generous contributions from the communities along the route, Newburgh, McMinnville, Dundee, and the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde. As I said, this project has been consistently supported by the governor's office, the state legislature, and local communities. And we think it's vitally important for the future of this area. So whether with flexible funding or other funding through IIJA or others, we hope that you will look towards really pursuing this project as it is virtually ready to go and will support these communities along the route to the coast for both seismic resiliency and for economic development and the issues of both equity and climate goals. So in addition to being the mayor, which I'm honored to be, I'm also a member of the Mid-Willamette Valley COG and a member of the SEDCOR board, the Strategic Economic Development Corporation. So I know the importance of this project. Thank you for your time and again for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate it. And the Newburgh-Dundee bypass has certainly been a project that has been on our list for a long time. And we, as you said, have made investments in it. It's a 3-phase project. We look forward to continuing to work with you. All right, let's move to the next group. 3 mayors, Mayor McCardle from Independence, Mayor Snyder from Tigard, and Mayor Fitzgerald from Wilsonville. So I guess we're, is Mayor McCardle on?
Good morning. Am I
Yes,
here?
right. Yes, you are on. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm John McCardle, the mayor of Independence, and I'm a current board member of the Mid-Willamette Valley Council of Governments, and I'm speaking to you about the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act Flexible Highway Program Funds, and I'm building upon my previously submitted written testimony. Governments from Marion, Polk, and Yamhill counties collectively have taken a regional approach in advocating for enhanced funding. We and MWAC have prioritized our regional transportation needs. We ask you to consider additional enhanced funds to complete projects, specifically investing in the completion of the I-5 interchange at Aurora and Donald, funds for phase 2 of the Newburgh-Dundee bypass, and funds for Oregon 18 Valley Junction to Fort Hill near Grand Ronde. Let me take a moment and talk about the project that I know best, Highway 22 and 51 in Polk County, identified as a regional priority and important to my city. Every day, thousands of vehicles have to make a left turn off of Highway 22 against oncoming traffic, many flying along at more than 70 miles an hour. Going on east on 22, drivers face merging with traffic at freeway speeds while others are slowing to turn into highway businesses. All of this within a limited space. Frankly, it's a smush. It's a safety challenge that everybody already knows. This traffic furball hurts our economic efforts. Potential industrial prospects talk about the traffic nightmare and the challenges of moving goods. Something that most people don't think about is the emotional impact on the first responders from Polk Fire number 1, Polk, Southwest Polk, and Dallas Fire. These first responders, the vast majority of whom are volunteers, folks who at all hours drop their jobs and home responsibilities to respond and end up cutting people out or worse, scraping up the carnage from crashes. There is a real human cost on all fronts. Please listen to our local area transportation commission. Listen to those of us on the ground. Trust us. We know, we see, we live the needs of our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll move to Mayor Snyder.
Good morning, Chair Van Brocklin and members of the Oregon Transportation Commission. My name is Jason Snyder, and I'm the mayor of the city of Tigard. I am pleased to provide oral testimony today about the bipartisan infrastructure law funding on behalf of Tigard, both in support of the regional priorities identified in the JPAC letter and to advocate for our city's goals shared with the state around development, maintenance, safety, and climate. Like ODOT, the city of Tigard prioritizes development and maintenance of a modern transportation system. Tigard's network of roads serve the needs of a diverse community and are a critical element of our current and future land use and growth objectives. To that end, Tigard, along with regional partners, have identified 11 high priority corridors in the Portland metro region that no longer meet the needs of our communities surrounding them. 2 of these ODOT owned and operated urban arterials are Pacific Highway, Oregon 99W, and Southwest Hall Boulevard, Oregon 141 that run through Tigard. The city of Tigard welcomes investment from the new bill funding in much needed repair and improvements to these state-owned urban arterials. We see ODOT directed investments in state of good repair and safety enhancements on Southwest Hall Boulevard as a key prerequisite to completing a jurisdictional transfer of the roadway. Moreover, these investments go beyond simply fixing the road. They are needed to support an increasingly dense and urbanizing downtown, along with a planned light rail station as part of the Southwest Corridor project. The safety of the people who use our system is a top priority. Like our partners across the state and region, we believe that 1 death or serious injury from traffic violence is too many. We encourage the state to allocate a portion of the bill funds towards transportation safety investments, either through existing or new grant programs such as the ODOT Safe Routes to School Infrastructure Grant Program and the All Roads Traffic Safety Program. Investing in safe mobility supports Tigard's strategic vision of being walkable, healthy, and an accessible community for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Fitzgerald. Is Mayor Fitzgerald here?
Chair, we don't have her in the list yet.
She's not here yet, or she's
not here yet.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on then to Mayor Buck from Lake Oswego.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Whoops. Mayor Buck froze up on us there. Is this at our end or his?
Anybody else?
I think he's back.
Okay, good. Mayor Buck, should we try that again?
He's muted.
Hi, Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and Commission members. I'm here today representing my constituents of Lake Oswego as the largest city in Clackamas County. Now, the fact that Lake Oswego is the largest city in our county tells you a bit about the landscape in our area. We're a collection of smaller communities with little transit and transportation options for folks commuting. I represent our cities on the Clackamas Coordinating Committee and currently chair Metro's Policy Advisory Committee. Between the three counties, we're a region of diverse viewpoints. However, we're united in knowing there's a better way forward. Lake Oswego joins its neighbors in supporting road user fees set forth through a congestion pricing model that not only relieves congestion and funds needed improvements, but that also meets our regional and statewide climate goals, provides users alternatives, and ensures our neighborhood streets remain safe in the face of regional growth and toll-induced diversion. However, the current plan is holding our region over a barrel, forced to accept a straight toll or face not moving forward with the critical phase 1A of the I-205 project. This is a false dilemma. Please allow ODOT to use IIJA funds and House Bill 3055 authorized funding mechanisms to move forward with phase 1A and ask the organization to cooperate and work in partnership with the region to develop a system-wide, coordinated, and comprehensive approach to user fees that meet our shared goals and serve all residents and our natural environment. Please provide our residents with a workable transportation system and safe local streets, not a straight bridge toll, making travel in one small portion of our region more expensive, while further exacerbating dangerous conditions on our local roads, such as Highway 43 and the Stafford Corridor, all of which are devoid of any legitimate transportation alternatives, including even safe walking. Please ensure ODOT formally commits to obtaining federal approval of comprehensive regional tolling and congestion pricing plan that integrates I-205 with the RMPP prior to implementing tolls on any one part of the system. You have many regional partners willing to work in cooperation on what could be an incredible new path forward for our region. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for your time and for your service to the state. I appreciate being here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate your being here. And thanks for your perseverance in getting audible. All right, we're going to move on to Mayors Walters, Clark, and then Commissioner Kula. So, and let me just check to make sure Mayor Fitzgerald has not arrived. Not yet arrived. Okay, we'll return to her when she gets here. And if Sabrina, you could let me know that, that would be great. All right, Mayor Walters, followed by Mayor Clark, and then Commissioner Kula.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Van Brocklin and members of the commission. I'm Jules Walters of West Lynn. I'm the mayor. Thank you for hearing my input on the tolling of I-205 and how it will affect my community. I asked the commission to decouple the tolling project from the start of the Abernathy Bridge project, which is key to disaster resilience and bottleneck relief. It's essential that you find short-term funding for this project and not rely on tolling revenue to begin construction. I'm not convinced that the research presented accurately reflects the negative impact on the region. Data show that drivers go to great lengths to avoid tolls if diversion options are available. The proposed tolling project provides multiple options to divert, and I have yet to see a presentation from ODOT that assures me that my community will not have to endure the negative impacts of diversion. It's imperative that we have transit and diversion remedies before any program goes into place. West Lynn invested a significant amount of money in updates to Willamette Falls Drive, our historic Main Street. This created multimodal facilities and met our equity, safety, climate, and economic development goals, and it's now a thriving town center. But to see that undone by evening gridlock is at best disappointing. We know there are critical funding gaps for infrastructure in Oregon. However, we need to fund projects in a strategic and comprehensive way. My ask is to consider alternative funding to begin the Abernathy project, including federal infrastructure funding. Then we can find a regional and statewide infrastructure funding plan that works for us all. Thank you so much for listening to me today.
Thank you for coming, Madam Mayor. We look forward to working with you, continue to work with you on the I-205 corridor and on other projects. So, all right, Mayor Clark, welcome.
Thank you so much and good morning. Chair Van Brockman and members of the Oregon Transportation Commission, Director Strickler and staff. For the record, my name is Cathy Clark. I'm the mayor of the city of Kaiser and chair of the Salem-Kaiser Area Transportation Study, MPO. I also serve as the vice chair of MWAC and as a board member of the Mid-Willamette Valley Council of Governments. The SCAT's recommendations emphasize overall multimodal interoperability in our region. I would refer you to the letter dated January 6, 2022 we sent you from SCATS, in which we list the 4 areas we recommend for the OTC to focus the IIJA funds and the 4 projects in our MPO that would move the OTP goals forward. First is active transportation, public transportation, and safety projects. Second, capital funding for transit centers. Third, fund local projects that reduce GHG, particularly our active transportation and transit. And 4, to allow cities and counties to compete for enhanced funds, particularly for projects such as those in the SCATS letter that demonstrate advancing goals of the OTP and the Commission's strategic action plan. The SCATS region is urban and rural and has been growing at a rate of over 9% in the population in the last decade and is increasingly diversified, as in Salem's having the second highest Hispanic population and over 80 languages spoken by our students and their families. We have old infrastructure having to connect to or be upgraded to new, increasingly diverse socioeconomic and accessibility needs, and capacity issues for our region's economic engines of agriculture, manufacturing, and technology. SCATS projects have baked in the OTP goals because those goals are not new, but rooted in the vision we have been working for many years to bring to fruition. With IIJA funds, we stand ready to make significant gains in completing long-needed projects to make progress toward achieving those goals. In addition, SCATS members are all members of MWAC, and as you would expect, given our history of long regional collaboration, we fully support the priorities of MWAC as they complete and connect our multimodal system. Thank you very much for your time and service.
Thank you, Mayor. We will now hear from Commissioner Kula.
All right. Well, thank you for your service today, and thank you for listening to us. I am Yamhill County Commissioner Casey Kula. I'm speaking on my own and not for the full Board of Commissioners. And I live and farm on a river island in the Willamette. And I will say that the breaking news is that I also support Scenario 5. I think it's important to consider that. But as liaison to public works, I ask citizens all the time, what are your road concerns? And they tell me that their top priorities are safe roads and shoulders and paths for walking and biking on rural roads, dangerous intersections, and finish the bypass. As a farmer, I know many farmers that deliver in and through the Portland area, and I hear the need for certainty in transit time along congested routes. I hope you will consider using the money to establish that congestion pricing and not tolling, which we know harms poor Oregonians the most. The rural resident, I know how important our bridges are. Overhauling a small county bridge might cost $100,000 or less compared to your $100 million, $1 billion state bridges. And that affordable overhaul creates a lifeline route in the case of a major earthquake. Liaison to transit, when I ask, how can we improve the bus system? Folks say, I need the bus to go to other cities for my job. I hope you'll consider the connections. The bus system is only as good as the connections to other systems. And as a father, I know that my children need safe roads as they walk, ride, and drive. And as cars and trucks stop using gas, highway fund, as you know, will be depleted. And so I hope you will take this opportunity to use some of the money to switch us over to a road usage fee and make sure it doesn't harm poor Oregonians, rural Oregonians, and Oregonians of color. Now, we all learned how important parks were during the early days of the pandemic, and my family recently visited Metro's new Chehalem Ridge Park east of Gaston, which you should go to if you haven't been. And cars in the parking lot were overflowing onto the single-lane gravel road. You see, only people who can afford to drive cars can get to this park. So I ask you to invest the money in safety, repairs, bus connections, paths, certainty, and long-term funding for the roads. And thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate your being here, Commissioner. So the next folks who I have up are Marion County Commissioner Willis, Lane Metropolitan Policy Committee Chair Joe Burney, and Metro Councilor Shirley Craddock. Commissioner Willis? No? All right. So let's move on to Chair Burney.
Can you see me and hear me?
Yes. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you doing, Robert?
Good to see you.
It's good to see you, sir. And I'm glad to see that this hello didn't interfere with my 2 minutes. Thank you, sir.
We're mutually relieved.
Yeah. Chair Van Brocklin, commissioners, and especially Commissioner Burke. We're very much looking forward to hearing back from you, Commissioner, and having you join us at one of our MPC and MPO meetings. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Not only am I chair of the Central Lane MPC, I'm the immediate past chair of the Lane County Board of Commissioners, chair of the Lane Workforce Partnership, and a variety of groups that actually intersect with what we are talking about today. The Central Lane MPO reaffirms our commitment to funding the non-highway category as the #1 priority. We encourage OTC to use the new flexible funds for multimodal projects that provide multiple benefits. And please refer to our written testimony about our projects and priorities. At a high level, we support the 4 scenarios proposed for the remainder of the flexible funding to local climate planning, ADA curb ramps, business and workforce development, competitive grant match, etc. We place the highest priority on non-highway and thus support #2 of the staff scenarios presented. However, while non-highway investments can address safety and social equity, by itself, even proposed scenario 2, we believe, does not go far enough. We propose direction from the OTC and a commitment from ODOT that all of the project level IIJA flexible funding possibilities be evaluated and prioritized with respect to safety, social equity, and creating a net zero transportation system. Enhanced highway typically receives the bulk of state generated revenue, but this opportunity allows for that investment using the federal IIJA funds, and we strongly support doing just that. We do not support the balanced funding scenario. We think it would only continue spreading the money around without making significant investment for impact. And we can't, and I can't thank you enough for allowing me this opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We appreciate being here. Councilor Craddock? No?
Chair, she hasn't joined us yet.
Okay, thank you, Sabrina. All right, we'll move forward and turn to Jim McCauley, then Wayne Stewart, then Alan Lindbergh.
Chair Von Brocklin, this is Commissioner Willis from Marion County. I showed up a little late. I apologize.
That's all right. Welcome, and you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair Von Brocklin. I really appreciate your time, and thank you to all the commissioners here today for giving Marion County the opportunity to provide some input onto the IIJA flexible funds. We'd like to just let you know that we're asking you to use these funds to fully fund phase 2 of the I-5 Aurora Donald interchange reconstruction project. As you know, this is a top priority for us. I-5 provides state and national mobility for travelers and freight, and the Donald Aurora interchange is really important for Marion County to access that mobility. It's important for our farmers and it's important for our people. Oregon Department of Transportation, as you know, characterized this location as the worst unsignalized interchange in I-5. You guys funded phase one of this project, which we're really grateful for and will make a big impact. But without funding phase two, this project is more expensive. It's going to create duplication, and it won't fully solve the problem that we're seeing there. And so what we're asking for is to fully fund this project. It's a diverging diamond intersection. That was the preferred proposal that ODOT worked with the local community and us to identify. And by fully funding it together as one project or close to one project, will prevent project delays, wasted resources, and prevent access disruptions for the people in Marion County. So we'd like to ask you to fund both phases 1 and 2 of the Donald Aurora interchange and help us to reduce costs and provide better service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for coming, Commissioner. So we'll move on to Councillor Craddock, and then Jim McCauley and Wayne Stewart.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate this opportunity. Good morning, Chair Van Brockland. My name is Shirley Craddock. I sit on the Metro Council and represent the east part of the region at Metro. I also chair the Joint Policy Advisory Committee on Transportation and appreciate this opportunity to provide comment regarding the Flexible Highway Program funds resulting from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So thank you very much. As you know, JPAC, we'd like to express our appreciation and the intentional approach that the Oregon Transportation Commission is taking to gather input around and how best to invest these funds, these $400 million of flexible funding. We're very pleased to have that available to us. The largest infusion of transportation dollars in Oregon that we've ever seen during my tenure. So I'm really pleased to have this opportunity to find a source for these funds or options for these funds. The OTC has once in a lifetime opportunity. So we really have a meaningful impact on communities in Oregon, as you already know, by investing in projects that reduce traffic deaths, that improve mobility, and that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So we have a real opportunity right now that I hope you won't overlook. As stated in the letter that was submitted in testimony, JPAC is calling for more funding for the urban arterials in the Portland metro region. We appreciate the Transportation Commission's consideration of the creation of the Great Streets Funding Program for these urban arterials across the state of Oregon. But however, the level of funding is not enough. We would like to see more put into this urban area. In Portland region, the urban arterials play a critical role in the state and in the region's transportation system, carrying upwards of 30,000 vehicles per day, serving on routes for some of the state's busiest bus lines, and act as the de facto main streets for many of the region's communities of color. In the metro area, urban arterials comprise 5% of the roadways in the region, but are where 50% of the fatal pedestrian and bicycle crashes occur, and 41% of all fatal serious crashes. 67% of these urban arterials are within areas with above regional averages of where BIPOC communities live. So just one corridor in the metro area alone, such as the TV highway in Washington County, needs hundreds of millions of dollars of investment to make it more safe. Therefore, it's imperative that we ask you to make a larger investment in the urban arterials, or what the OTC packet refers to as Great Streets. So lastly, JPAC urges the OTC to also invest federal flexible funds towards this critical resiliency and improvements in our region's bridges, in infrastructure that facilitates transfer ridership and improve the outcomes for our BIPOC communities. So thank you. You have a real opportunity, and I really appreciate your allowing me to be here today and listening to these comments. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We appreciate your being here, and you're right. This is a great opportunity, and it's not enough money. So with that, we'll move on to Commissioner McCall, Cauley, or pardon me, not Commissioner, Legislative Director McCauley. Welcome.
Good Morning. Yeah, not a commissioner yet. So yeah, Jim McCall.
Is there an announcement imminent, Jim? Are you done? Oh,
I don't think so. I'm happy
All
with
right.
where I'm at. So yeah, Legislative Director, League of Oregon Cities. Thank you very much for the opportunity this morning. I want to make sure others have a chance to speak, so I'm not going to get into a lot of details, but my comments today are for Agenda J, the climate-friendly and equitable community rulemaking process within DLCD. I want to certainly acknowledge the amount of work that's been going into these rules from both ODOT as well as DLCD in the process. AOC, Association of Oregon Counties, and LOC submitted local government comments, I'll say, on an earlier draft the first week of January. There is now a new set of draft rulemaking elements for the transportation component of this work. We haven't had a chance to go through it in detail, but one thing that's important to acknowledge is I think DLCD understands a number of our concerns, but there are still pieces that are really very important to address. So going on concurrently right now is effectively the last RAC meeting for DLCD's work. And they are receiving a request today from those who are participating. And I want to make sure that the commission understands that we're making the same request through OTC, is to extend the time frame. We need additional time to make sure that the implementation concerns that have been laid out by our planners at the local level can be addressed. We think it's imperative to make sure that these rules can be implemented to get some of those technical concerns vetted and taken care of. And I think at this point, it is just flat out too rushed to be able to adopt. And again, as I mentioned, there's a number of outstanding issues. One of the important things I think that people need to understand is that we have MPOs across the state. Not everybody is in the same place that the Portland metro area is. So there are resource challenges, and there's also funding challenges as well. And as much as we appreciate the $15 million allocation from ODOT in this process, those funds are not going to be available until 23. We have time constraints of trying to update plans by 25 and are just very concerned that we're going to be able to get to an implementation point with these new rules. So bottom line for us, we hope that you can support an extension of this rulemaking process. We need to get it right and not spend months after this trying to fix what we could have probably taken care of in a rulemaking effort. So appreciate the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you. So next up, we will hear from Wayne Stewart, Alan Lindbergh, and Susan Bladholm. Wayne?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and commissioners. My name is Wayne Stewart, emeritus member of the Historic Columbia River Highway Advisory Committee. In early December, the advisory committee submitted a letter to the commission seeking $4.2 million to exercise a very important option to an existing construction contract. A copy of that letter has been provided to you recently, along with these written comments. Contractor has recently started work on the base project and is required to honor the option price until 1 February 2022, which is only 12 days from now. The advisory committee is working closely with ODOT, OPRD, and federal highway staffs in an attempt to secure additional funding to cover this option. Recent actions to secure funds and/or extend the timeline include: one, the PDC, as of yesterday, is in favor of reassigning FLAP funds, but it is unclear if cash flow considerations will allow a commitment prior to 1 February. Two, ODOT will be submitting this week for an EDA grant to cover approximately $1 million of the needed $4.2 million. State parks will be putting up the 20% match. It may be a few months before a decision is announced on this. Three, federal highways have asked the contractor if they will honor the option price beyond 1 February. As of yesterday, the contractor had not yet responded. The advisory committee requests that the OTC and ODOT guarantee the needed $4.2 million so this very important option can be added to the Viento State Park to Mitchell Point construction contract by 1 February 2022. It is hoped that the FLAP reassignment and/or the EDA grant will come through soon, which will reduce or eliminate the need for the OTC and ODOT guarantee. The important thing is to ensure that this critical contract extension is not lost due to cash flow or timing issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Could you tell us who you're working with at ODOT?
Yes, working with Ryan Winsheimer, Region 1 manager, and with also the historic Columbia River Highway staff is probably the individual that you'd be dealing with there, and that would be Tara Lingley.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your testimony, and we appreciate your being here. Mr. Lindbergh?
Good morning. My name is Alan Lindbergh. I am a resident of Woodburn Estates and Golf in Woodburn, Oregon. It's a 1,508 55 plus homeowners association, and it's located just slightly east of exit 272 on Interstate 5. Woodburn Estates and Golf is a 501c7 corporation formed in 1962 as Senior States Golf and Country Club. Many of you may have parents or grandparents retire at one of our oldest HOAs in Oregon. In 1962, Interstate 5, I believe, was just 2 lanes in both directions, and has since grown to 3 in both directions. The volume of traffic and noise has increased at the same time. Soon, Amazon's new distribution center will bring more and more truck traffic and noise and pollution. Safety rumble strips along the side of the freeway can alert a driver if they veer too far off the road. The sound of tires running over the rumble strips can be heard several blocks to the east. Homes roughly 60 feet from the northbound lanes have added insulation, fences, and actually extra interior walls to try to block freeway noise. Yet the noise still penetrates the walls. So far, for them, nothing has worked. A full night's sleep is difficult with the amount of noise on I-5. And we have asking for a sound wall to be built so residents of Woodburn Estates and Golf, a 55 plus HOA community, can enjoy retirement, peace, quiet, and safety. And I've heard many people speaking today, many commissioners, many mayors and speaking of their needs of their area for safety. I've driven many of those roads, and as you were speaking, I can visualize the danger of those. As a former school bus driver and school bus driver trainer, safety was very important. But as a senior, I'd like to get some peace and quiet. When the Interstate 5 was exit 272 was remodeled, that was over about 5 years ago. It was a 25-year from the inception to completion. At the time it was built or planned, the boundaries of that did include a sound wall, but it didn't go all the way down the full length from 214 to Crosby Road. It came short. And when we asked for it, they said, well, if we had expanded our boundaries at the beginning, we could have got it. But because they couldn't do anything after the project started, we ended up with a wall that didn't quite block the noise for many people. So I'd appreciate it if somebody would take a look at that and give us a sound wall so we can get a good night's sleep. We've all worked hard for our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindbergh, for your testimony. I appreciate your being here. Susan Bladholm.
Hello, commissioners, ODOT staff, and Chair Van Brocklen. My name is Susan Bladholm, and I'm the founder of Frog Ferry, a future passenger ferry operator in the Portland metropolitan region. We are a grassroots nonprofit effort of 2,000 supporters. I've listened to several webinars for the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is described as a generational investment, one of the greatest investments in American history, with the priorities of safety, modernization, climate, and equity. Pilot projects are a key goal for this fund, And we are here to ask for you to champion our ferry pilot project to put one vessel on the Willamette River from the Cathedral Park dock to the River Place dock in downtown Portland, with the goal of establishing a fully electrified ferry fleet. When I shared the findings of our operational feasibility study and finance plan with the ODOT Commission 18 months ago, we outlined the vision for a 7-vessel, 10-stop service with docks stretching from Vancouver, Washington through Portland to Oregon City with our broad community support. We can be ready to be operational in 2023. Ferry services are rapidly expanding in river cities across the country because they reduce greenhouse gas emissions. They are cost and time efficient and don't need to displace neighborhoods and businesses. They build resiliency and emergency response. They enhance community livability. They reduce congestion. They provide jobs and connect workers to workplaces. For nearly 5 years now, we have worked with our public transit agencies. We have a request in the FTA now in partnership with the City of Portland for funding, and we asked you to consider allocating $6 million for our 3-year pilot project. We all know that an effective transportation system works best when there are multiple ways for people to get around. And we ask you to be bold and innovate and invest the IIJA funds to help jumpstart a new green mode of transit for Portland. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you for being here and for your testimony. We will now hear from Scott Dadson, Greg Alderson, and Alicia Chapman. In that order. Scott?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. On behalf of the Mid-Willamette Valley Council of Governments, its legislative committee and its board of directors, I want to thank you for this opportunity to talk to you folks. We house in-house here at the COG 2 organizations, the MWAC and SCATS. And in addition to that, we serve as a convening space for Yamhill, Polk, Marion, and counties and the 33 towns and plus about 4 or 5 other service districts that are part of our COG. So we have tried to create a regional voice on transportation issues. So we thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about the issues in front of you today. 3 priority areas for the COG board that align with the MWAC are additional enhanced funds, transit services in both urban and rural areas, and fix-it and safety projects. And we think that these dollars would go a long way in our region to fixing and handling transportation issues. In our enhanced fund area, of course, our members can speak for themselves, but of regional importance and level to us are the I-5 interchange at Aurora Donald, the Newburgh Dundee bypass, Highway 22 at Highway 51 in Polk County, and the Oregon 18 Valley Junction to Fort Hill. These recommendations, specific projects would have a region-wide benefit and impact, and we hope that you will consider them in these funds. In the SCATS MPO, our area, which is a large driver of employment in our region, a lot of folks in and out of the Salem-Keizer area. We have 4 recommendations that we wanted to make sure that were highlighted to the commission, and that is support for active transportation to include sidewalks, infill, bicycle projects, public transportation, and safety projects, as well as providing capital funding for construction of transit centers. We do operate a large transit center, and we do believe that that benefits the full region, as well as developing new programs under funding for local projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. You know that these are requirements both on the DEQ side as well as on the land conservation and regulation side. So our local jurisdictions are trying to comply with these things. And also the last of allowing cities in the county to compete for many of these enhanced funds. As you know, our folks on the ground who are elected as well as appointed, their ears to the ground, and they get an earful from folks. They see the reality of how their public safety folks have to respond to issues. So increasing the safety in those enhanced areas would be of a great benefit. You know, the Mid-Willamette Valley region is home to about 540,000 people, and that's an increase of 51,000 over the last decade. We are a growing region, and our transportation needs are growing as we move along. But wanted to support those, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Mr. Dadson. Mr. Alderson.
Good morning, Chair Van Brockland, members of the commission. My name is Greg Alderson with Portland General Electric. The OTC and ODOT have an opportunity with the IIJA funds to harness flexible funds to accelerate transportation electrification, serve the growing number of electric vehicles on Oregon's roads, and ensure an equitable transition to electric transportation. While ODOT will receive formula funds for public charging along highway corridors and can explore future federal grant opportunities, we strongly encourage the commission to allocate a portion of its carbon reduction program funds and its IIJA flexible funds to support and accelerate transportation electrification. Utilities, businesses, governments, and communities are already working to address EV charging needs, but significant public investment is needed to serve the growing number of EVs in Oregon and to realize the economic and environmental benefits of electric transportation. ODOT and the commission should ensure that a significant portion of the carbon reduction program funds are used to deploy EV charging, even if these funds are dispersed through allocations to local governments, as has been proposed. And also, over the 5 years of the IIJA funds, ODOT should help fund the design, construction, and charging equipment to enable medium and heavy duty freight and corridor charging as well. The ODOT TINA analysis and West Coast Clean Transit Corridor Initiative, led by West Coast Utilities, looking at I-5, including PGE, built a roadmap for how to do that infrastructure deployment to enable freight electrification. Complete and reliable heavy-duty charging is essential for fleet operators to confidently switch to electric vehicles and to take advantage of their many benefits. And so we urge the commission and ODOT to use flexible funds where they are able to, or a portion of those flexible funds to advance transportation electrification, to support EV drivers in the state, and to reduce transportation greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Alicia Chapman.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Alicia Chapman, and I'm the owner and CEO of Willamette Technical Fabricators. I'd like to share our enthusiastic support for the Frog Ferry, clean diesel, and battery hybrid passenger ferries, and for your consideration for including funding for Frog Ferry in the Oregon Transportation Plan. We applaud the thorough research studies that the Friends of Frog Ferry have conducted to prove the low cost and cost-effective feasibility of this project and the evidence-based selection of the proposed stops from Oregon City to Vancouver, Washington, to ensure that they meet the greatest demand and have the greatest impact, especially in low-income communities of color in Portland. It is important and impressive to see the widespread support of over 1,700 stakeholders and advocates, many of whom have contributed millions of dollars in pro bono work to help see Frog Ferry come to fruition. Using the successful models of other river cities and leveraging their best practices and lessons learned, we feel confident that this project can be a huge success. We see Frog Ferry as essential to improving access to underserved communities in the Portland metro area, reducing congestion and reliance on carbon-heavy modes of transport, fostering a greater sense of river appreciation that will promote conservation and stewardship, and educating residents and visitors alike about our region's indigenous past. It's rare to see a project so closely aligned with our values. And for those of you who may not yet know our company, Willamette Technical Fabricators, we are a woman and minority-owned fabrication business focused on river infrastructure and transportation, including locks, dams, and marine craft. We have facilities in Clackamas and Northwest Portland, directly across from the proposed Frog Ferry pilot launch point in Cathedral Park. So Frog Ferry would provide a much more efficient and desirable form of transportation between our offices and the dispersed metro area communities that our staff call home, helping us improve collaboration and the quality of life of our team. The project also represents an excellent opportunity to create high-skill, high-wage, and high-demand manufacturing jobs for the region. Thank you again for your support.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. We appreciate your testimony. So the next three people we will hear from are Soren Garber, Julie Chapman, and Ian Davidson. Soren?
Good morning, Chair Van Brockland, Commissioners, and ODOT staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to hear from me and others about the benefits of the Frog Ferry project. I strongly recommend, by the way, I'm a transportation planning consultant, and I've been an analyst for the Frog Ferry's feasibility study. I strongly recommend that the OTC dedicate a portion of its IGA discretionary funding to the Frog Ferry project, which initially, as Susan mentioned, will operate between St. John's and downtown Portland as early as next year. There are several reasons to do so, and they directly match yours and the state's transportation and climate goals. It will take cars off the road and in the most seriously congested and economically important corridor in the state, I-5 North. It does so with a low emission ferry fleet. It provides a first and last mile connector for transit riders, bicyclists, and pedestrians, and provides an evacuation service, which proved so valuable after the Loma Prieta earthquake and the Superstorm Sandy event. It's cost-effective, climate-friendly, and will provide a safe, convenient service. With the larger fleet, the 7 ferry boat fleet, in fact, I know of no improvement that can remove it would be 500 cars or provide capacity for 500 cars at a less costly price. After the initial operation, the Frog Ferry would be expanded north to Vancouver and south to Milwaukee, Lake Oswego, and Oregon City, and thus expand the benefits of reduced auto traffic on the region's state highways. Thank you.
Thank you, Soren. Julie Chapman, then Ian Davidson.
Chair Julie Chapman hasn't joined us.
Okay, thank you, Sabrina. Ian Davidson.
Good morning, Chair Van Brockland and Commissioners. My name is Ian Davidson, and I'm the Board President of the Salem Area Mass Transit District, also known as Chariots. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present my thoughts before you today. And I speak to ask you to reconsider the options presented to you by staff on how best to allocate IIJA funding. The present options are inadequate to the challenge currently facing Oregonians. I will note here that option 2 before you today, named the public and active transportation option, is a misnomer. None of the proposed funding for that option, as outlined in the staff report, which is partially named for public transportation, includes any funding for public transit. Candidly, I was surprised and disappointed that none of the options, including the option with public transit in the name, includes funding explicitly for public transit. As I'm sure you are aware, 1/3 of Oregonians do not own a vehicle. We must build a comprehensive transportation system that serves all Oregonians. And I'm afraid that the options before you today do not accomplish this. For that reason, I ask you to consider an alternative funding allocation proposal that funds public transit. I recognize that these proposals may seem abstract to you, so let me add some color to the options by presenting plans that we at Chariots would be able to accomplish with additional public transit funding. Combined, these proposals will create an equitable, clean, and affordable public transit system in the Mid-Valley region that we serve. First, we would construct a South Salem Transit Center that will allow for faster connections within our present service territory and enable intercity transit like our proposed Albany-Salem route. We would plan and build a new comprehensive operation and maintenance facility that will allow us to decarbonize our fleet by 2040 and grow to meet the increasing demands for public transit in our region. We would also fund intercity transit connections to outlying rural communities and improve connections to adjacent metropolitan areas. We would also upgrade bus stops to address ADA accessibility and improve customer service. These proposals are not comprehensive, and they do not even begin to address the many other aspects of the transportation system that our riders use, including complete streets with sidewalks and protected bike lanes. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming, and we certainly appreciate your testimony. So the next 3 folks that we will hear from are Kirsten Adams, Richard Angstrom, and Larry Gesher. Kirsten?
Good morning, members of the OTC. For the record, Kirsten Adams with Associated General Contractors. Many of our members engage in public work, and we represent a broad cross-section of the commercial construction industry. I'm looking to provide comments on the clean diesel rules, which you voted on in the consent agenda, but I'd like to put some concerns on the record. We engage fully in the Rule Advisory Committee From the beginning of the RAC, our position has been that ODOT should promulgate the rules based on the language outlined in House Bill 2007 from the 2019 session. AGC was heavily involved in the crafting of the language, and we believe that it was a compromise that served both environmental goals while not creating significant barriers for smaller contractors. However, the focus of the RAC was going beyond the language of 2007, and so we engaged in those discussions. We appreciate that ODOT took into consideration some of our concerns, but we have a couple other issues we wanted to draw your attention to. The first is the cost implications of these policy changes. New clean diesel equipment is very expensive, and Oregon has not made the type of monetary investments to help companies overhaul their fleets like has been done in California. One of our other concerns has to do with exemptions that were included, that we believe that there were several that were not included that should have been. The most important to us is a safety related exemption. Some equipment cannot be safely retrofitted, and those retrofits can cause either serious injury or death of other employees on the job site, mostly because of line of sight issues they create. So we believe that having a safety exemption was essential. We also realize that there are pieces of equipment that cannot be either retrofitted or unique equipment that can't be rented. So in order to continue working on the jobs, we think that those exemptions should have been included as well. We appreciate that ODOT included an exemption for COVID firms, but sunsetting that exemption in 2029 doesn't make sense given the nature of COVID firms. We're also concerned that there were on-road portions of this rule when there were no on-road stakeholders at the table in the RAC. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments.
Thank you, Kirsten. Mr. Angstrom.
Good morning, members of the Oregon Transportation Commission. Rich Angstrom. I'm the president of the Oregon Concrete Aggregate Producers Association. Good to hear you this morning. Just as a quick clarification, Chair Van Brocklin, you guys adopted earlier the rules that I'll be testifying to. Is that correct? So it's pretty well a done deal at that point.
Well, we will hear your testimony, and if we think we need to look at those again, we will.
Okay, well, that's helpful. So I was one of the chief architects of House Bill 2007 and negotiated the construction materials section in the first part. Time for our fleets to convert to Tier 4 trucks by 2.
Rich, you're cutting in and out on us a little bit.
And a series of exemptions.
We're having a problem with the technology here. Someone is.
I would suggest Richard turn his camera off.
Okay,
that might help.
Good. Try it without your camera.
How's this?
Better.
Go audio. Okay, very good.
That's good suggestion.
So I don't know what you.
Go ahead.
I don't know what you caught, but essentially.
Let's just start over, Rich. Why don't you just start?
Okay. Good morning, Rich Angstrom, president of the Oregon Concrete Aggregate Producers Association. This rulemaking, we were not engaged in the RAC. The RAC, I believe, started out just to do off-road, and at the urging of DEQ turned into on-road, and specifically out of the material suppliers, concrete and asphalt got swept in. So we were not part of the RAC. And so our comments now are to you about this rule and things that need to improve. So as I said, we were pretty engaged in the original bill. And the one thing we did is negotiate certain exemptions within the rule. And we also put in some critical language on making sure that this applied to work on the site and in the performance of administering a public contract, much like how BOLI looks at these issues. So we had continuity in the law between the various agencies. With that said, the one thing I would say is that this rule, I don't think is ready for prime time. It needs definition exemption for 5 or fewer trucks and for vehicles that are putting on so few miles that it makes no sense for people, for contractors and material suppliers to have to replace them. And those were carefully negotiated in the statute. This rule was not quite ready for prime time. The staff at ODOT has done a good job engaging me since over the last month or so, but we still don't think it's quite there. The one thing I will say, just from the commissioner's perspective, is I think when there's a rule that's contested, that it don't go through the consent calendar and get adopted before people get to testify. It seems like there should be some due process associated with that. My comments are changed quite a bit of how I was going to present this. If there's something consent that is contested, that it gets set aside for further context. This is our only opportunity to engage all of you when there are disagreements between agency and the various interest groups. And I feel a little bit from the industry's perspective, we got cut short on that. So I'm trying to make that positive with the false starts and all of that, but that's my testimony. And I thank you, Chair Van Brockland, for giving me another shot at getting the points across.
Happy to do it. I'd encourage you to send your written comments as prepared prior to our meeting so that we can read them and confer with staff on the points that you have made orally and that you intended to make, but a short kind of shrifted. If you have your original prepared statement, and this would be true for anyone else that's commenting on this, send them to us so we can read them.
Chair Van Brockland, they are in the record. I filed them with staff during the kind of last minute rulemaking that happened. So thank you.
Great. We will look at them. Thank you. Mr. Gescher, and you'll be followed by Mr. Buckentz. And I think both of you are speaking on the same topic. So look forward to your comments, and we will read your written comments and we will determine whether we need to revisit these rules.
Chair, I wanted to let you know real quick that Julie Chapman, who was number 22, has joined us as well.
Okay, Julie, we'll get back to you in a few minutes. Hang tight. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Gescher. Is he here?
Mr. Gescher is not with us.
Okay. Mr. Buckentz, are you here? Sabrina, is he here?
He was here.
Okay.
I'll watch for him to come back.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on. Maybe this is a good point to hear from Julie Chapman, League of Women Voters. Welcome, Julie.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Great. Chair Van Brockland and members of the commission, I'm Julie Chapman and I'm speaking for the League of Women Voters of Oregon. We submitted written testimony with our IIJA funding priorities for the November commission meeting. And we would like ODOT to respond to the climate crisis by adopting a paradigm shift to rapidly reduce vehicle miles traveled, to reduce emissions for the miles that are traveled, and to publish the metrics showing emission reductions from ODOT investments, which should be about 4% per year to get us to our goals, even the less effective goals that we have now. We would like to underline a few key concepts. I echo many of the previous speakers. This has been an opportunity to fund projects that are not eligible for the Highway Trust Fund. These should be improving the reach, frequency, reliability, and regional connectivity of clean transit, to provide charging infrastructure for charging deserts and low-income communities in accord with the findings of ODOT's TINA study, and to develop safe multimodal transport in road and bridge projects that ODOT funds. We would like to see more cross-silo coordination with municipalities, other agencies, and commissions to get the most bang for our bucks. And for example, we recommend investment in the transportation goals of the LCD's very thoughtful, climate-friendly, and equitable communities program. I notice they'll be presenting to the commission this afternoon. We recognize that widespread adoption of shifting to new modes of travel requires robust community education and support. The success of the Safe Routes to School program shows that ODOT has that capacity. We look forward to the Transportation Commissioner's work to advance climate and equity goals. And thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. We appreciate your being here. We will move on to Gary Sherman. Please, thank you. Gary Sherman and Ukiah Halloran Steiner are next.
This is Gary Sherman. I'm actually in Bend, Oregon.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, I thought that
all the way. We can hear you, and we can hear Sharon, who's also in Bend.
You mentioned my name.
Central Oregon is well represented.
You mentioned my name and the telephone rang. I went, oh my gosh. I didn't mute my phone.
It's okay.
My name's Gary Sherman, and I appreciate this opportunity to talk in front of you all. ODOT has signed a lease with AT&T for the construction of a 150-foot cell tower approximately 9 miles east of Bend, Oregon, just outside the right-of-way in Highway 20 on property that has always been declared an uneconomic remainder. The ODOT property sits right in the middle of the Deschutes County Landscape Management Overlay that is intended to protect the scenic vistas of the area by not allowing any structures over 30 feet to be built. In order for the land management overlay to be implemented, a building permit must be issued by Deschutes County. If a building permit is not required, the scenic protection and landscape management overlay are not enforceable. AT&T has found a loophole and is using ODOT and ODOT's row as a shield to prevent having to obtain a permit, thus circumventing the LM overlay. According to Joe McCarroll, ODOT's District 10 manager, the property was offered for sale to AT&T. Not surprisingly, AT&T was not interested in the purchase of the property. If they purchased the property, AT&T would not be under the protection of ODOT's row, and they'd have to secure a building permit, thus triggering the LM overlay, again, which specifically prohibits any structure to be built over 30 feet. The only way AT&T is going to get this tower sited is to use the row loophole intended for ODOT. Does this mean that ODOT row property leased in the state of Oregon will allow any leasee to build without a building permit or following any local rules and regulations as set forth by the county regulations? It even goes against regulations and requirement in your own ODOT manual. ODOT has to recognize that the purpose of a building permit not being required in a row is reserved exclusively for ODOT and ODOT's work, and not a third-party for-profit cellular tower. Is everyone at ODOT aware that a 150-foot tower might be constructed on ODOT's uneconomic remainder property without a permit and without any oversight? I would respectfully ask this commission for permission to send all the pertinent information to you so that you can see the numerous policies that ODOT is not adhering to from their own policies and procedures manual. This is a time-sensitive matter. We only found out that this commission existed a week ago. Currently, the fate of this tower resides in the hands of the Deschutes County hearing officer, and we ask that ODOT police its own rules and regulations and ODOT rescind the lease with AT&T. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman, and please send us the information. Okay, Ukiah, are you here?
Yes, hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. I appreciate having the cameras on today. It's a change and it's very appreciated. All right, so good morning, commissioners. I'm Ukiah Halloran Steiner. I'm 16. I live in Yamhill County, and I'm a member of Sunrise Rural Oregon. And I am here to once again ask you all to think more about the impact that our transportation system has on our climate. In the past few years, I've seen my home, Oregon, burn around me. My generation is in danger, and you as our leaders are only proposing to feed the flames that are climate change with gasoline, ignoring what we truly need, water. All 4 of the proposed allocation scenarios that you will discuss later today fail to meet the goals of any true effort to reduce carbon emissions. And due to constitutional limitations, these federal funds are some of the only infrastructure dollars that can be spent on biking, walking, and transit. Why would we waste this precious money on more roads? for which we have numerous other funding sources. We cannot keep doing what we have always done. That's why I'm encouraging you to support the Scenario 5 proposal that Representative Pham and other advocates submitted to your office last night. This document accurately reflects the values of Oregonians who believe in stewardship of the environment, supporting livable communities, and quite frankly, not destroying our only home. At this rate, between 2030 and 2050, climate change will kill 250,000 people every year. We are running out of time. Yeah, I'm a teenage girl, so you might think I'm being dramatic, but in 50 years, this world is going to be dramatically different and not in a way that excites me. Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission, I am scared, and I'm not the only one. In the past months, you've heard from all kinds of Oregonians who are taking time out of their busy days to urge you to make decisions that will care for our communities. When will you act on the pleas for the change these folks have been making? Please tackle climate change. After voting for the proposed Scenario 5, perhaps next meeting, you could have an hour-long panel during which you hear from climate scientists and frontline communities. And on behalf of Sunrise, I ask the OTC to please budget time in a future meeting for a discussion about how you and ODOT can reduce carbon emissions. Or you can keep plowing ahead, ignoring pleas from literal children asking for a future in which we will thrive. As always, we will be watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Ukiah. We're glad you're here. And you're making important points, and we're concerned about climate. So moving on to, I think let's make sure that, sorry, just a second here. Is Mayor Fitzgerald, has she joined us, Sabrina?
No, Chair, she has not. We've messaged her, but she hasn't responded.
Okay. And Mr. Gesher and Mr. Buckants are not here either, correct?
No, they're not.
Okay, then we're going to move to the last two people on our list, who are last but not least, Ada Crandall, followed by Paxton Rothwell. Ada?
Hi, good morning, commissioners.
Good morning, Ada.
Good morning. My name is Ada Crandall, and I am 15 years old. I'm here today missing my sophomore algebra class to urge that you support Scenario 5 of the funding allocation proposal. Over the last few years, I have watched catastrophic heat waves and wildfires ravage across our state. I've also witnessed the aftermath of multiple of my classmates being hit and injured by cars while walking or biking to school. Despite the differences in scale, these two things are the result of the same root cause. Our current transportation system prioritizes profit over people's safety and well-being. Time and time again, communities suffer from the decisions this commission makes, yet you all rarely have to confront those consequences. Have you attended the community meetings where elementary schoolers are literally begging PPS officials not to displace their school to accommodate additional freeway lanes? Have you stood outside Harriet Tubman Middle School and watched as huge diesel trucks drive next to our playground and pollute our air? Have you made any effort to connect with the young people like myself who have spent the last 9 months protesting outside the Region 1 ODOT headquarters demanding change? Yesterday was the 19th Youth versus ODOT protest, and as I was standing there in the cold, in the rain, staring at the freeway, I was thinking about this meeting and what I wanted to say. And I think that if nothing else, I want you to be there with us. I want you to join us at the Youth versus ODOT climate rally. If you cannot show up and face us and explain to us why freeway expansion is more valuable than our right to a livable future, then you need to rethink your priorities. You have the opportunity right now to act boldly to protect our future. Enacting the Scenario 5 proposal would be the first step towards proving your values of equity and climate justice, not just in empty words, but in actual action. During this meeting, I ask that you consider the question, which side of history do you want to be on? Because any decision besides Scenario 5 will lead you on the side of destruction, climate chaos, and injustice to our communities. To fund freeway expansion is to fund climate arson, and if you do that, the youth will never forgive you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ada. Appreciate your being here. And we look forward to reading Scenario 5, which at least I have not seen yet. I should also mention at this point that this is the first, I should have said this at the beginning, this is the first of several meetings we will be having during which we'll be taking public testimony. Under our current calendar, we're not scheduled to make a decision until March. And so we have time to hear from you not only orally as we are this morning, but also a written testimony. And we've already gotten, I believe, several hundred pages of written testimony. So we're just starting, and we have a lot to think about and a lot to read, and we look forward to doing that. So with that, I will call Paxton Rothwell, who is our last speaker this morning, public comment.
Good morning, Chair Van Brocklen.
Good morning.
My name is Paxton Rothwell. I'm 27 and I'm a political organizer with Sunrise PDX. First off, I'd like to thank you for allowing public commenters today to have their cameras on. It's very comforting to know that you are actually able to see the faces of those who take time out of their day to comment on these critical items today and at future virtual meetings. I support the adoption of Scenario 5 today and hope that you have time to read it in the future. It's the only option that takes climate change seriously, and it's the only option that stops subsidizing the use of single occupancy vehicles that contribute 40% of Oregon's greenhouse gas emissions. The word freeway is a misnomer. These limited access highways are heavily subsidized by taxpayer dollars, including non-drivers like myself. That's plainly inequitable and only purports to encourage unsustainable sprawled suburban development that are reliant on cheap gas prices and subsidized roadways. This has to stop now, and you have the power to do it. There's also a lot of local pushback against the I-205 tolling plan as it stands right now, and it makes a lot of sense. You're making Clackamas County residents guinea pigs for a program that won't work unless it's rolled out region-wide. So I ask that you use some of this funding to roll out a Portland Metro regional congestion pricing strategy to all of the area's limited access highways. This would begin to make all drivers in Portland, and frankly the state, aware of how costly it is to maintain a system dedicated to the speedy movement of cars. Thank you for your time today, and I really hope that you take this chance to take climate seriously and listen to the youth. And just like Ada said, I would invite you to attend the Youth versus ODOT rallies in the future. They're really powerful and moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Paxton. Okay, Sabrina, anyone else?
No, Chair, we have nobody else.
Okay, great. Well, I want to thank everyone for commenting orally, in writing, or both. We will all read Scenario 5 and any other scenario that's proposed. So as I say, we're just at the beginning. We are going to move to our next agenda item, which is item D. And Climate Office Director Suzanne Carlson will be presenting. Suzanne, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Suzanne Carlson, ODOT Climate Office Director, and I'm here today to give a Climate Office update, which is a standing item that we have on the agenda here. Yeah, thanks, Sabrina. Go ahead to slide 2. So today I'll be touching on transportation electrification with a hydrogen pathway study that we're getting ready to release. Be talking about our ODOT operations, materials and fuels, where we do have a greenhouse gas inventory report finalized, and a quick touch on the climate lens and decision making to queue up for later this afternoon. Next slide. So as I know you all on this call are very familiar, Oregon Senate Bill 1044 established targets for the light duty sector for zero emission vehicles. So looking to ramp up at least 5-fold or more than 5-fold, excuse me, by 2025, and then another 10 times that amount by 2035 to 2.5 million electric vehicles by 2035. So as I'm sure you also all know, we have our transportation electrification needs analysis study that looked at the charging infrastructure needs to support this vehicle adoption. And we also have, so we use assumptions for that as well as for light duty as well as the medium duty vehicles as well. Next slide. So the transportation electrification infrastructure needs analysis came out in July 2020, and we're ready to execute in the light duty sector. Staff right now is working on an infrastructure strategy with the light duty sector. And today I'll be touching on the hydrogen pathway study, looking at more support around medium and heavy duty sector. And then we've got an e-micromobility analysis that'll be coming out later this spring. So for the hydrogen pathway study, this is a planning stage exploration of hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles and the infrastructure that will be needed if a portion of those targets that we saw on the last slide, a portion of those zero emission vehicles on the road by 2035 were hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles rather than solely battery electric vehicles. Using those TINA target assumptions, we modeled the infrastructure needs for several use cases: light duty fuel cell cars in urban settings, light duty on corridors, transit buses, medium duty commercial vehicles, and heavy duty trucks. And in addition, we're looking at how ODOT can anticipate and prepare for fuel cell vehicles. Next slide. So this is a sneak peek, if you will, of some of the recommendations that will be coming forward in the study. Looking in the near term, we've got recommendations, and all these will be working with our private partners, watching industry trends, beginning to pilot some technologies, and then preparing to scale up. So in the near term, really in these planning stages and watching the market, we'll be coordinating with regional and state hydrogen interests. So that includes our neighboring states, as well as British Columbia, the California Fuel Cell Partnership, and Western States Hydrogen Alliance. State interests include Daimler Trucks, TriMet, and other transit agencies, Port of Portland, the Renewable Hydrogen Alliance, and private fleets, as well as utilities like Eugene Water and Electric Board. Nationally, we're talking to automakers to see when they're preparing to deliver more fuel cell electric vehicles, and even hydrogen fueling station operators for market trends there. So we'll be really following these leading indicators and working with these partners to understand the market trends, including the needs and the market response to the Advanced Clean Truck Rule that was adopted in November, and how ODOT can support the needs that emerge there. So we'll be looking at the actions taken by neighbor states, so how we can partner with them and make sure that ODOT is not a missing gap in a multi-state corridor as well, and how their actions might impact and benefit us. So also in the near term, the study will recommend supporting technology demonstrations and pilots. In particular, we anticipate that transit agencies and private fleets will be early pilot partners. This is what we've seen in California. That's what we're anticipating here and proposing to support. And then in the medium to long term, looking at investing in concentrated pilots that would bring economy of scale in specific areas and support fueling stations. And this is, and then as well as supporting fleets, setting targets that increase market confidence so people communally know where we're going, and making specific investments that do create that multi-state corridor in collaboration with partners. And then mid to long term, preparing to scale up on the successful pilots. Next slide. The study will also talk about leading market indicators to watch. So ODOT wants to keep a close eye on that to determine where the market is evolving faster or slower than anticipated, and then be able to adjust our timeline. Station build out should coincide with vehicle adoption. It's a little closer in time than what we're planning for battery electric vehicles, where we want to provide consumers with confidence that they can recharge. The hydrogen stations are expensive and should be ahead of, but a little bit closer in time to knowing that the vehicles will be there to support them. And lastly, the study provides some cost estimates and numbers around how many stations we anticipate to be needed by 2035. So these are in current day costs. Using those assumptions, we projected by 2025 we'll need 5 passenger car fueling stations at an estimated cost of $10 million or $2 million per station. And then by 2035, looking to have 19 medium and heavy duty truck and bus fueling stations, and going up to 59 passenger car fueling stations. So the cumulative costs are estimated at $255 million. That includes all the costs over those years, as well as private investments. And these were difficult to estimate because there's not very many hydrogen fueling stations out there today, and costs have gone down over the past 10 years. And these are present day costs. So we do expect prices to go down, and we'll have a better sense of those costs as the market evolves. So again, this study is in the final stages. We're talking with our partners to polish the recommendations, and we'll have it released shortly. Next slide. Jumping from there to our operations, materials, and fuels. As you know, our strategic action plan calls for reducing ODOT's carbon footprint and phasing in lower carbon materials, fuels, and practices. So this report is finalized and available. We have a greenhouse gas inventory, and we've done extensive study of best practices and the feasibility in Oregon of executing on recommendations. This process involved many stakeholders inside and outside of ODOT, and we had an advisory committee with key industry partners and trade associations, which was really important to have them at the table. So next slide, we'll show you some of these results. So here in green, we've got the scope 1 emissions, this is ODOT's greenhouse gas inventory annual average that we found from the past 4 fiscal years. So the green here is our scope 1 emissions, essentially the fuels that we use in our trucks and in our daily business. Green is our scope 2 emissions, which is indirect. So it's electricity that we use to heat and cool our buildings for the most part. And those two together are about 30% of ODOT's greenhouse gas emissions. And then in the orange here is scope 3, which is our shared emissions with partners and contractors who are doing work on ODOT's behalf. So this is where you get into the materials: steel, concrete, cement, asphalt, concrete pavements, and the contractor's fuel use. So this is not uncommon for DOTs. It's about 70% of our emissions, not uncommon for a DOT or a large business to have these shared emissions. And they're a little harder to address because we don't have complete ownership. For example, we don't mandate what types of cars are used in conducting ODOT business or how those materials are produced. So ODOT's done a great job already. We do have alternative cement mixes. We've been using R99 renewable diesel. And if you go to the next slide, we'll talk about some of the recommendations going forward. So a top one would be to continue procurement of renewable diesel, transitioning our fleet to battery electric vehicles and hybrids, developing an environmental product declaration program that will start to get at how those materials are produced and what opportunities are to reduce the impact on the material side, purchasing renewable electricity and carbon offsets, supporting contractors and industry transition to cleaner materials, and maximizing use of alternative cements. These are really the top tier recommendations. Our consultant, The Good Company, came up with 40 plus recommendations, and these are the ones that we think can be done the fastest for the best benefit to best benefit to the climate for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the largest scale. So we'll be spending this year creating action plans, working within and across ODOT, as well as our partners, so how we can phase in these highest impact strategies this year. And next slide. So just quickly, I mentioned a preview for this afternoon's conversation. We are applying our climate lens to the proposed investment decisions for the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, for the scenarios that are already on the table, what those would look like for climate outcomes. And with that, next slide is any questions?
Questions?
Actually, I have a comment.
Yeah.
Suzanne, one of the things that's real frustrating for me as a commissioner, I'm also the general manager of Rogue Valley Transportation District in Medford, and we are early pioneers on greenhouse gas reduction using natural gas in our buses. One of the things that I see with hydrogen that's a little bit frustrating to me is there is this movement, but unfortunately, the cost of hydrogen for transit agencies is extremely high. And one of the things I think we need to think about in the future is RVTD has always fueled the public on using natural gas. And so people from the public been able to come in and fuel their vehicles. But the gaps on availability of fuel has always been a challenge. If you are driving up from California, we were one of the stops, but a lot of people would end up having to bring their vehicle on the hook of a tow truck because they couldn't quite get here to get the fuel. So as we're moving forward and we're looking at those pilot projects, we really need to think about hydrogen if we're going to push this and do a study on it, is really making it available up the I-5 corridor. Not to mention even up 97, there's too large of a gap for vehicles to be able to make that movement. And I'm talking about trucks for freight or even transit vehicles being able to fuel. Second thing I think that ODOT missed the mark on is that right now the technology for natural gas vehicles is there. So in light duty trucks, or even heavy duty, not heavy duty, excuse me, light duty trucks, like the trucks we use in our fleets out on the highway, we could be using natural gas. There's a fueling station less than a quarter of a mile from ODOT's region, one of the offices, the White City office. And yet DAS has not made a movement to start buying natural gas vehicles, which would really reduce our greenhouse gas reduction in our fleet. So I think that we need to, I'm not looking at the heavy duty trucks, I'm looking at what we're doing out on the highway, these vehicles that run up and down for response to accidents, etc. They could be natural gas, which would reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We don't have to have diesel trucks. So just something to look at internally. I think ODOT, we need to start thinking a little bit, having conversations with DAS as they're replacing our vehicles, making sure that maybe there's an alternative that we can be doing right away, that we don't have to wait further on. So that's the end of my comment.
Thank you.
Good comment. Really interesting. So I have one question, and it may be too much to get into right now, but I'd be interested in a future meeting if you could come back and talk to us a little bit about where the manufacturers are going on hydrogen as well as on battery. What are those market trend lines? Where are they investing? Because the auto industry is clearly investing billions in non-internal combustion engine technology, and we're going to go there as a society. And our job, I think, is to be ready for the transition, even slightly ahead of it, so people aren't disincentivized from moving from internal combustion engine powered vehicles, including ODOT. I mean, all buyers, institutional buyers, commercial buyers, individuals, to get some sense of where it's going. And if the industry is placing, where are they placing their bets? What is the projection here? Because I don't think we can have this discussion until we understand what the market is doing and what the manufacturers are doing, because they're going to drive a lot of this. And we have to be in a highly aligned, cooperative arrangement there so that we aren't building one thing. I'll use a dated example, which will once again age me, but we can't invest in beta when everyone else is investing in VCR. Okay, that is not where we want to be. What if the predominant direction is VCR? We do not want to be big beta players, if you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean.
And so I want to know where the market's going. These companies are going to spend so much money making this transition, and they're going to be a major influencer. So I think we need to know what we can know about the market direction and the investment patterns and how they see the world 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. And then I think we ought to have a critical eye on that. I mean, I don't think we should just accept it without thinking about it, but I do think we have to know about that. I think in order to have any kind of rational discussion about where we put our money and how we move the state forward on this, which I think is one of the most exciting things going on in transportation, because it has such huge impacts on a number of things we heard this morning, not the least of which is climate. And it's not a panacea. I don't think it will solve every single issue, but I do think it's a huge opportunity for us to get right or invest in beta.
Absolutely. There will be more details in the report about what's going on in the market. I think short answer is California is where there's a lot of activity. And then our core recommendation really is that market watch and adapting to market trends. And so I'll bring back more information when we have that released as well. Thanks.
Great. That'd be very helpful. Okay, other questions or comments or concerns? All right. If not, we are, and certainly there'll be some more opportunities today, and we will be seeing a lot of Suzanne. I guarantee that.
Excellent.
So we have a break scheduled for 10:35. It's now 10:43. We're still taking it. And let's make it 10 minutes. And so we'll be back at 10:53 to hear from your mobility office, and then legislative concepts from Assistant Director Baker after that before lunch. So look forward to seeing you all back at 10:53. Thanks.
It's now 10:50. It's now 10:44. So you should give us another minute.
All right, 10:54. 10:54. Here we are, 10:54. I'll see you.
Sound check.
We hear you loud and clear, Della.
All right.
We're on a break
Friday
until
Eve, everyone.
10:55.
I'll do my quick sound check now too. All good?
All good.
Thank you.
And one more from me, Sabrina.
Gotcha. Loud and clear, Brendan.
And one
Thank
more
you.
from Sabrina.
Okay, and next?
Okay, we're going to reconvene. And next on our agenda is a report by the Urban Mobility Office. So I will turn to Director Pham. Brendan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners. For the record, I'm Brendan Finn, Director of the Urban Mobility Office. Thank you for having us here this morning. We'll bring up our slide, and I'm joined by Deputy Director Della Mosier and Rose Quarter Project Director Megan Channel. I'm going to turn it over to Della here in just a brief second, but wanted to bring your attention to, you might be noticing a change to our visual here, and a little adjustment to the framing of the work that we do at your direction. When the Urban Mobility Office was created by you 2 years ago, we worked closely with the Commission and our legislative partners and our regional partners to put together this system-wide approach to congestion management. in the Portland metropolitan region. And this manifested into what we called the Comprehensive Congestion Management and Mobility Plan. And during our extensive process that resulted in the content of that plan, we heard from many stakeholders internally and externally that CCMMP was really a big mouthful. And also it was a little bit confusing with a term of art that's used by some of our metropolitan planning organizations. So today we want to unveil the Urban Mobility Strategy. And while its name's changed, the goals and your direction, and again, the content here have not. Want to thank Tia Williams, who's our communications director, as well as her team that have worked on this, and Assistant Director Lindsay Baker. They could tell you more about what went in to this reframing, and they're happy to do that if the time works for commissioners for that. So with that, I want to turn it over to my partner in crime, our Deputy Director, Della Mosier, to give you an update as we do at each year meetings on what's happening and what's in our iterative urban mobility strategy. So Della, I'm going to pass it off to you.
Thank you, Brendan. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Della Mosier, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Urban Mobility Office. Next slide, please. It's my pleasure to be here today to talk about the progress that's occurred over the past few months as we have worked to implement the now Urban Mobility Strategy. The map you see before you is hopefully a familiar one to many and is really the culmination of work that was directed by this commission for ODOT to develop a comprehensive approach to managing congestion in the Portland metro area. We see every day what past decades of not investing in our transportation system have brought to bear. You have directed us to act in this comprehensive way, and it is clear that we must act now or face the continued costs of doing nothing. We also know that we can't address our transportation challenges with just concrete and asphalt. Rather, it is in how we are delivering our projects and programs by facing the biggest challenges of our day head on. Challenges like inequity caused by systemic racism, challenges related to the climate crisis, and doing our part with our transportation programs to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And finally, looking for and identifying sustainable ways to fund these improvements and solutions and bring them to fruition. One of the projects I'd like to highlight for you this morning is the I-205 Improvements Project. Our Strategic Initiatives Director, Mandy Putney, has led the team to deliver Phase 1A, which includes the Abernathy Bridge. This project was delivered on time to contractors for bid on December 2nd. Just a few weeks ago, there was a mandatory pre-bid meeting that was attended by more than 140 attendees. This meeting also included an opportunity for primes to meet disadvantaged business enterprise or DBE contractors to collaborate on opportunities prior to submitting the bid. The project is being delivered as a best value alternative delivery contract and requires 2 submittals from the contractor. First submittal is the technical approach, and those qualifications are due in February and are worth about 60% of the score. The second submittal is the cost or the price for the project, and that's due in March and will be worth about 40% of the score. This alternative delivery approach allows us to maximize our workforce diversity goals on this 4-year program, as well as to ensure that the contractor is qualified to seismically improve the bridge, and to do all that at a reasonable cost. The project continues to be produced on schedule, and we expect to start construction in the summer of 2022 on time. With that, I'll turn it to Brendan for an update on the project that is planned to both manage congestion and fund the I-205 construction project, which is the I-205 toll project. Brendan?
Thanks, Della. Appreciate that. pretty quick with this, and then I'll pause, Mr. Chair, if you and any of the commissioners have questions. You'll see the green portion in the southern part of the urban mobility strategy. Those are the boundaries of the I-205 improvements and seismic upgrades, but is also within the area that we're going to be looking at the I-205 toll program. To move that forward and to get the dollars programmed, to get that moving, that congestion pricing and tolling project, we obviously are working very hard with our regional partners on not only getting the approvals that are needed for to move that forward, but also to make sure we're addressing all of the concerns around diversion and equity as well as climate and our commitment to implementing congestion pricing on that I-205 toll project. So just fresh news from this morning. I was at the Joint Policy Advisory Committee on Transportation, which is our MPO approval for that process. And it was a great meeting. I wanted to report Congressman Blumenauer was there at the outset. And I swear I didn't provide him any talking points. But what he conveyed to that group as far as how do we take best advantage of what you're going to be discussing this afternoon, but also how we can move forward and show that we're a state and a region that gets things done, is to look at various revenue types, and he did mention tolling, and also to move quickly and demonstrate to federal partners that we are a state and a region that can move things forward. So I'd like that the congressman gave that pep talk to our regional partners before I came before them to talk about this project. Still a lot of concerns. What we're asking them now is to program the funding so we can really do the data and the science to understand what the real impacts are going to be for that tolling program, and then have the discussion about how we mitigate those before we request construction dollars to actually put up the physical infrastructure and the gantries to have the tolling program up and running. This also is very strategic, commissioners, I know on our part, to show to the federal government that we can get this done. And so we're moving forward at rapid pace, but not as rapid enough to make sure that we're not addressing those concerns and going through that full process with our regional partners. Still some concerns there, still some more work to do with those regional partners, but wanted to report back to you on that, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and I guess I'll pause there. It's obviously one piece of the bigger strategy, but it's a huge one for us to show that we can put this plan, this regional plan, this comprehensive plan into place. So, Mr. Chair, I'll stop there to see if you or any of your colleagues have any questions on this port before transitioning over to Rose Quarter.
Are there questions by members of the commission? I think we can proceed.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. So switching gears over to the Rose Quarter Improvement Project, and after this slide, I'll do a handoff to Project Director Channel here in a moment. But as we presented to you in a previous meeting, after the governor's convening with a lot of local stakeholders and a lot of work that was done by the agency and our independent cover assessment team, came up with this hybrid 3 cover design concept that really meets a lot of the restorative goals that we want to see, as well as a lot of the transportation goals that we want to see in multimodal investments and also those improvements to the main line. So when we presented this to you, the commission rightly wanted to understand more about the cost and understand more about the funding plan. We took that to heart, worked in earnestly with Assistant Director Brower and his shop to identify those sources. I contacted you earlier last week to let you know that we are still conducting that in earnest. As we know, and you're going to discuss this afternoon, a lot to unpack as it relates to IIJA and the opportunities that may be in there, residing in there and in other places. for this project. So we want to bring something to you as a funding plan that's ready for prime time. We want to give you some certainty. So because there's still some other pieces out there we need to unpack, the uncertainty of Build Back Better out there as well. We're asking for your patience so we can bring you a real concrete product as far as it relates to the financial plan. So appreciate the commission's patience with that. We will be diligent on moving that forward and getting that in front of you when these opportunities are understood better. So with that, I'll turn it back or I'll turn it over to Project Director Channel. Megan.
Thank you, Brendan, and good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Megan Channel, Rose Quarter Project Director. As Brendan mentioned, I'll be providing an update by way of project status, really focused on our current cost estimates and existing funding to date, knowing that more information about the financing plan will come in the future. And I'll also touch on project schedule as it relates to our environmental review process, design progression, and construction timeline. So the current project focus continues this year. Next slide, please. On advancing the Hybrid 3 highway cover design concept. And this is really, again, following your direction in fall of last year. So as you know, the community preferred Hybrid 3 highway cover concept modifies the project design in several ways. And these modifications have been built into our preliminary cost estimates. These really include, transitioning from 2 separate highway covers to 1 that's expanded in length, also strengthening that highway cover to accommodate structures and future development on top, reconnecting local streets, relocating the I-5 off-ramp to the south of the highway cover, and replacing the Clackamas Bicycle and Pedestrian Bridge with enhanced facilities on Broadway and Weidler, while also making some modifications to the I-5 main line by way of reducing the width of the highway shoulder underneath the cover. And I should say that's the inside highway shoulder. So with these modifications, we also know that we need to update the project's environmental review to evaluate these proposed design concepts. And so this process to reevaluate the environmental document to include Hybrid 3 was something that we always anticipated and reported back to you in September. But what we have now is greater certainty of what that will involve based on recent coordination with our federal partners at the Federal Highway Administration. So when I last presented to you, we were expecting to complete the environmental documentation, this Hybrid 3 reevaluation by late summer of this year. The new information that I have for you today is that the current environmental decision document, the finding of no significant impact that was published back in November of 2020, has been rescinded by the Federal Highway Administration. We just received that direction this week. And so based on this, we will be preparing an updated environmental assessment, going through that process. And this is an undertaking that, again, will result in a new decision document by our federal partners. This means, again, that the environmental process that will still be taking place, but it is going to take longer. It is going to take a few more months with completion expected by the end of this year instead of summertime. So just want to make it clear, however, that this development continues to correspond with our project schedule that we have presented to you previously. Again, with construction beginning in 2023, as well as maintaining our existing contracts, including with our design team and our CMGC contracting partners. So this is a welcome step in the process that helps us to solidify really the implementation plan for Hybrid 3 and moving forward in a way that is best meeting the community vision. So I'll provide some more detail on schedule in just a few slides, but wanted to make sure that that update was first and foremost here for you. And now I'll carry on with cost and funding update. So next slide. Chairman Brocklin, Commissioner Brown, and Commissioner Smith, this slide will look familiar to you. It's the costs that were presented to you back in September of 2021. And these continue to be our best understood cost estimates for Hybrid 3 based on the conceptual design level. So on the left, by way of comparison, you'll see the baseline project cost that was previously reported in January of 2020. A note, the baseline project did not include hybrid 3 and assumed a midpoint of construction of 2025. On the right, you'll see the estimated costs for the project with hybrid 3. And we are looking at 2 different scenarios, one that accommodates a scenario for up to 3-story buildings on top of the cover, and one that accommodates up to 6-story buildings on top of the cover. So by way of cost, the scenario of up to 3 stories is expected to be on the order of about 1.18 to 1.25 billion. And an additional 200 million would be needed to accommodate this scenario up to have 6-story buildings on top of the highway cover. So bringing that estimate to about 1.35 to 1.45 billion. It's important to note that the hybrid 3 cost estimate still is preliminary, and that cost accounts for a 2027 dollars to reflect the extension of the project construction schedule to build hybrid 3. And just a note, again, these are preliminary. We expect these to evolve as we progress the design and hone the project scope through this updated environmental process that we have this year as well. On the next slide, by way of funding, as you know, the project received funding and legislative support from House Bill 2017, our historic transportation funding package for our state. And House Bill 2017 directed 30 million annually to the Rose Quarter project beginning in 2022. So based on that, given the current low interest rate environment for municipal debt, as well as ODOT's good credit quality, we estimate the ability to leverage that House Bill 2017 revenue stream to provide about $500 to $700 million for the project. Note that the low range assumes a higher interest rate and the high range at 700 million assumes a lower interest rate. That said, even with that dedicated funding, we have a substantial gap and to date, no other committed sources of funding. So we remain committed to delivering the outcomes of the project with inclusive of hybrid 3, but we currently don't have all of the funding secured. So that is our focus ahead as we continue to progress the financial planning process. By way of schedule on the next slide, I mentioned earlier, again, we'll be taking on that updated environmental assessment process with that expected new decision document to be in hand by the end of this year. And I'll just note that our federal partners at the Federal Highway Administration have expressed their support to work collaboratively and expeditiously on our environmental review in order to move this important project forward. While we progress the updated environmental analysis through this year, we'll also continue the preliminary design progression, including early work packages. And again, that is to maintain our construction start by end of next year, end of 2023. And then with this, it allows us to stay on track to put our disadvantaged business enterprise and workforce program into action for those early work packages in 2023. This is a program that was developed with our CMGC partners in coordination with our Community Oversight Advisory Committee. And it's really with these early work packages that we'll see some of those greatest opportunities for the disadvantaged business enterprise jobs. The central work package in the middle of your screen on the schedule here, it's the highway cover area. Design will continue through 2025 with construction starting later that year. This provides us time to continue to evolve the design, understand the design of hybrid 3 while construction to the areas north and south take place. And also understanding ongoing stakeholder requests for congestion pricing to be operational before the Rose Quarter project construction, just noting that this schedule continues to meet that objective. On the next slide, really, as we continue down the path of our updated design, environmental review, and exploring funding sources and developing the finance plan, we know that project phasing may be a path forward to further address the funding gap. And by way of phasing, we've already started to think about this in the context of early work package development, as I just described, but understand that additional packages may be needed to develop to fit available funding when we have it. So in line with our adopted project values, we could explore additional packaging or phasing that works to build the project in full, just in those incremental and fundable phases. We could explore phasing that takes, the full set of project priorities into account, I-5 main line improvements, community connections, as well as identifying packages that continue to progress the diversity and subcontracting goals of, again, maximizing opportunities for our DBE community and employing a diverse workforce. So we recognize that reducing project costs also is an approach to inherently reduce the funding gap, and we can do this through value engineering. I'll be honest, we won't be able to reduce the full funding gap by value engineering alone, but it is a step to address a portion of the gap. And so we're well poised with the collaborative CMGC process to hone in on this and have those ongoing value engineering processes really built in to identify a streamlined, efficient, and innovative way to approach the project at the lowest reasonable cost. So again, as we develop the finance plan, if desired by the commission, project phasing by way of early work packaging and value engineering is something that we can explore in more detail. And my last slide by way of next steps as we move forward, here is the work that we have for our year ahead. So again, we'll be working with the Federal Highway Administration on the updated environmental assessment process, ensuring that the additional environmental review and design work is completed timely and concurrently with that project design progression, again, maintaining our 2023 construction schedule. We'll also maintain ongoing community engagement in strong partnership with our Historic Albina Advisory Board and Community Oversight Advisory Committee. And as the design progresses, we'll continue to refine the project cost estimate, continue to develop the project finance plan per your request, and then as part of that, identify those cost reductions and explore additional phasing opportunities. And then simultaneously, as we look comprehensively around the system, the Oregon Toll Program's Regional Mobility Pricing Program will continue their environmental process through NEPA, develop revenue estimates, which may be another avenue for us to explore as we progress the Rose Quarter Finance Plan. So with that, that concludes my presentation for today, and happy to take any questions.
Questions for Megan or others on the panel? Sharon?
Not really a question, more of a comment.
Okay, comment.
Just want to recognize, appreciate your nimbleness in responding to changing landscape. But I have to just be honest that with all of these continued delays and cost increases, I'm concerned about our ability to effectively deliver this project. And, I'm not ready to stop trying, but I just want to express some concerns, and we'll just keep trying as best we can, but I'm concerned.
It's a large hill, as we all know. So appreciate that comment. Other comments or questions? Okay, Brendan, anything you'd like to say to wrap up?
No, just thank you for your time and ongoing support and direction. We appreciate it, and Commissioner Smith will try to maintain our nimbleness.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I have a little frog in my throat, so I do appreciate the hard work and how creative you are, and it's just daunting. It's just really daunting.
Yeah, it is that. Okay, if there are no other comments or questions or anything else on Rose Quarter and or 205 or the other elements of the tolling / congestion pricing / value pricing, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is a report, as I mentioned earlier, on legislative concepts. We have a legislative session coming up. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your mobility group being with us, Della and Megan and Brendan. So Assistant Director Lindsay Baker is going to talk to us about legislative concepts related to the upcoming legislative session, which starts early next month, right? We're getting close. And of course, we're going to, this will be the last legislative session for the current governor and for a number of members of the legislature who have been very supportive of transportation over the years, including specifically Senator Lee Byer from Eugene, who's been spectacular. So it's a time of change. And in fact, the speaker has resigned her position in the legislature. And so we're seeing a lot of activity pre-legislative session. So we have our expert on all this to talk to us about what we're going to do with the changing world we're in politically.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker, Assistant Director for Government and External Relations here at the Department of Transportation. So, Chair, you sort of stole some of my thunder, but thank you for that very, very timely.
Here, I'm giving it back to you. Here, the thunder's going back where it belongs.
Perfect. So this morning, I plan to sort of talk in two kind of broad categories. So one, looking ahead to the 2022 short session that is really right before us in 2 short weeks. 2 short weeks, we will start to kick off the 2022 short session. And then I will then pivot to talking about the 2023 legislative session, which for executive branch agencies, that prep starts a lot earlier, started actually several months ago. So I'll spend maybe the first half of the time this morning talking about the upcoming short session. So as a reminder, short sessions are very short. They are 35 days only. They are really intended to be sort of small technical corrections, budgetary adjustments, and things that are really emergent and therefore cannot wait until the sort of odd numbered year-long sessions for timely action on behalf of the legislature. Executive branch agencies are not able to sort of advance concepts and advance legislative bills in a short session, just by nature of the fact that there's not a ton of time to sort of thoroughly vet all of these things, and they really try to sort of narrow them. So for that, we really don't have much in the way of anything that ODOT is looking forward to the 2022 session. However, as you noted, Mr. Chair, there is a lot of changing dynamics afoot. And I think we will continue to see some of that turnover in the legislative body, which will make for, I think, somewhat unpredictable of circumstances, but nonetheless, I think we will plan to maintain a very high level of engagement, as is always the case. So as you noted, Speaker Kotek, effective tomorrow, will be resigning from both her appointment as the Speaker of the House, as well as from her office as a state representative. So last Sunday, I believe, the House Democrats have put forward Dan Rayfield, who is a state representative from the Corvallis area, forward as the speaker nominee, and he will likely be confirmed by the full body at the beginning of the legislative session. So that is one major change that is happening. The Senate President's office will stay the same. We have had some turnover in the caucus leader offices as well, for both the House Republicans and the House Democrats have turned over. And I think we will continue to see a fair amount of churn, as is always the case in advance of a short session. So what this means, practically speaking, is committee assignments may change, they may not, they might stay the same. Importantly, Representative Rayfield is currently the House Ways and Means co-chair. So that's sort of the chief budget writing committee, with his appointment likely to the Speaker's office. He will not be serving in that role anymore. And so the budget landscape looks a little bit different as well. All of these things really are certainly far outside of the control of any of us here, certainly of myself, but are really important just to know. And I think at a fundamental sort of large scale level, the deck chairs a movement, right? So how we're able to, who we go to, sort of who is point on certain things, how we're engaging with the legislature, who's on which committees, which bills different committees or which committees different bills are going through. All of those are a little bit of question marks right now. This always happens in advance of a long session, and it gives you time to sort of figure out where things are before you have to start to get to work. And in a short session, by the time you figured it out, the short session is now over. So that is really the sort of most important takeaway for all of those sort of dynamics, is that by the time everything kind of stabilizes, the session's over and bills are already moved. Which makes, I think, our work all the more important, that we stay heavily engaged with our partners, with legislators, legislative staff, governor's office before the short session starts. That way we're really poised to get amendments through, work on bills, make sure that our budget adjustments are moving forward. So that's really just by way of background. So I'll sort of note a few things specifically that we're likely to be discussing a lot this upcoming session. We do have a small handful, and when I say small handful, I mean 4 total budget adjustment requests. Hopefully you guys have seen those in your materials. They're pretty small and technical, some staffing, I think some additional support for our DMV offices, and ongoing support for our interstate bridge replacement program as well. So those are outstanding. Additionally, I think we'll be spending a lot of time this session talking about fuels. So in an earlier item this morning, you heard from Ms. Carlson about a lot of the work that we're doing on the greenhouse gas emission reduction space, including looking at the materials that we use to maintain our state transportation system. There's going to be conversation this session around what we call environmental product declarations. So essentially an inventory and analysis of the GHG emissions that are coming off of the materials that we use on certain projects. So actually, under Representative Rayfield's leadership, we've been engaging this conversation for several months now, working closely with industry, working closely with environmental organizations to figure out what's the right answer. How do we actually apply these things to projects? How do we ensure that they influence our decision making? And how do we ensure that we are continuing to make progress in every sort of slice that we can to reduce emissions over time from the transportation system? So that's looking, we were maintain a high level of engagement and are looking really optimistic and hopeful that something can get past this session, or at the very least start a conversation for the 2023 session. So that's looking good. The other thing that we'll be spending a lot of time this session, I think, talking about is less around what specific actions the legislature can and should take in 2022, and more about what's the future vision of the system looking several years ahead. So recognizing that we are at about sort of that 5-year anniversary of House Bill 2017, what have we accomplished so far, right? House Bill 2017, I think, is in the rear view mirror for many legislators. Lots of legislators weren't even in the body and in the assembly when House Bill 2017 was passed. And so I think there's a lot of, foundation building and a lot of reminding, and for lack of a better term, I think celebrating a lot of what came out of House Bill 2017, right? Historic transit investments, historic investments in electrification and bike ped facilities, right? A lot of the work that we've been doing over the past 5 years. I think it's a good opportunity to use this short session as a way to remind, reframe, and reset on all that House Bill 2017 put into motion. So we'll be spending a lot of time in this session talking about that as well. Finally, I'll sort of throw out for consideration, another piece that we'll be talking about a lot is funding. So not in any sort of specific and very, very concrete way, but I think recognizing, and this will tie in nicely to a presentation that you'll hear this afternoon around kind of budget, about what are we doing to ensure a level of sufficient and reliable funding for the transportation system into the future. I think we all recognize that needs far, 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 far outstrip the ability of our ability to actually maintain, preserve, enhance, and modernize the system that we've got. And so what's our role? What's the role of the commission? What's the role of the legislature? What's the role of our partners in ensuring that we're having, I think, that highest capture conversation, and that we're able to sort of recognize what did House Bill 2017 put into motion? What do we still need to do ahead, right? And how do we have that conversation so that we can be successful in 2023 and potentially in 2025 as well? I think all of this will sound hopefully incredibly familiar because it is what the commission outlined in the strategic action plan and what we continue to move forward again on that sort of legislative strategy and partnership front. So that's sort of where we are looking ahead to 2022. Again, not advancing anything major, really trying to sort of lay some foundation for new members to the committee, new members to the Legislative Assembly, and I think really start to build momentum and build some support for what's come in the past and most importantly, what's ahead. So with that, I might pause to see if there's any questions about the short session, and then we'll sort of pivot over to looking to the 2023 legislative concepts in particular.
Carry on, Ms. Baker.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So as I mentioned, in advance of long sessions, executive branch agencies through the Office of the Governor and through the Department of Administrative Services are able to request legislative concepts. Because that process is tied really closely to the agency request budget, which ultimately becomes the governor's budget that she introduces in December before, so December of even numbered years, those processes tie really closely in together and importantly start essentially right after a long session ends. So that sort of 2-year cycle is a very full cycle. So last fall, sort of October, November timeframe, we started that process internally, which is call out to all ODOT staff, all ODOT teams. What do we need to change in statute that either advances the governor or the commission's priorities, that is sort of necessary kind of technical housekeeping measures? What programs do we need to change? What resourcing do we need, right? It's that, again, highest capture that total universe. Over time and over the past minutes, we kind of whittle those ideas down, which culminate in this sort of, ending of the internal conversation, which is 2 touch points with the commission. So today you have a list of all of those ideas that have been advanced so far. Do not include the ones that have been cut from the list that either advance high level priorities, change sort of make technical housekeeping corrections, or sort of make some substantive policy changes to different programs that we might offer. So I will today, we can talk about sort of those concepts at a high level, get a sense for questions that you have, any feedback, any guidance that you want to offer, any additional data, information, those types of things. And then I will come back in March and ask for final approval from the commission for those concepts to advance to the governor's office. So you've got this 2-page document. I recognize it is very high level, and it's intentionally that way because I think a lot of these ideas are still in early formation stage. So I've organized them, and recognizing it as a subjective organization, I've organized them by those that are, I think, the most sort of policy shifting versus those that are the most kind of technical and housekeeping in nature. So I will start with the first one from the top, and please interrupt me and excuse me, ask any questions along the way. So the first one is coming from the Office of Social Equity. And this is really advancing ideas that have come, 1, out of the strategic action plan, 2, out of the barriers analysis that you heard about, I think, last summer, fall timeframe, and identifying ways in which we can help expand, enhance, promote, and build a diverse contracting community, and to diversify the workforce of our workforce and of private sector, construction contractors as well. So the idea here is really to sort of reserve some level of contracts so that we can, target those contracts to BIPOC firms, DBE firms, and COVID certified firms, particularly those who've sort of graduated out of different programs where they're getting a level of preference, but are not yet sort of big enough in terms of volume and capacity to really, really compete against the larger firms. Recognizing that there's a lot more work that needs to be done. This concept really tries to create sort of a program that, again, kind of tries to target some of our construction, sort of medium-sized construction contracts to those DBE COVID firms needing additional support to continue to expand and grow their businesses. So
what would that look like?
Sure. So absolutely, Chairman Brocklin and Commissioner Smith. So this is loosely, I would say, modeled off of a program that's been successful in Florida, which is, again, they sort of set aside a certain amount of contracts, whether it's a number of contracts or a dollar value of contracts over a total program per year, that says for these contracts, we are limiting the pool of competition. It is still a competitive process, but we're limiting the pool of competition to say that only firms that are sort of identified and defined by this criteria are even eligible to bid on it. So again, different than the sort of COVID, which you sort of get a preference kind of for that, for those contracts. It really sort of reserves an amount that says we're still having competition, but we're limiting it to a certain pool of contractors.
So it would be for an entire project, not like a portion of a project?
Chairman Roth and Commissioner Smith, I think it could be either way. So we're continuing to work with partners, I think, to figure out what that looks like. So some ideas that we've kicked around are, you could either say and this is just me making it up, any project under a certain amount of dollar or between a certain dollar value that's this type of project. You could say any projects that are sort of in sum total up to $20 million a year would be eligible for this. And we would be able, I think, and it's important to make sure that we're providing a level of flexibility so that we know, one, we will still have competition. Two, we will have firms that actually want to bid on these types of projects. And three, they're the right projects to actually put into this new program. And so recognizing that the balance is always not, wanting to give enough guidance in statute that we are able to measure outcomes, make meaningful progress, but not be overly prescriptive that we're excluding folks or excluding pieces that we don't actually want to exclude. That's always the balance. And so I think over the next several months is when we'll be having those more detailed conversations to figure out where's the right line to draw and how do you structure a program that's actually getting at this ultimate outcome. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's the first one. The second one here you see for the Delivery and Operations Division is just a placeholder bill for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. This is, again, a pure placeholder bill, recognizing that the program has been sort of re-energized over the past couple of years. Design is not final. Ultimate price tag is not final. Lots of things are not final because that's the process that's still ongoing. However, we would, wanting to make sure that we're able to start the conversation about a 2023 construction funding request, which I think is still sort of the general target timeline, wanting to preserve the option to either include this in governor's budget potentially, or advance this from the agency. I will just, as a way of reference, the project that was advanced last time that was funded by Oregon. The Interstate Bridge Replacement Program at that time I think the agency did put a placeholder bill forward. Ultimately, the funding package was not the agency's bill. It was a bill that was sort of separate and distinct and brought forward by individual legislators. I imagine that is what would happen this time as well. But again, this is really just to preserve the place so that we have a space to have that conversation, recognizing that, again, design, ultimate price tag, what's the revenue stream, all of those details are not worked out yet. So the next bill here on this list is a mandatory road use charging program, similar to those that have been introduced on behalf of the Road User Fee Task Force in the previous several sessions. We are also putting a placeholder bill on this list to tee up that conversation in 2023 about a mandatory road use charge. I think as we've seen over time, increasing fuel efficiency and other factors have led to a decline in gas tax revenue, which I think in many ways, helps meet, efficiency helps to meet our climate goals, but seeing that dwindling gas tax over time means that we need to take some steps to shore that up so that we can, achieve that sort of sufficient and reliable funding base. So this really is likely to be populated with ideas that come out of the Road User Fee Task Force, with ideas that come out of ongoing conversations that will happen in the kind of spring, summer timeframe of this calendar year, and will hopefully make its way to the legislature in 2023. I think we have a lot of work to do, certainly on this topic, and a lot of ideas about how best sort of strategically to advance that conversation, and wanting to ensure also that we are, I think, fully aware and very mindful and intentional about how this specific idea and mechanism influences and impacts our other goals around climate and equity. I think we've heard that loudly and clearly over the past couple of sessions, that what are we doing to incent electrification, to increase and accelerate the adoption of EVs, while that has an impact in this sort of funding space. Those are absolutely goals that we're advancing. And so how are we reconciling those? How are we ensuring that those are all part of the broadest conversation? And I think this is, again, just a placeholder bill that preserves our ability to have that conversation in the 2023 session. I also expect that there will be other legislators perhaps that bring forward bills in a similar vein as we've seen in the past. So again, this is just the ability for the agency to put our proposal on the table. So that is that bill. At the risk of time, or perhaps in the interest of time, I might scoot through and just emphasize only one additional bill, which is the public transportation bill here. You'll see it's titled Safe Routes to School. So in House Bill 2017, the legislature funded at a sort of permanent, stable level the Safe Routes to School program. We have seen this be incredibly successful. It is oversubscribed every single year. I believe it's a 4-to-1 oversubscription, but it's been incredibly successful in actually increasing bike ped, increasing the ability of students to walk and bike to school. What this bill proposes to do is to align that program to sort of national best practices and standards, saying that the radius for being eligible to apply for that should be, I believe it's 2 miles instead of 1 mile. And then also expand that to include grades 9 through 12, so high schools instead of only elementary and middle schools. Obviously, at the end of the day, we will always be able to, in terms of program and project selection, sort of tailor it to Title I schools, which tailor it to right now, right? Put other prioritizations in there, but just at a broad level, sort of statutorily enabling a bigger capture of schools to receive funding from this program, I think is the goal here. And again, that's really aligning with national best practices. So with that, I might pause to see if there's any questions here. I am certainly happy to go into any more detail with anything that you see in here, and can also follow up with the additional detail, specifically as these sort of come into clearer focus and we get, have more stakeholder conversations, more internal conversations about the specific measures that are included. So with that, I will pause.
So questions or comments? I think we have the advantage, Lindsay, of additional meetings this spring, and it may be that people have thoughts if they don't right this minute in the coming meetings in February. Commissioner Barb.
Yes, thank you. Lindsay, you said this, including 9 through 12, is in line with sort of national best practices. Question, are there any restrictions at the federal level in those programs? Or is this is consistent with that, and it was just something that we did in Oregon to limit it to elementary and middle?
Chairman Bachman, Commissioner Burke, I don't know. I believe that there's not a ton of guidance at the federal level for these types of programs, because this is a wholly state-funded program as I understand it, but I will asterisk and reserve my right to come back subsequently and correct myself. But I will run that to ground and find the answer for you. But I believe the answer is this will absolutely be consistent with federal guidance. Yes, does that answer? Kind of.
Right. I mean, I think maybe it was just some grant funding or something at some point, but I think there were federal dollars specifically for this, or maybe it was just that they would be available for any other sort of pedestrian and bike enhancements.
Let's drill down in that and see if we can learn more about the details and the federal participation and regulatory scheme, if any. Okay, other comments or questions? Okay.
Alrighty then. Thank you very much for your time, and more to come.
Thank you, Lindsay. So miraculously, we're on schedule. Who would have thunk? So we are going to have our lunch break now, and we will be back at 12:30. So enjoy. We'll see you at 12:30. And Commissioner Burke, just so everyone knows, has got a commitment. I've mentioned this to you, or someone has, I hope. She's got a commitment she's got to keep right after lunch, so she'll rejoin us at 2. So thank you all very much. Have a great break.
Did you get my text message?
I am just headed that way. I have, by the way, I've not heard a reference to a certain, oh yeah, I did read that.
There you go.
And the word was spoken, the J word. Okay.
I didn't do it publicly.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
It's been quite an interesting morning. Okay. It looks like people are coming back on. Let's see. You and I need, is Sharon back? We need Sharon to have a quorum. Momentarily, I assume. I had to reread your text because the first time I was like, uh-oh. So it improves with age. Okay, we're back. So we will move forward now with our next item, which is the Strategic Action Plan Progress Report. Or is it the, wait a minute, I have the wrong document, apologies. Budget update is next. And so we have Assistant Director Brower and Budget Economics Debt Management Section Manager Daniel Porter. So I'll turn it over to Travis.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. For the record, I am Travis Brower, the Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. We're going to be giving you a budget overview on two fronts, one of which is our long-term budget outlook, so we can walk you through the overall context and challenges facing the agency. And then we're going to talk about the 23-25 budget development for the legislative process that we're beginning right now. This is really a complement to Ms. Baker's discussion about the legislative concepts. You'll see a lot of overlap over time and areas that we're addressing in both the budget and through our legislative concepts. It's important to note that this is a key area of the strategic action plan related to sufficient, reliable funding. And we'll cover that in a moment when we get to the conversation around the strategic action plan update. You'll see some overlap there with the work that we're going to share with you today in the budget. Next slide, please. So with apologies to Charles Dickens, we really do have a tale of two budgets. And just like his famous novel, it is the best of times and it is the worst of times. It is the best of times on the transportation projects and program side of our budget. This is the dedicated federal and state funds for specific capital projects and programs, construction projects, grant programs, transit, rail, and safety programs. All of those are extremely well funded right at the moment due to HB 2017 investments at the state level and by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act at the federal level. Now, that's not to say we have anywhere near what we need to keep the system in a state of good repair and make the improvements we need to address climate and equity and multimodal accessibility or address congestion, but that is relatively well funded. The other side of the budget ledger, the maintenance and agency operations, is where we see the worst of times. This is the state highway fund dollars available to run the agency. The largest single category that is in this area is maintenance and operations, where you see the picture of a snowplow. That is the classic area. This covers the work that our crews do on the road on a daily basis to keep the roads safe and open to traffic. So that's the largest single category of this funding. It also includes revenue collection at the DMV and the Commerce and Compliance Division, as well as all of the other work that they do related to safety and regulation of the industry. And this also includes administration. which includes our finance and budget division, our support services division, the financial services, HR, IT. But I will note that administration is actually a relatively small part of this overall maintenance and agency operations. Most of this is actually service to Oregonians through maintenance, through DMV, and through the Commerce Compliance Division. And now I will turn it over to Mr. Porter, our chief economist and head of our budget unit, for him to walk you through the latest update to our budget challenges.
Welcome, Mr. Porter.
I actually do not see Mr. Porter on the list. I know he had a conflict this afternoon, but I will make sure I get in touch with him really quickly. And then I can actually give this portion of the presentation until he arrives.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. I apologize. I clicked on the wrong thing. So I'm just terribly, terribly sorry.
It's okay. Welcome. Nice to see you.
You too. Thank you, Chairman Brocklin, members of the commission. Again, Daniel Porter, the Budget, Economic, and Debt Services Manager. Apparently can't click correctly, but I can do other things well, hopefully. So
we get that clicking training program underway. I'm sure it's in one of our programs.
Right, exactly. So if you go to the next slides, it's essentially what I'm going to do is give you kind of a relatively quick update, since this is not the first time we've come to you to talk about this, about our budget kind of outlook, and then really kind of dive into this operating and maintenance side of the picture, where we are really seeing some challenges. So you can see the problem here, and the problem hasn't changed. Essentially, we have costs that are going to be growing faster than revenue in the next few years, and eventually that's going to cause us to run into a negative cash balance position. And your actions that you've approved in the past and then what the agency has done on its own have helped sort of push that out and decrease that amount of the gap, but the gap, it still exists. And it's sufficient, and it is specifically hits that operation maintenance side harder than the other side. And the Travis sort of really set this up well by looking at sort of these two parts of our budget. And the truth is that we've had these increases from OTIA, we had JTA, we've had House Bill 2017, that the incremental revenues on the state highway fund side from those increases have really gone to that left-hand side of the slide of the previous slide, right? It goes to support projects and sports programs, with the exception of 6% that we got from House of 2017 to go into maintenance. The rest of it's going over there. So really, we haven't seen an increase in revenue that has been dedicated, or at least being allowed to be used, really by that operations and maintenance side since 1993, which was the last time that we had a fuels tax increase before the JTA increase. So revenues that have grown over that period of time because the population's grown, and people go into DMV and they get extra services, more cars, more fuels tax that's paid, increased economic activities. You see more like trucking activity, collection of weight mile tax. So these revenues have grown, but we haven't had the specific increase in tax rates that would be directed to that side of the agency. So revenues haven't grown fast enough to keep up with costs. So we're starting to run into this problem where we are seeing the flip in terms of costs and revenues, specifically on this operation and maintenance side. And then we've taken some actions in the past, and we have actions going on right now to help ameliorate that, but it's still an issue going forward. So if you go to the next slide, it just sort of sums it up, where we've narrowed the gap, or actually closed the gap right now through 2026, but then in 2027, we start with that deficit, again, is like 144 million, then grows quickly to over 500 million in 2029. So we're looking at this and saying, okay, we know we have a problem, and the problem is really about expenditures keep growing and around revenues that maintain fairly flat. So from the agency, we're going to have to continue to implement some significant discipline on our side to kind of keep what we can control, which is costs, or minimize those increases on our side, because we know in the future without new revenue, we're going to have an increasing gap. That said, there's still a lot of uncertainty, and these are forecasts, and so they will get changed every 6 months. We do a revenue forecast. But there's, particularly now and in the last really couple of years, there's been a lot of uncertainty, right? With COVID, and now we're seeing that issues related to supply chains being disrupted and increased demand, kind of decrease in supply, and you see inflation starting to become a big issue. But we have IIJA, and that's going to impact us, and then we have some climate initiatives that also are going to impact us. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in the next slide or so, but this kind of sets us up. So this slide here, and thanks, Serena. So this slide, I can't not have a chart, right? So my Lindsay Baker knock all the time is like, she's always saying, you gotta have a chart. Like, yes, gotta have a chart. So next two slides are charts to kind of visually show you what I'm talking about. So the green line is revenue, and the red line is expenditures. And these are basically fiscal year state highway fund revenues and expenditures, and just kind of looking at them over time. And this is kind of, we call it like the alligator chart, because it kind of looks like an alligator, but it's essentially right at the beginning, where we are now in 21-22, that we have expenditures exceeding revenue. And this is essentially because of wildfires that put a lot of extra state highway fund costs on us that we get reimbursed somewhat by FEMA, but we don't expect it right away. And so we kind of built in this FEMA reimbursement starting in 2022 and going out through in 2025 at a declining rate. And we don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but we just sort of built it in based on our kind of best estimate today. So you see costs are a higher revenue right now, but then in 23, 24, this is really due to the actions you guys took and that we're taking in the agency. We're seeing revenues going to exceed expenditures for those couple of years. But then once we get into 25, and you've got full implementation of House Bill 2017, so we've got all the revenue we're going to get in terms of tax increases, and we also then have fully loaded on the STIP side the expenditures for House Bill 2017. So we programmed all of those projects in. That's where we see this big jump in expenditures, but revenue stays pretty flat. And so without any additional revenue, which we're not anticipating that, we only build in what's current law. And so there's no additional revenue coming after House Bill 2017. You see revenues are pretty flat, but then expenditures continue to grow. And that growth is really just due to inflation sort of adding on top of the existing costs as we head into into the out years. So that's the sort of revenue and expenditure piece, that's annual look. And then the cumulative piece is the next slide, and it just tells you what happens to our cash balance. So we basically are staying positive through 2026. And then at that point, because those annual expenditures are a lot higher than annual revenues, that erodes our cash position. And eventually the state highway fund turns negative in 27, and then gets negative really quickly in 28 and 29. Again, this is total state highway fund cash balance. It's not just the maintenance and operations piece, but so it will show you that basically it's helpful if we can take some state highway funds from one side and put it on the other side, and we've been able to do that. But overall, we have a state highway fund issue in the outer years of the forecast. Next slide is just essentially what's coming. What can give us hope or not hope in the future updates that we would bring to you. There's a couple positives here, but generally I would say most of it is there's a lot more of risks on the downside and rather than risks on the upside. The positive piece is essentially every biennium, divisions will leave money on the table, and that's a good thing because you can't spend more than what you have from budget to spend. And so people are cautious, and then you'll end up having a little bit left over. And that actually helps our cash balance because it becomes a positive beginning balance for the next biennium. But because we're operating at about 6% less than our adopted budget, we're not sure what that's going to look like going forward. So we took a conservative approach and just assumed that we would spend everything you got. That if that isn't true and we end up with 1 or 2% of extra coming back to us, then that's going to help our overall cash position going forward into the following biennium. So there's a good news. IIJA could be a good news. Travis is going to talk more about that in the next slide, but it could potentially allow us to shift some of the costs from this operation maintenance side onto sort of what can be covered under IIJA. But it could also add costs too if we end up potentially it's more match, which is say highway fund side. So there's a conversation to be had about what is the overall impact of IIJA. On the negative side, though, there's quite a few things hitting us. We're still, again, a volatile economy in the sense of we have supply chain issues that aren't going away anytime soon. Everything that I'm reading is saying that we're going to have to deal with this for the rest of the year, 2022. And the Omicron is not helpful in that because it's people are out sick, so it's they aren't going to work, and so this contributes to this overall. So it's a global issue, right? Not just a national issue or a state issue. And then lastly, these climate initiatives. The Environmental Quality Commission last month passed the Climate Protection Program, which is the acronym CPP here. That is a very significant climate program. It's aggressive in terms of decreasing the carbon emissions of the state, which has a direct impact on transportation and specifically transportation fuels. So to meet those climate objectives and the climate goals, then it would require a pretty significant either change and source of fuel or change or a reduction just overall in the amount of fuel that's consumed, which would hit fuels tax, which is, again, one of the foundation pieces for the State Highway Fund as it stands today. So there's more to come on that. There's potential expansion of the Clean Fuels Program that would happen maybe later this year from DEQ as well, all of which sort of put some of the traditional pieces of the Highway Fund at risk. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Travis and let him talk about IIJA.
Thank you, Daniel. Next slide, please. So the IIJA does present some opportunities, but it also presents a lot of additional costs for the agency on the operations and maintenance side. So we are going to propose to you, as you will see later this afternoon, using some of the IIJA funds to federalize some currently state-funded programs using this new money to offset the overall costs. However, we believe that the additional costs imposed by the IIJA will probably be significantly higher than the amount we've proposed to federalize. So it will have an overall net negative impact on our overall operations and maintenance funding gap. So for example, we will need more match for formula grants and federal discretionary grants. We predict that'll be about $50 to $55 million just on the formula funding side that we'll need to provide in terms of match that will have to come out of our operations and maintenance programs. In addition, we know that projects don't deliver themselves. So we're going to have to hire additional staff resources to deliver projects and programs and provide basic services like procurement. That will also, to some degree, come out of our operations and maintenance funding because we can't fully cover those costs out of the federal project and program level funds. And in addition, if we do nothing to change our current agreement with AOC and LOC, we would have significant increases in the amount of funding that we'd be exchanging with local governments as that fund sharing agreement rises naturally as federal funding increases. And then currently, we are allowing local governments to receive for every dollar of federal money we provide under that fund sharing agreement, they get a 90 cents on the dollar in state funding if they choose to use that. So overall, we believe that the IIJA will likely set us back as currently envisioned. As a result, we're going to be putting together some options for more aggressively using unanticipated federal funds in order to try to at least make this neutral, or ideally use IIJA in order to actually close our maintenance and operations funding gap. Next slide, please. So overall, we're working through 3 different basic categories of opportunities to close the remainder of this gap. We had a budget summit among our senior leadership yesterday and talked through these. We recognize that it is likely going to be necessary to make some further cuts to our maintenance, DMV, commerce compliance, and administration functions in order to bring our budget into balance. But at the same time, we cannot cut our way out of this without severely compromising maintenance of the state highway system or our service to the public at DMV. So that is not going to be a viable option to solve this. We cannot make ourselves more efficient and wave that magic wand and solve this challenge. The second area is shifting funds from the state highway fund, costs that are currently borne by our state highway fund operations and maintenance dollars over to federal funds, or even to other colors of money like HB 2017 funds that are dedicated. So we are going to work more aggressively to do this. As you'll see later this afternoon, again, we have a proposal to do that with some IIJA funds, and we're going to look for additional opportunities as well. And then the last category is really to look at additional revenue. Of course, most revenue options that would impact beneficially maintenance and operations are not within the purview of the Oregon Transportation Commission or ODOT. They are legislative requirements. So as Lindsay noted earlier, we are exploring options for DMV fee increases. We are exploring options for road usage charging to shift from the gas tax over to a per mile fee. And we will expect to have a larger conversation about ODOT's budget gap with the legislature in 2025 and beyond as that date comes ever closer. Next slide, please. So that is really the summary of ODOT's current budget position. And that's an important prelude and context piece as you begin the OTC's role in the agency request budget. You are going to be working through this over the next 3 meetings as you are statutorily required to approve our agency request budget, which is due to the governor's office and the Department of Administrative Services this summer. So today was really just an update on the budget challenges and our process and timeline. Next month, much like Ms. Baker brought you a preliminary list of legislative concepts, we are going to bring you what are known as policy option packages, or POPs, a kind of silly name that basically means a budget adjustment, generally an area where the agency wants to invest additional resources. And we will walk you through those and ask for your thumbs up on our POPs. Once we've incorporated those into the budget, we will then bring you that agency request budget proposal for your approval in May. This is after we get all of the instructions and the directions from the state CFO on how to incorporate inflation, what our current service level costs are, et cetera. And that is really the action that the OTC will take to forward the agency request budget to the governor's office and DAS. That is, of course, the first step in the process. The governor's office and DAS make adjustments and tell us what we can and cannot put forward as our official POPs. And then the legislature, of course, takes that proposal from the governor and then ultimately approves our budget. So we are in the process of what is really a budget development cycle that is nearly 2 years in length for a 2-year budgetary biennium. With that, I will stop and be happy to answer any questions or take any comments.
Questions?
Just comment, I guess, it's just disappointing that we're always struggling with this and we can't get a handle on it. But we'll do the best we can. I mean, it's hard to look at that crystal ball. I think the one question I have is with the state's COVID mandate and also with what's happening in employment in our communities and the wage change that is happening across the state. Is there any consideration given in our numbers when we are kind of trying to look at it and produce our budget of the increase of costs for employment?
Commissioner Brown, that is something that we do project in the budget, but we use a fairly standard cost escalation for personal service costs, the the fully loaded cost of each employee. We do anticipate that that may very well change and go up, given the increases in wages that we've seen. Given the increased costs for employees, we may very well see our personal service costs increase. I heard an anecdote yesterday. I haven't seen the numbers, but that you can earn more money at Taco Bell than as a starting snowplow driver at ODOT. And that means that at some point we may need adjustments in what we pay some of our frontline workers, particularly in maintenance and DMV. And that again would then increase our costs and exacerbate that budgetary impact, and yet may be really important and necessary to be able to recruit a skilled workforce to serve Oregonians effectively.
Well, I think the transit side is seeing that all the time right now, and there are so many gaps in availability of drivers with commercial driver's licenses, and so I just know that this is a struggle that we're feeling on the transit side. So I can't imagine what you're feeling on your side.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you,
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Travis. As always, such an uplifting budget discussion.
Ho, ho, ho.
I appreciate the hard work and, struggling with these challenges. It just seems to me that the only real way we are going to be able to fix this in the long run is one of two ways, or a combination of two ways, which is additional dedicated funding from the legislature for operations and maintenance, or completely transitioning to a road user charge platform away from fuels tax, which we need to be doing for climate reasons as well. So my question is maybe not for you, but I mean, I pose it to us as a group. Are we pushing hard enough on the road user tax approach? It just seems like it just sort of bumps along. And are we putting enough effort into that? And maybe that's something that we could bring back to the commission for further discussion, not necessarily today, but it's just been something that's been weighing on me as we do this every year. It's, this looming crisis, and we've got to once and for all do something.
Commissioner Smith, it's a really good point. And, I also want to set some expectations about what a road usage charge can do. Daniel showed a chart that showed funding essentially flat. Without a road usage charge, as we transition in the outer years, that's going to start trending downward significantly. And yet, in the time frame that we are looking at through 2029, we would not expect a road usage charge to actually bend that curve much. What it does is it prevents further deterioration of the revenue stream that is essentially flat right now. So we do believe it's important for sustainable and sufficient, reliable funding for the transportation system in the long run, but it's unlikely that in and of itself would do much to close that gap through 2029. So again, important. And yes, I think the commission would be well served by having a discussion about how aggressively you want to push on that policy option. And yet, is just going to be one small component of what we're going to need to do to close the budget gap.
Chris, do you have thoughts on that question? And I guess I would add a couple of other elements to it. Road user charge is one element of it, but for me, and I'm sure others, including Commissioner Smith, we are in so many transformative moments here. We just talked about one this morning in terms of vehicles and fuels. Those are major transition points. We're talking about it in terms of use and vehicle miles traveled, which is congestion pricing / tolling / pricing, value pricing, whatever term a given person uses. It's about pricing the parts of the system. So we have the pricing element, we have the VMT road user charge element, and other elements, all of which are new. I mean, these are brand new ways to fund. So the transformation that I see in our future that's necessary is dramatic transformative. And seems like we need to be moving a lot of this stuff in parallel track in order to reset the funding system. So I'd just like your comment on kind of big picture, where we're including Sharon's comment about user charge within that. About, I mean, I think all of this needs to be, we need to do not A or B or C, but A, B, and C. So what are your thoughts as you oversee the entire department and look at this from the standpoint of being our executive leader on this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, again, Chris Strickler, Director of ODOT. I would offer a few things, and some of these get into, I would almost call it a vision space, but I think that's where we are in a lot of ways. We are transitioning not just how people view transportation from an access standpoint, how people get from A to B, but also what the impacts of those decisions are, and then blending all of that with the fact that these needs are never going to go away. So regardless of our future outcomes, we will always have a financial need associated with the transportation sector within our state. And that's not to feed the agency, that's actually to feed the system, just putting it bluntly. The system has demands on it that we have to continue to maintain. As I think about it, I will tell you that just a personal disposition, Mr. Chair, is this. We are trying to advance a lot of things at the same time as you just suggested. And to Commissioner Smith, to your question around the road usage charge, I think that's right. I would also say that if I remember correctly, the first time the state of Oregon began talking about road usage charge was 20 years ago. And so these things take a considerable amount of time, energy, and effort to advance. And in some ways, technology helps us to advance these things, but also policy and leadership decisions to enter into the space that allows us to show incremental progress instead of kind of an all or nothing light switch moment. What we find is those all or nothing light switch moments are really tough to turn on all at once because you need to have a proof of concept approach. I'll tell you, that's why I personally think advancing our congestion pricing efforts and advancing our tolling efforts and doing that incrementally to make sure that we get it right as we continue to expand that, not just in the Portland region, but eventually we see that in other portions of the state where it makes sense and where appropriate. That is the closest, I think, relative to a RUC program. Now, while it's not exactly the RUC program, I'm not trying to compare the two as kind of a simple comparator. It does show progress that we move away from what is really a consumptive-based tax and move towards a usage-based system, right? And that congestion pricing system that we're trying to stand up really does lead us in that direction. So from my perspective, we can do more. We should be doing more as it relates to expanding RUC, but we should do so as we're continuing to advance all these other pieces, especially the toll program, to demonstrate that ability to do it. Setting up the back office, individualized transactions. You can imagine that right now on our gas tax receipts and our gas tax process, we're collecting large sums of money at kind of the distributor level, right? And I'm going to get the details wrong, but Daniel and Travis will correct me. But now transition that to an individual usage base, right? So in a toll program, in a RUC program, you're now at the individual user. So you're going from, several hundred transactions maybe in any given year to millions upon millions of transactions. That doesn't turn on with the switch of a light. You've got to step into that and set up the back office and set up the customer service realm so that those things can all perform successfully as you take those smaller bites and move forward. So the urgency is there. Commissioner Smith, I completely agree. We need to advance these things urgently and then also recognize that delaying any of these things is continuing to, I think, define that future in a different way for us that we know is changing. The other thing that I would say is, and this is probably the last thing that I would say on it, is as we look to the future, we have very few tools that we can employ that do a lot of good in multiple areas and really hit all of our priorities at the same time. A RUC program is one, a tolling program that has congestion pricing as part of it is another. It helps you achieve, if you do it correctly, some of our equity goals within the state, helps us achieve some of our climate goals within the state, helps us achieve some of the funding goals that we have within our state. But what I don't want to lose in any of that is, if we're not deliberate about the operations side of what we do, even those funds will become targeted by those that kind of establish budgetary realm around us those funds will be targeted for project-based improvements. And it's really important that we continue to have this conversation around project funding versus this kind of minimal operating funds in order to keep things open and moving forward. And that's an important distinction that you see here. In one sense, at the beginning of our meeting, we were talking about an influx of funding to the tune of $1.2 billion, right? And we're going to talk more about that this afternoon. And in the next sense, from an operating side, we're going broke, right? And so we've got to find that balance and recognize that no matter what the funding source is, we still have to have that different conversation about what does it take to operate versus what are the things that we're out there constructing. So probably longer than you wanted, Mr. Chair, but and I could go on forever, but I'll spare you that for right now.
I do like the idea of a further conversation on this. I think I say this a lot. I do think we have to get the funding right in order to drive all this, both operations and maintenance, but also programmatically, project-wise. All of this conversation at this level, and we had a lot of it today, about how to spend money on things or programs, is got to be driven by where it's coming from. And I find it ironic that I'll just say this with great respect for our delegation's efforts to bring new federal money to Oregon, which is it's quite an achievement. There have been literally decades that have gone by where the federal government didn't do anything like this. So kudos to the Congress and to the president for doing this. But you compare this program for us in terms of net new. I'm not talking about the reauthorization of the existing. I'm talking about the net new. For us, it's 1.2 billion over 5 years. And House Bill 2017 was 5.6 billion over 5 years. So that tells me its relative impact. And House Bill 2017 was a much bigger bill for Oregon than 2JA. And that just is the reality of it. So while I deeply appreciate it, I continue to think, and I've said this many times, that the federal government has got to be in the infrastructure business in a way that it has not been in a long time. And the politics at the federal level are impeding us from getting to the place we need to get nationally. And I think looking at the legislature, we also have to continue to look at the Congress. I just don't think, I don't imagine a scenario where a lot of states, including ours, will be able to pull this off alone. It just isn't a big enough tax base. It's not enough people living here. It's just not enough. There just isn't enough economic capability without having the debt financing capability of the federal government, bluntly. And so I hope this is the first of many. They should be doing this every Congress until they really invest in the country again. We haven't even talked about water systems and airports and all the other stuff that's beyond our purview. The country has got to, at the federal level, invest big. And the politics afoot don't allow that. And we've just watched it. It reminds me of a line from Romeo and Juliet, a plague on both your houses. Okay. Other questions? Other comments? Any more Shakespearean references? Okay.
For the record, it was Dickens.
It was Dickens. I have it as Romeo and Juliet. I'm thinking of Mercutio.
My apologies. Yes, you made the Shakespeare reference.
When he's stabbed. So, but there may be a similar one in Dickens. He seems to get around. Okay. Anything more? Travis, do you have further information to share with us?
No, this was really a prelude to the March and May conversation so that you can understand the context in which we're operating and what we're going to be bringing you in the next 2 meetings for your actual approval.
So in other words, the fun just keeps going on. Just keep bringing it on. All right, well, we'll move from that to the strategic action plan. And I think, and a communications update. And I think Daniel, thank you very much. And you're off. And Kevin Glenn joins Travis for this segment.
Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission, for the record, Travis Brower, still Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. And since I'm largely responsible for getting us 20 minutes off track, I will blast through my portion of this and eschew any English literary references. So we're going to walk you through the where we're at with the strategic action plan right now. Next slide, please. Giving you a highlight of the work that we've accomplished in 2021. Look at the progress report that we've given you, talk about our reporting cadence for 2022, and then Kevin is going to give you a communications update. Next slide, please. Good news is that we had a very high successful completion rate of the implementing actions that were in the strategic action plan, 78% of the 2021 implementing actions and 85% of the 2021 milestones. Now, ideally, those numbers would be 100%. But frankly, we set very tough stretch goals here and did not expect to get to 100%. And if we had gotten to 100%, the correct response from the commission is, why didn't you set even more impressive goals that you may have a challenge meeting? So I think we actually did pretty well in this. Next slide, please. In terms of some key successes for items that are in the SAP or adjacent to it, with GHG and transportation electrification, we stood up a climate office, developed the GHG lens to inform the STIP, executed a contract to recapitalize and expand the West Coast Electric Highway as a really important first step that will be complemented by the electrification funding in IIJA, and also allocated some additional funding to expand EV charging across Oregon from our Transportation Operations Fund. On the congestion front, we released the first phase of the I-205 project out to bid to retrofit the Abernathy Bridge and went to contract on the Highway 217 auxiliary lanes project that was funded by HB 2017. Next slide, please. In the realm of active transportation and public transportation, we finalized a plan to invest an additional $100 million in the 24-27 STIP that the commission approved, and also dedicated $10 million to immediate pedestrian safety improvements that are already out on the ground today. In the area of sufficient funding, which we just talked a little bit about, we closed a lot of the gap that existed. Even though our conversation was relatively depressing, remember, it used to be a lot worse. We had a $720 million gap that's now down to $144 million through 2027. And of course, we secured federal investment of more than $1 billion through IIJA to provide that sufficient, reliable funding to the state. So all of that, I'd say, is pretty good. And it's a good reminder of all that we've accomplished. Next slide, please. We always walk through the modifications that we're proposing to the actions in the SAP for transparency and accountability purposes. A lot of this is going to be really boring and is fairly technical, but I'll walk you through really quickly just to show that we're not hiding the ball on anything that's in here. So first off, we have created a new implementing action that will be done by the end of this year. As you heard earlier today, the CCMMP, thank goodness, is being transitioned to the urban mobility strategy, because I can actually say that. As a result, we've created this new implementing action that will take these steps for the next phases of work for 2022. Next slide, please. There was also a very minor technical extension on an element related to congestion relief in the Portland metro area, which is extending the original completion date of the bus on shoulder project. This is just because it's required by statute to have a longer time frame for the, I think the state chief engineer has to have a longer time frame to review the outcome. So again, very technical change here. Next slide, please. Another one is we have added an implementing action to reflect ongoing work to design the I-205 toll project. Previously, our action said start design. We realized we also need to continue designing the I-205 toll project. So this is a new action that will take place over the course of the next year. Next slide, please. There were also a number of the innovative and transformative technologies where we set pretty aggressive deadlines that frankly we knew were going to be a little challenging to meet, and then it turned out we didn't quite meet them. A lot of these were because of some of those external factors, things like contract review, the process we work through at the enterprise level on major technology projects, as well as some things that we in the agency just didn't move perhaps quite as fast. So all three of these projects are still moving forward. They are still on track for completion, but their current status is now in that orange phase, and the expected completion has been moved out just a little bit. Next slide, please. We also modified our RUC-related SAP action because we, during the pandemic, couldn't really do a whole heck of a lot of public outreach in person. So we're changed it to developing a stakeholder outreach plan related to implementation of road usage charging. We're on track to do that and expect to see us talking to stakeholders pretty aggressively this year, including our advisory committees and local partners and whatnot. Similarly, on one of our related road usage charging actions, we are streamlining point of sale enrollment through auto dealerships. And we added some language about conducting outreach efforts with dealerships. So again, a very, very minor tweak to that. Next slide, please. In the area of sufficient and reliable funding, we previously had some fairly vague language about what we were going to do to approach the 2023 legislative session. And we have now provided much more specifics in that regard that Ms. Baker talked about a little bit earlier today. So we've added 3 specific milestones to this implementing action, including developing a legislative concept for road usage charging, development of a proposal to bring DMV fees into line with costs, and also a proposal to fund the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. So that really adds specifics to what was a very general statement before. Next slide, please. And then in addition, we are adding a couple of implementing actions that are related to our budget and the IIJA. As you just heard about the budget, we now have extended our revenue and expenditure forecast out through 2029. So we essentially want to close the books on the previous action that was focused on 2027 and look a little further into the future. We'll continue to do this every couple of years. We'll just extend out a couple more years and bring you more good news on the front of the budget and what it looks like in the long term. We also see the IIJA as an opportunity here to provide some significant federal competitive grant funding, and so added an implementing action around this as well. I should also note that one of the milestones we added through 2029 for the budget is to develop a plan to use the IIJA to help reduce the agency's operational budget gap, as I mentioned in the previous presentation. Next slide, please. So with all of that, that is the report that you have been receiving every 2 meetings, which means it's a triennial report. We would like to propose that as we've reached a greater point of maturity on the SAP, it feels appropriate for us to begin doing that on a biennial basis. That's in part because it's really hard to wrap our heads around doing this 3 times a year and feels more appropriate to do it twice a year. So we would recommend that and take any feedback on that before I turn it over to Mr. Glenn.
Yeah, I agree with that. I see Sharon for the thumbs up as well. In fact, I would say more broadly, we should be revisiting our regular reports and looking to whether we can do them a little less frequently to open up time that the commission could spend on kind of bigger picture subjects like the one we just touched on. It's all important, but I think we need to, use the word mature our knowledge about these things. I think we can do them somewhat less often. And we do need to free up more time for kind of the things that are in front of us that are really critical to drill down into and spend some time with the commission discussing myself what its views are and what more information it would like to have. So I think we try and prioritize our time, and biannually makes sense. We may even get to a point where we do it annually, but I think the struggle we have in these meetings is there's so many things to talk about. If we don't prioritize them, it becomes kind of information overload at some point. And I think we need to get, well, to coin a phrase or to borrow a phrase, we need to think about less is more, maybe a little bit more, that we manage the time this year a little differently in light of the fact the SAP has been with us for a while. So I would say I'd strongly support that approach. And looks like Sharon was headed that way, and Commissioner Brown is nodding yes. I know that Commissioner Simpson feels that way. So let's try and think about the meetings coming up. And we have a lot of time we're going to spend on 2JA, and that's appropriate. But I think maybe drilling deeper in maybe a shorter list might be something to think about for this year as an approach. Okay. Kevin, sorry we're leaving you infinitesimal amounts of time to talk about communication. Welcome to one of your first commission meetings. So good to have you with us. So I turn it over to our new communications director.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Kevin Glenn. I'm the Communications Director at ODOT. And though I don't think I can do this in, well, 0 minutes, as I think that's where we are on the agenda, I think I can do it fairly quickly. So my goal here is to go over, I've got about 10 slides that review what the communications group did over the last year to communicate the strategic action plan. And then we've got about 5 slides about what we're going to do over the next year. So next slide, please. Thank you. So to start, the team partnered with the Office of Organizational Excellence to basically just get a good perspective of where the agency was at when it came to their understanding of the strategic action plan. We got a lot of engagement, a lot of questions. So we knew we had a sort of big task ahead of us. So here's what we did to address that need. Next slide, please. So we did a number of town halls as well as the sort of big fall forum. These town halls are quarterly. They featured the assistant director and the director talking about the strategic action plan. We sort of wove them into a variety of our presentations, and then in particular put a lot of attention on equity in our most recent town hall. Next slide. We also developed toolkits for managers to work this out with their team to sort of have a conversation. So over the last few years, we released 2, the first one about understanding the plan, and the second one about equity and workforce diversity. Next slide, please. We also have a number, we've created a lot of materials for our internal websites. So we direct staff to the SAP intranet page and the SAP News Hub. And sort of as evidence that I think that's working, the intranet page for the strategic action plan is the 5th most viewed site on the internet. And the PDF of the strategic action plan itself is the 2nd most viewed document. So it is definitely getting viewed by internal staff. Next slide, please. In terms of external communications, our focus last year was on communicating with our partners so that they made sure they understood we had the strategic action plan and then building support for that. Next slide. So we have a number of ways of doing that. So one is, previous slide, sorry. One is developing stories for transportation insights, the communications or the website the communications group uses. So we created a number of stories for that. As we also use Gov Delivery, which is sort of an email marketing tool that we can use to communicate to the over 20,000 subscribers that I think we have. And I think it might actually be higher than that. I wish I had the number in my head, but it is tens of thousands of subscribers that we communicate these messages to using that. Next slide. We also pitch a lot of these stories to the governor's blog called My Oregon News. So we make sure that we try to hit sort of as many sources as we can with these types of stories, like the examples of Park Road Safe Routes to School and Oregon's EV charging network that sort of show the strategic action plan in action. Next slide. And then we also use news releases to communicate directly to the media to try to get the media to cover stories of the agency implementing the strategic action plan. Next slide. And we do all this on social media as well. So we've got tens of thousands of followers across our platforms. We make sure to highlight the work that we are doing to implement the strategic action plan and the strategic action plan itself a number of times. Next slide. Okay, so what's next? Next slide. So that phase 1 outreach plan was about reaching out to partners and making sure they were aware of the strategic action plan. Over the last year, we've also been trying to reach out to them to make sure that they supported the strategic action plan. So we are undergoing that evaluation right now, and I hope to have results relatively soon. We also launched a regular Connecting to the Strategic Action Plan featuring our twice weekly staff newsletter. So in Q4, we made the focus of that really on social equity, spotlighting the efforts of ODOT staff in implementing equity into their work. In Q1 of this new year, we're transitioning to focus on climate. So how the agency is reacting to our climate goals and how individual ODOT employees are implementing climate into the work that they do. Next slide. So one of the goals I have for this year is we're going to be working, the communications team is going to be working with program staff to identify what they have planned for the year, what kind of things that they need communication support on. And we're going to bring them back and have a conversation about, of the activities that people are looking for support on, which of those activities really are either entwined with the strategic action plan as they are actually goals or outcomes of it, or sort of show the strategic action plan in a broader perspective, right? Are these projects showing our commitment to equity? Are these projects showing our commitment to reducing carbon emissions? And then identifying of those, what we can provide more communication support for. And the goal here, I think, is one, the communications group sort of knows what we're going to be working on for the rest of the year so that we can proactively prepare for those things. But two, that the rest of the agency knows that the best way to get additional communication support is to make sure that your projects are speaking to the goals and vision of the strategic action plan. Next slide. And then I hope that the rest of our communications can basically just highlight what the strategic action plan is guiding the agency to do. So as Travis showed, we've sort of met a lot of our goals and milestones on there, and we'll just continue to have more and more of those. So we'll make sure that those events get communication support so that we can communicate out to the public that we are living up to the strategic action plan. And that we'll just broadly ensure that our communications work really has the strategic action plan infused into all of it. And I think that's the last slide. Yep. So I know that was very, very fast, 6 minutes. So please, if you have any questions, feel free.
Questions for Kevin? Good report.
Thank you.
Fast
Trying to break a record.
I think you've got the record. Well, we really appreciate all the work you're doing, and I know you're drinking out of the fire hose, and there's a lot that you're learning about the agency, and then a lot that you're bringing to the agency with respect to outside experience elsewhere that could be helpful to us. So we appreciate your leveraging your experience as well as your leadership capabilities. So thank you for everything you're doing. Keep it up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very happy to be here. I feel like it's less of a fire hose and just a faucet that will never, ever turn off. But I do feel like I've got a slight more control of it. So thank you for your kind words. And yeah, look forward to working with you guys in the future.
Great. Okay, anything else for Kevin? We are now moving to, we're privileged to have with us today the Director of the Department of Land Conservation and Development, Jim Rue, and the Chair of the Land Conservation Development Commission, Robin MacArthur, and our own Administrator Amanda Peets here to walk us through a subject that I'm going to let Amanda introduce, and she'll be participating in this segment. So thank you all for being here, and thank you particularly for Jim and Robin's willingness to come over and talk to us. We appreciate it, and we've appreciated the partnership that we have built over the last couple of years, involving the director, myself, and certainly Amanda, and others. So, and the same on your side with your commission chair, your director, and others at DLCD. So, Amanda, it's all yours.
Great. Thank you, Chair Van Bracklen. members of the commission. My name is Amanda Peets. I am the administrator for the Policy Data and Analysis Division within ODOT. And as Chair Van Brockland mentioned, I am surrounded by a very distinguished panel here, including Director Rue of the Department of Land Conservation and Development and Chair MacArthur of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. And they're here today to talk to you about a rulemaking effort known as Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities. The process will result in amendments to the transportation planning rules. And I'm sure the word transportation piques your interest. Yes, these rules govern transportation and land use planning and implementation. The rules are under the authority of the Land Conservation and Development Commission that Chair MacArthur chairs. But the purpose of today's presentation is really just informational to this commission so that you understand a very important rulemaking effort that relates to transportation that affects our system as well as the local transportation system, and get a little bit better sense of kind of where that effort is heading. And really hear from those in charge about those directions. The current rulemaking effort is really comes out of the governor's executive order on climate, Executive Order 2004, which really directs the rulemaking to help local jurisdictions meet their greenhouse gas reduction goals. And so I just want to provide some time on your agenda to hear a little bit more about this rulemaking effort, as well as to provide a little bit more context for the next agenda item, where we'll be talking about the potential of setting some federal funding aside from the IIJA to support transportation planning rule implementation. So with that, I'll turn the rest of the time over to Director Rue and Chair MacArthur.
Thank you.
So, Robin, you want to start?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Amanda. I appreciate that. For the record, I'm Robin MacArthur, Chair of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. Good afternoon, Chair Van Brockland, members of the Oregon Transportation Commission, Director Strickler, Administrator Peets, and ODOT staff. A sincere thank you for the invite today. Jim and I are very pleased to be here to talk about our collective efforts to foster climate-friendly and equitable communities in Oregon. And on a personal note, it's sort of a high point of my career to be here today talking about these very important issues with you, a very important body to connect with. And by way of background, I've had probably 40 years or so, age myself a little bit, on in working in these areas of land use, transportation, and community development. And I've had the benefit of working both City of Portland. I worked at ODOT for a while. I was in the governor's office, and I worked at Metro. And of late, I've worked on the commission, but also I was really honored to be included in the update of ODOT's Oregon Public Transportation Plan a few years back. And I think you've adopted a really nice plan for how we deal with public transportation in the state. And then I'm currently serving on your Oregon Transportation Plan update. I believe that we stand at a pretty pivotal moment in time here, and the problem statement is really twofold. It's equity and climate change. On the equity front, there's growing awareness across the country in many communities that our land use and transportation practices have contributed to historic inequities in our communities. And in fact, we continue to propagate those practices today. And on the climate front, we know it's real, we know it's here. There's examples around the world, but closer to home, there's examples in this state of the way that climate is changing and affecting what we're doing with the wildfires, with landslides, flooding. And in particular, I was at the coast this last fall, driving along US 101, and it's not hard to think, it is hard to think about this, but it's not hard to imagine some point in the future where sea levels rise so high that portions of US 101 will be compromised. So it's happening, it's real, it's happening here, it's happening now. And I really do believe that this requires a paradigm shift in our thinking, our planning, and our investments to address these really complex, gnarly problems. And I think that involves creating an equity lens and a climate lens for the work that we do. Luckily, we agree on our desired outcomes. We agree that we want transportation choices in our communities. We want people to be able to bike and take transit and walk in addition to auto use. We want healthy communities. We want good air quality, access to parks and open space. We want communities that are affordable and welcoming. We want freight routes that are reliable. And we also want to be gainfully employed. That's the what, and I think we can agree on the what. The climate-friendly and equitable community rulemaking that we are doing is attempting to understand how. How do we get to the what? What set of rules can we put in place that will foster those conditions on the ground that create equitable and climate-friendly communities? Director Rue will go into more detail on the aspects of the rule, but some big picture themes we're trying to infuse in the rulemaking effort. First of all, I mentioned the climate and equity lens. That's really critical. Second, really enhanced community engagement. In order to get more equitable outcomes, we need to include more voices upfront in the planning process. And those voices need to work alongside traditional voices that we normally include in land use and transportation decision making. We need to have more voices. And an example of that is our Rules Advisory Committee for this effort. Normally would have had about 10 or 15 people if we had done this about 15 years ago on transportation. It now includes more than 40 people. It includes housing specialists, community advocates, bike and ped folks, along with disadvantaged communities. And it's a really robust process. We had our final RAC meeting this morning, meeting number 11. And every single meeting, we learn more and more from those voices being part of the process. A third theme, and it's not new, it's really integrating land use and transportation, but now we want to include housing. We have gotten up really good in the state of on ways to integrate land use and transportation. What we haven't done so well with is making sure we understand housing practices and housing development and markets, so that if we create the land use and transportation conditions on the ground, there's actually a market and ability to serve all populations and create affordable housing at the same time. And then finally, really, the big theme really is to align our investments at the federal, state, regional, and local level to achieve the outcomes that we really want. I special thanks to the partnership of ODOT and DLCD. I can't give enough praise to Chair Van Brockland for your leadership, along with Director Strickler. Amanda, you and your staff are just top notch, really. It's just an incredible group to work with. And I think our role has really benefited from the involvement of how things really work on the ground, especially from a transportation agency that actually has to implement. Early in my career, I worked at ODOT Region 1, and I had the benefit of working for Bruce Warner and Matt Garrett at various times. I learned a lot from them, and I also learned a lot from the maintenance folks, the access management folks, the project developers, the people that were trying to do access management, and the traffic engineers. It was just really useful for a land use planner initially to get indoctrinated into the world of transportation. And my biggest conclusion is you folks have a really hard job. And I know that it's much easier in a way. It's hard to plan, but it's much easier to plan than it is to implement and build and maintain the transportation system. And we really need to understand how that works so that our rules don't infringe on that and in fact actually support what you're trying to accomplish at the state level. Just a couple of parting thoughts is that in my years of working in this, land use, we know that transportation can affect land use, but clearly land use patterns affect transportation, and they affect the ability of ODOT to build and maintain the system in a working way. A couple of examples: if we didn't have urban growth boundaries, there would probably be a lot more demand for interchanges along the entire corridor of I-5. I was looking up a couple of days ago and I've forgotten the number of interchanges that we have in Oregon versus the number of interchanges there are in Washington along I-5. And again, I forget the number, but there were far fewer interchanges in the state of Oregon because you can focus those interchanges on the population and employment areas, and they can't do that as well in Washington. Another example of how land use practices affect transportation. Sprawl is very expensive to serve, as you all know, at the state level, but local jurisdictions understand that as well. And more compact development in climate-friendly areas is much less expensive to serve. A final point is that it's really important to infuse our planning plans upstream, our TSPs and our land use plans, with equity and climate principles, because if we don't do it there and don't include the right people in the process, what happens, and I've seen that this happen throughout Oregon, that those questions about climate and equity are placed totally, they're a burden on the project development stage, because that's the place where people have some kind of ability to get involved in that. They haven't had an opportunity up front. And so the burden of addressing climate and equity issues are really solely right now in the context of project development and construction. And that is not the appropriate place. There's a place for that discussion, but it's really more important to have those discussions up front to clear the way for project development. So hopefully I haven't taken up too much time with my supposedly short introduction, and I can turn it over to Jim.
Well, thank you, Chair MacArthur. As always, following Robin makes it really easy because she's probably already said everything that needs to be said. But with that, Chair Van Brockland, I'd like to have a conversation here, but I don't know how much time we have left. So if you can, or Amanda, you can give me a clock read.
I think we have about 20 minutes.
Okay, great.
To finish it by 2.
Good, thank you.
On our current pace of progress.
Well, what I'd like to do then is just spend a couple of minutes following up on what Robin has said by taking a little bit of a dive into some of the details about the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking. And then I really would like to have more of a conversation with commissioners and maybe even Director Strickler and Amanda joining in the conversation. Just a couple of things, and I was listening to some of the testimony that you got this morning, and I want to address particularly testimony you've gotten both in letters, as have we, as well as oral testimony this morning, specifically from our colleagues in local government asking for a delay to take more time in this process. So I thought I would start with laying out for you what the current timeline is and how we've adjusted it over the course of the last few months. So as Robin said, we've had 11 rules advisory committees in this process since sometime last June. We don't like to do rules work when the legislature's in session. And so as they were winding down, we picked this up. And we've gotten in 11 sessions in the roughly, I suppose, 7 months since we started. That's a lot of work. And as Robin said, 40 people. We need to thank ODOT for helping us with that work. For 40 people, many of whom have never been a part of the process before, we have been able to hire meeting facilitators. We've been even able to get some money to community-based organizations because they're really strapped. Everybody's asking them to be on their RACs and their advisory committees. And a relatively few people are being pulled in a lot of directions. And so we've tried to get some money to community-based organizations to compensate them so that people are involved on a regular basis. So where are we today? Our commission will meet on the 2nd and 3rd of next month, so 2 weeks from today and tomorrow. It'll be the last opportunity for really new material to come before the commission. At our March meeting, which is March 31 and April 1, the work team will bring a draft of the rule to commission. And we will certainly take testimony and listen to anybody who wants to contribute to that process. The intent is to pass or to adopt the rule at our May meeting, which is the 19th and 20th of May. So roughly 4 months from today is when we hope to adopt. We've pushed all of that back by 2 months. We were planning to do the draft in late January, early February, and adopt in March. We listened to a range of voices and agreed that we needed to adjust that. So we've done it. But I think we have a sense of urgency that Robin talked about a little bit, both in terms of climate and equity. It's time to act. And we feel that very strongly. And so I think we can get the work done. I think 4 months allows people to continue the conversation, to make sure that their voices are heard and that their issues are incorporated. But at this point, and I certainly don't want to speak for our chair, but I am speaking for the department when I say that I think we are disinclined to want to add time now at this point in the process. It's always uncomfortable when you see the end coming, but I think we just need to press ahead. So I just did want to, I suspect Amanda is the one that wrote Chris's memo to you about CFEC today. Maybe Chris wrote it himself, but somebody made a minor mistake, and that is that said that we were planning to adopt in April of 22, and in fact it is May. So a little bit about the rule itself. It is a big deal. It does require changes that make some people uncomfortable. It requires changes that a lot of people think have been too long in the process of coming. But specifically, a couple of things. We are asking local governments within metropolitan planning organizations across the state of Oregon, communities of 10,000 and greater, within the MPOs, to designate so-called climate-friendly areas. And it means quite literally drawing a line on the map of your city that will incorporate 30% of the city's population, current and projected. And in those, in those areas, do a couple of things with the main intent of reducing reliance on automobiles. So expanding opportunity when it comes to transportation choice, expanding opportunity when it comes to housing choice. Excuse me. So a couple of the things that, that people struggle with is we want to relax the requirements on parking related to dwelling units within climate-friendly areas. I'm sure there are parts of the state where code says that you got to have 2 parking spaces for every dwelling. There's certainly many that say 1 per. And we would like to link that requirement to relax those so that we have fewer parking requirements. And it does a couple of things. It reduces the cost of the dwelling dramatically. Could be $40,000 to $50,000 off of the cost of a dwelling if you don't have to build a garage or provide a parking space. But it also means that people can begin to move about their neighborhoods and do all the things that they need to do, whether it's school or stores or parks or whatever it is. And to do it in a way that has less impact on the environment. We're also looking to bring in a broader range of housing types into those climate-friendly areas. Imagine what it would look like if the Pearl, as an example in Portland, wasn't all pretty much high-end, but was a complete community with opportunities all across the income scale, all across the demographic scale, that we would have truly complete communities where everybody, particularly historically marginalized communities, had real choice. both in housing and transportation. And so that is our goal, is to provide that. Actually, I'm going to stop right there. I think we've talked about most of the key elements. We recognize that it's a big lift. But candidly, a question that I have to put to you, I think, Amanda, you may have answered this in one of our staff meetings. And Amanda and Brian Hurley, just parenthetically, have been part of every one of, I can't imagine, probably as many as 4 or 5 meetings a week for the last 8 to 10 months. We have truly, for the first time, and certainly in my experience, I think in agency experience, worked as a multi-agency team to design this rule. And so we're just hugely grateful to ODOT and the OTC, to you commissioners, for your support of this process. And I am going to stop and perhaps we can just have a little bit of conversation for a few minutes. And I'd like to hear from you in response. Oh, I know, one more thing. Sorry, I sound like Columbo, which is not nearly as enlightened as the chair's reference to Shakespeare earlier. One more thing. I did hear this morning from Jim McCauley from LOC that the infrastructure money would not be available until 23. I think, Amanda, you told us that it would be sooner than that. And so the last point I want to make is the money that you all are considering is critical to doing community engagement, to helping communities plan, and getting us well down the road in terms of realizing this goal of greater equity and reductions of greenhouse gases. So the end.
So members of the commission, Amanda, Chris, certainly anything you'd like to say or ask? Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you both for being here. And thank you to Amanda and the team for being such an assist in this effort. If you have followed any of our meetings or today's meeting, you know that equity and climate change issues are forefront on our minds as well. They're integrated in our strategic action plan. So certainly I am incredibly supportive of the goals that you outlined. This is kind of our first touch of it. So I'm feeling a little behind the curve, I have to admit. And a little uncomfortable with hearing very strongly from LOC and the local governments that they don't have enough time and they have concerns about implementation, because it's really important that we get this right. And it's going to take some time to implement. And so if we're hearing that there are real challenges in implementation, that causes me to have some concern because it is critical that we get it right. And I know we all feel urgency, but this morning I got up at 5 to read the public comment, which we got last night because I had a meeting last night. So I read 7 pages of implementation concerns from the local government groups. And I think we need to give time to work through that. So, again, this is our first touch on it. So I don't know how long the current rules that they're commenting on have been out. And it feels to me that it's really important that this is implementable in a meaningful way that achieves our goals but also doesn't create a lot of unintended consequences as part of that. So I apologize for not being as knowledgeable about this as I would have liked to have been for this conversation. But that's just where I am. That's where I am now.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I will respond very briefly by giving an example, actually two examples. I think Commissioner Smith, you're from the Bend area, if that's, so we've had multiple conversations with the planning department for the city of Bend and certainly with Deschutes County. One of our LCDC commissioners, as you probably know, is Nick Lilac, who is now the county administrator for Deschutes County. So we have been talking with, and we've had drop-in sessions and conversations with city councils and planning departments, and continue to do so and will. But the example that I wanted to bring up was that Metro adopted their climate smart communities, and Robin helped craft this, so she can correct me, but I think they adopted their plan in 12 or 13. So the intention is not that you have to build everything right away, but that you know where you're going when you start to build, and you know a little bit about what the end will look like. So not everything needs to be put into concrete by the 20th of May. In fact, it's only the very first step. And we are confident that with your support and help, that we can work with communities. Community engagement is critical to this process. And some of the money that we might be able to get from you will go directly to that right away.
And if I may, I might just add a few things to what Jim said. I agree with everything that Jim said, Commissioner. And you raised some really good points. We welcome this kind of input, this specific kind of input from the local jurisdictions. And I think we got it maybe a couple of weeks ago and have been working through it. And just because we had our last Rules Advisory Committee meeting today doesn't mean we won't do more work with specific folks. And we've had some really great folks locally from Bend, as well as City of Springfield and others. I can envision us having another meeting, at least staff, I should say staff to staff meeting, bringing in those local partners and going through the LOC, AOC letter step by step and making sure we've covered those things. I was listening as I listened, this morning was the last RAC meeting, and I've been listening into almost all of the RAC meetings. And it's actually really good to get at this point and have this kind of specificity. If we were here at this point and they were still talking big picture stuff, I'd be really worried. I'm less worried. It's a long list, but it's not an insurmountable list to go through in working with them. So I'm really encouraged by the letter, more than discouraged in terms of our time frame.
And one last thing I want to bring up, one more thing again. Department of Housing and Community Services has somewhere close to $1 billion, combination of state and federal funds, that are going to go into bridging the gap on affordable housing, to bridge the gap between the cost to build and the cost to service the loan. It costs more to build than you generate in revenue. And so this money will help make affordable housing projects across the state move more quickly. What we're concerned about is that we don't repeat the historic pattern of putting our affordable housing on the fringe of metropolitan areas. It goes there because the land is cheaper, but it also means that people who live in that housing don't have the same options for transportation, don't have the same choices as many others do. And that money is going out the door now. And so the timing of this rule with that funding stream, I think, is really critical to keep in mind.
Commissioner Brown, do you have comments? I want to make sure people have an opportunity here before we have to stop for today.
Sure. Yes, I do have some comments, and thank you, Commissioner Smith, for voicing yours. Mine are very similar, as I feel like I'm behind in this conversation. I have my voicemail box is full right now, and I can see who has called, and I know exactly their concerns. Some of them have voiced it in actual emails, but with my transit hat on, your last remark, Mr. Rue, was correct. I mean, transit doesn't want to see housing put on the fringes of a community where we can't serve and provide that level of service. I think that the biggest concern, and I'm just going to voice this coming from the Medford area, and I've heard this repeatedly in different meetings, is that in the metropolitan areas, you're correct. Metro came up with the plan early on because they were asked to and requested to do this work. The small MPO areas were told that this wasn't going to impact them right away and not to worry about it. And so dollars weren't put in place to actually put any kind of plan together. And I think that the biggest concern they have is that the rules are being, and I have served on rule committees, so I know the amount of work that's been put together. And yes, you had a huge amount of people that were on your rulemaking committees. When rules are being drafted and being put forth and they're going to be adopted, I think where people have a little bit of concern is on the backside of that, all of these small communities, and you talked about 10,000 or larger, will have to put together a plan. And the dollars to do that just aren't there. And it's kind of, I kind of compare it to the ADA. And there's a good example of that. When the ADA was put in place for all of us, it was a mandate that was put out there, but there was no planning dollars that were actually associated in order for us to meet that. And ODOT is a prime example of that, where we're putting millions of dollars into curb cuts and ramps now, and we're trying to catch up with a rule that's been in place for a long time. So I think that this is where some of the anxiety is coming from these small communities, and asking you to slow down the process a little bit, because they're just not prepared. And so I also, like Commissioner Smith, wanted to voice what I'm hearing on the ground is there is real concern. And so when I hear you say, well, we're going to circle back and have those conversations with those planners, because of COVID, I think that one of the things is people are really overloaded with Zoom meetings and all these different meetings, and they're not hearing that this is important. You need to be there. Your voice needs to be heard. So on the communication side, I think it's going to be really, really important that LOC and others really get this out to those different communities and say, you need to attend this. What you have to say matters. It will be considered. And so if that means a little bit of a delay, it means a little bit of delay. But I think I'm going to tell you that they're asking for this from the smaller communities, not necessarily metropolitan areas.
Thank you. Chair, I think we've taken our time.
Well, we really appreciate your being here. Sharon?
Thank you. Just one last thing. Following on Commissioner Brown's comments that some of the smaller jurisdictions may not have the bandwidth to really dive into it. To me, that really highlights the importance that your department works with the regional agencies, LOC and the like, because they can voice the collective concerns where the small jurisdictions can't. So I am heartened by your comments, as chair, that you're going to work through that list with them. I think that's critical. I think that in order for this to be effective and implementable, those concerns really need to be addressed. And I really encourage that going forward, and appreciate your willingness to do it, because I think it's really important.
Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you.
I want to thank you both for being here and accepting our invitation. And we obviously have an ongoing conversations. Madam Chair, really pleased that you're working with us on the OTP. I was delighted to see a yes come back from that invitation. We need to be coordinating at all levels, and so it's really good to have you involved there. And we appreciate the collaboration. These are good comments today from you and from my colleagues, and we look forward to more as you move forward and as we move forward. I will just close by saying when I first, soon after Chris became director, he and I had a conversation about the need for a shorter term strategic plan that really focused in on action, which evolved into the strategic action plan, which we have just completed year 1 with. We adopted it late in 20. We've had a year of experience with it. As we developed it in 20, we identified 3 priorities. Now, I will say climate is woven throughout the priorities. So I think that it's fair to say there are really 4 priorities in that plan, but the 3 that are named as kind of separate priorities, the climate priority is really, as I say, woven throughout. We're a modern transportation system with all of its elements, a heavy emphasis on multimodal and access and choice, because people have to have choice and people have to have first mile through last mile. And so that was one. The second was adequate funding, which you'll appreciate, because none of the things we talk about can happen without funding. It is a core principle in trying to do what we're doing, trying to do what you do, is to have funding. The third was equity. And I would say that I would be surprised if there were more than one handful of state departments of transportation that would list equity as one of their 3 priorities. And certainly that would have listed it 2 years ago, before it became, I would say, more prominent in light of, frankly, a set of horrific national incidents which brought it forward, and where we realized we were replaying some bad past history all over again, which I think is part of what's going on today. There's push and there's pull there. The reason I raise our strategic action plan is that, for me, its provisions on climate and equity are groundbreaking for us. And so, like you, we're trying to figure out what that means, what we need to do. And some of that is in the plan itself, but there are complexities when you set out a planning strategy that the world creates a set of additional questions. So we're working through our own thinking on what that looks like. So we applaud you for the work you're doing. I agree with my colleagues that there's more work to be done, but that's always the way it is when you're trying to really make a quantum leap forward. And we're trying to do that in our own way. So Amanda is maybe the bridge between all of this, because she seems indefatigable, just, cannot be stopped at any point in time. So we're relying on her energy level to make sure we're all staying connected as one key point, along with these other points of connection. So thank you again for coming, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate and cooperate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. We're going to take a break now until 20 after, and then we'll come back, and we have one agenda item left, and so we'll look forward to that. And so we're on break for 12 minutes. Okay, looks like we're just about ready. Commissioner Brown, you back? Commissioner Burke? Trying to get to a quorum here. It'll just be another second. I'm sure they're on their way back. Okay. Looks like we're ready. So we're going to turn to our last item, which is item K, which is the 2JA update. We have Assistant Director Brower, Administrator Peets, Administrator Criswell, and Interim Administrator Lind all here. So I guess I'll lateral the mic to Travis, and he can sort this out for us as to batting order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the commission, for the record, I'm Travis Brower, Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance, and I am, in fact, up in the batter's box first as the leadoff hitter. So today we're going to focus for you on the discussion on the Flexible Highway Program funds from the IIJA, about $412 million. We'll be back next month to dive deep into the dedicated funds. We covered that a little bit last month. So you have some context on those programs like bridges and electric vehicle charging, the new resilience program, et cetera, before you have to make a decision on the flexible funds where you actually have a lot of authority. Next slide, please. Today, we're going to start with an overview of the public comment, of which you've heard a lot so far, walk you through the 9 proposed investment areas, talk about the proposed scenarios. We'll walk you through the outcome of our initial scenario analysis, and then really we want feedback from you on a few questions that we'll pose. Next slide, please.
Travis, can I just interrupt you to, at some point in this, clarify for us? So it's a 5-year bill.
Yep.
So the 1.2, I assume, is coming out in 5 increments, for lack of a better phrase. I think we need to understand the cash flow here.
Yes, it does indeed, Mr. Chair. And just to cover that now, the cash flow is essentially an almost equal amount of additional funding each year. And we actually are looking at 6 years through the end of the 2027 STIP, with some assumptions about what Congress will do to extend IIJA funding levels beyond 2026. So essentially, that $1.2 billion comes in approximately even increments of about $200 million per year. Much of that money is use it or lose it. We have to obligate it to specific projects, not just program it to projects, but those projects have to be on their way out the door to construction. Or if we fail to do that by September 30th, that money is lost. It goes away, it goes to other states, and we never see it again. So there is some urgency around the action by the commission. As you know, there's a long lead time on many of these projects. And so in order to obligate a project for funding in even say 2024, we need to select that project in the next several months or by the end of the year in order to get going on planning, engineering, environmental work, so that we can actually get it contracted and obligated in time.
So Travis, are we doing that every year for every increment? So is the commission acting every year? Okay.
Every year, what will happen is that the federal government gives us an annual increment of funding under the existing programs and under the IIJA that has to be obligated each federal fiscal year. However, in order to avoid doing this on an annual basis, we bring you generally a 3-year STIP so that we can begin a bundle of projects at one time. The IIJA crosses over both the current STIP for 21 through 24 and the next STIP from 24 through 27. So we are asking you to allocate all of the funding to categories and programs by the end of March in order that we can then select projects in each of those categories, work through the development process, and then obligate them in a timely manner. really, we're already a bit behind our normal process. You'll recall you allocated the funding in the 24-27 STIP back in December of 2020. And so we, ideally like to have quite a number of years between the funding allocation and when we start having to get projects out the door. The reality is with the IIJA, because of this time frame, from the time you allocate funds to the time we have to obligate our first funds will be more like 6 months rather than the 6 years we normally have. And so this is what is driving a relatively fast timeline to get these funds out the door.
Thank you.
Quick question. So are we going to use the STIP process for both the discretionary and the dedicated?
Commissioner Smith, yes. What we will do is we will have you update the STIP with both the flexible funds as well as the dedicated funds. And we'll be bringing the discussion about the dedicated funds next month because there is some policy direction the commission may wish to provide. I think of the new EV charging program. You may want to tell us, to go in one direction or another. And even with the bridge. Exactly.
Or both.
One of you may want to go one direction, one of you may want to go the other, and then we'll have to figure out how to do that. Ultimately, yes, you'll be updated the STIP with all of this $1.2 billion in funding, some of which you have a lot of discretion over. Other dollars you have a minimal amount of discretion or a modest amount, and then some of which you have a none. I mean, there is money going to the MPOs, money going to transit districts that essentially is a pass-through, and the commission has no real role in. And so there really is depending on the program, the person or the entity that has the control differs. So that will, I think, become clearer over time. You really have the most discretion over this flexible funding that we're going to be working through today, some discretion over those dedicated programs, or no discretion over some of them. So that's sort of the framework. But ultimately, you are in a very important decision-making process. So let me walk you through that time frame. Today, we are giving you this proposal. You'll provide us feedback, and you already took public comment. We will put those options out on the street after receiving any modifications that you want to make to get public comment on them over the course of the next month. At that point, in February, you'll have another meeting in which you can take public comment, as well as we'll talk about those new dedicated programs. In March, we want to essentially close the public comment period to allow you to gather all that data and start giving us some direction and making decisions so that you can give us direction in early March to come back with whatever funding allocation will be the final allocation at the end of March. And at that point, then your approval will allow us to move into the project selection, project development, and ultimately obligation of those funds to get them out on the street serving Oregonians. Next slide, please. Let me start with walking you through the public comment overview. Next slide. We have a number of elements to this, and it really builds on the work we did for the 24-27 STIP. So we will share with you an analysis of the Transportation Needs and Issues Survey on spending priorities. We have also had dozens of conversations with our advisory committees and stakeholders, a group of equity partners who represent historically marginalized communities. We had 2 webinars, and you have taken public comments at your meetings, and we took them at one of the webinar. And you've also received literally hundreds and hundreds of pages of comments, which I'm sure you all read every single one of them. So you have an extensive record that points in many different directions, but we'll walk you through various elements of that. Next slide, please. As an important baseline, we do a biennial survey every 2 years. We ask, I think about 1,500 Oregonians what they think about spending priorities. When we've done this, we get very consistent results. And as you can see, we broke the results down by demographic group to ensure that we're not overweighting, one group or another. But the priorities are very consistent across demographic groups. And that really is keeping roads in a state of good repair, improving safety, reducing congestion, protecting the environment, and investing in multimodal transportation. So that really serves as the basis. You have a broad representation of the public through this survey data. Next slide, please. In terms of the conversations we've had with communities all across the state, especially our advisory committees and local government officials, the comments that you've received at your meetings and in the packets, we see a number of broad themes. And frankly, they point in many different directions. It's not as if many people were coming in saying, oh, spend all the money over here or all the money over there. So what we heard was a lot of support across the state for investing in public and active transportation to achieve our equity goals, make progress on climate change, improve multimodal accessibility. Certainly a high level of support for investing in bridges and preserving road conditions, as that's always a top priority for the public. There's been across the state a desire to address bottlenecks on state highways, whether that's in major urban areas or even in some of our rural areas on US 97 or US 395 or Oregon 140. All across the state, we've heard those concerns. There is certainly an interest in addressing the needs of urban arterials, both in major urban areas and smaller communities as well. There's been support for improving safety across all modes and all programs, because while we have a dedicated safety program, safety is really an element of every single program and project at ODOT. We also heard a lot of support, as we saw in the survey I just shared, for investing in fish, wildlife, and environmental projects. There is also been a lot of conversation about expanding electric vehicle charging opportunities across the entirety of Oregon so that EVs can roam far and wide. And lastly, we've heard a number of comments and themes really about ensuring a fair regional distribution of funds and a desire to ensure that the OTC is investing in regional and local priorities. Next slide, please. So that is the overview of what we have heard over the last several months. Again, a very extensive record of public comment. Let me walk you through now what that has led to in terms of a proposal to bring to you. Next slide, please. The IIJA flexible funds we're viewing as an opportunity for the commission to complement the funds that have already been allocated in the 21-24 and 24-27 STIP to fill in gaps, plus up areas that you believe need additional funding. So this slide shows you what you have previously done in the last two STIPs across these various categories. It's important to note, though, that this is not the totality of funding. There are a number of areas that are outside the STIP. This only includes the state and federal highway program funds that are put into the STIP. So for example, the Fix It category is our capital maintenance program, but it does not include most of the maintenance funding of our crews out on the road doing patching potholes and picking up dead deer and plowing snow. Similarly, the local programs is only the federal and state funding that's dedicated to capital projects. It doesn't include the 50% of the state highway fund that goes out to local governments, about $500 million a year in state highway fund apportionments. And similarly, next slide, please. The public and active transportation spending in the STIP is a portion of the overall investment. There's also significant investment in the statewide transportation improvement fund and the Federal Transit Administration. So this is about a quarter of the public and active transportation dedicated state and federal dollars are represented in the STIP. Next slide, please. You saw this slide last month, but basically it shows you the $1.2 billion in additional formula funding from the IIJA. As I noted then, about a quarter of the money is in that green quadrant for sustainable transportation, transit, and active transportation, the EV charging. Another quarter of that is dedicated to bridges and resilience. So basically the Fix-It type programs. And then there's additional money for safety and local programs. What we're gonna hone in on today is those flexible funds, about $412 million. That's about a third of the total funding, where you have that significant level of discretion. Next slide, please. Based on ODOT's analysis of need, the strategic action plan, the direction you provided in statewide policy plans, and the public input we received, we've developed a proposal to invest in the 9 program areas that you see on this slide that we think meet the significant needs, or at least a portion of the significant needs for investment in transportation across the state. We're going to walk you through each of these, starting with Mr. Lind, talking about a number of them in the Delivery and Operations Division.
Thanks, Travis. Chairman Bachman, members of the commission, for the record, Mac Lynn, Interim Administrator for Delivery and Operations. So I'm going to walk through the first 3 areas, and then I'll hand it over to Ms. Criswell. So next slide, please. Just as a reminder to that chart that Travis had up there a minute ago, you'll recall IAJ did invest a substantial amount of money into bridges, about $250 million over the 5 years. 25% of that funding we think will be shared with local agencies for their bridge needs. But with that, we're still in a declining investment in our bridges. So you'll recall us sharing previously, we're on about a 900-year cycle to replace bridges in the state, far below what we would expect or want, but that's part of the reality we're facing. So super appreciative for the IIJ to recognize the bridge needs. You're certainly seeing a lot of attention around that nationally. When we think about how that impacts Oregon, we'll get into more of this next month, but just some of the needs on our big bridges, for instance, we may be spending half of that money just to paint some of our big bridges to preserve them. So no new bridges are very limited. So it doesn't stretch very far given what we've heard today around just the cost of doing business. On the left side, just our pavement conditions continue to decline. You can see what a level of investment would do to our pavement conditions across the state. But there was no dedicated funding, if you will, for pavement preservation out of the IIJA. So an important part of this conversation today. And we're starting to see some of those effects, as we've shared with the commission before, around some of the low volume roads or some of the roads and highways across the state that we're really stretching our maintenance forces pretty thin as they try to hold that asphalt together and preserve it through the winter. So still a declining or a disinvestment in those facilities we currently have out there. And last comment on this slide, given the conversation earlier today with the commission, just that puts further stress and pressure on our already challenging state highway fund resources that go to agency operations and maintenance. So I think it's worth recognizing a decision here does play out in how we operate and maintain the system. Next slide, please. When we think about enhance, the commission may recall in the 24-27 funding allocation, it's the tail end of House Bill 2017, which had a number of earmarked or named projects that really led to investments in this enhanced highway category. The commission did invest another $65 million over this current STIP in enhanced highway. Part of our strategy here in bringing this forward to you is what an additional amount of IIJA funding to this category would do. Frankly, we'd be looking at what can we do to complete some pretty significant projects. You heard of a couple today, Aurora Donald Interchange, Bend North Corridor. Those are two marquee projects that certainly come up on the top of our list. But we're also in the process of identifying how to allocate that current $65 million, working through our region list right now. So what can we do to go further down that list of needs, from things like climbing lanes to also some lower cost operational improvements like signal optimization, to ITS improvements, to how do we facilitate safer freight movement in winter snow zones, for instance. And then finally, a big piece we'll get more into over the next couple of months is just the massive amount of opportunity we have in Oregon for discretionary grants. We're going to have to compete pretty hard for those grants, national competition. And so what are we doing to invest so we're ready and prepared to put a good application forward and bring more money home to Oregon, if you will. Next slide, please. Final category for me, and it's already come up previously today, is just our needs to continue to meet our ADA settlement agreement. We continue to deliver projects to build out the remaining 27,000 curb ramps that we've committed to address across the state. We're in the peak right now. We're in the peak of that settlement agreement by 2027. So the end of this funding you're considering, we will have to complete 75% of those curb ramps. So pretty significant effort underway. We're not seeing costs come in as low as we would like. We're putting a lot of work on the market right now. In the next few months, we're going to put another 13 curb ramp specific projects on the street. And we're starting to hear that we're stretching the industry right now and trying to take some different approaches to get that work accomplished. But we're continuing to find additional funding needs to support that settlement agreement. And then I will turn it over to Ms. Criswell to hit some other program areas.
Thank you, Mr. Lind. Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission. My name is Karen Criswell. I'm the Public Transportation Division Administrator.
Karen, can you hang on one second? I think Commissioner Smith had a question.
Sorry.
for Mac.
Apologies.
Nope, apology necessary.
Go back
Mac,
a couple slides.
is this a question for Mac?
Yes,
Okay, I also have a question for him.
sorry. Yes, this one. So on these discretionary grants that various jurisdictions can go for, is that on the same 5-year time frame? They have to get it done, get it spent?
Yeah, Chair Van Brockland, Commissioner Smith, apologize for not pausing there for questions. Each program, there are so many new grant programs coming out of the IIJA, and we're still learning more about what the rollout of those programs will be. What we're getting indications from USDOT is they're going to roll out some of the existing programs and continue those coming out. So we're starting to hear feedback that we might start to see some of that here even by the end of the month on one of the programs. But there's a couple new program areas in there that they still have to release the rules, notifications to know exactly how they're going to roll that out, what criteria they're going to apply. But largely, we will see a call for applications each year. I think globally, I would say that what criteria will apply, and we'll be watching to learn what other states are successful in winning those grants so that we can tailor future applications in the coming years. So I think nationally, we're all going to be watching this in this first year to see, what wins so that we can tailor applications.
So my quick question maybe it's to Travis, is for Commissioner Burke's benefit, could you just summarize quickly what this ADA settlement agreement requires?
I think I will let Mr. Lind cover
All
that.
right.
He's better versed in it.
Yeah, Chairman Bach, members of the commission. So our ADA settlement agreement we signed in 2017, which required which we, the agency, signed on to, required us to address all curb ramps along state highways across the state, which accounts to about 27,000 curb ramps. We have until 2032, so it was a 15-year settlement agreement to upgrade those curb ramps. And it had 2 significant milestones in there. By the end of this year, calendar year 2022, we need to finish almost 8,000 curb ramps. So that's 25%. And by 2027, 10 years into the settlement agreement, we have to complete 75% of the curb ramps. So it's an absolute number, not taking into consideration cost. It's around the absolute number of upgrading those curb ramps.
And a number of these have had to be rebuilt because of the precise standards for ADA compliance. So we've had experience with that as well.
Yeah, Chair Van Brockland, I would say we've hired an accessibility consultant as part of that settlement agreement to help inform what standard are we using. It is very exact. I would akin it to bridge standards in terms of the expectations around quality and the slope of the curb ramp and just the exactness of the work. And we're finally, I think, after this many years into the program, finally starting to see that contractors can build the work to those exact standards and kind of working through some of those wrinkles we experienced in the early days of the program.
Okay, thank you. Karen?
All righty, take 2. Chair Van Brockland?
Wait.
No?
Sorry, Karen.
No problem, Commissioner.
Thank you for that additional information on the ADA settlement. I had a question following back to the grants discussion, and I think this is relevant in many areas, so I'm not sure who is the right one to answer this question, but it seems to me that while this funding is significant, we know that we still have miles to go with respect to closing the funding needs for all of these priorities. And a lot of it seems to be that we're pinning our hopes on these many grant programs. And I'm wondering about our internal capacity to actually compete for these grants, much less, the use it or lose it nature of this money, right? That we're actually going to be able to, if we get the grant, then actually be able to commit the funds in a timely fashion.
I think I can take that, Commissioner Burke. It's a great question. It's one we're actually probably going to spend some time on at the next meeting. We've had a lot of discussions about this within the agency. There is about $100 billion in competitive grants that Secretary Buttigieg and his team will be distributing. What that means is if, Oregon typically gets 1.2% of federal transportation funding. So we could get another $1 billion or more in competitive grants if we hustle and have a good process in place. So we are going to be working on a number of fronts to maximize our competitiveness. One will be pre-positioning match, and we're going to talk about that in just a minute to make sure that we actually have the state dollars to go after the federal dollars. Another one, and this is the last bullet on this page, is across multiple programs, we're going to invest a little bit of money to get projects ready to go so that we have a project that has been through planning and done some of the basic environmental work and maybe even 10 or 30% design so we can go forward. And then to your point about capacity, we don't have the capacity internally to write all of these grants. Having written many grants in the past, I'll tell you, it is a slog. And so what we're looking to do is likely supplement our workforce with professional grant writers in the private sector that we would have on contract, on call, that when we found out that a new grant was going to be due in 2 months, we could bring them on quickly and have them do much of the work for us to supplement our internal capacity. So that's 3 of the elements that we're talking about. We'll flesh that out a little bit more for you next month because it's clear that this is going to be an area that we have the opportunity to potentially secure significant additional money.
Thank you. Administrator Criswell.
I'm just taking a moment. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I am here to tell you about a new program and allocation that we're proposing, and that's the Great Streets program. And so, as you know, Oregon highways serve main streets for many communities across Oregon. These streets should be safe and accessible for all users, including those who are walking, biking, and using a mobility device. However, in many locations, they are currently more focused on moving large volumes of cars and trucks at speed. And this is due in part because communities around the state have really grown up around the state highways, and also because federal and state funding programs have historically been focused on funding specific modes rather than the overall experience for all users of a street or highway. So simply put, I think we focused on throughput rather than getting to a place on our urban highways. So this means that in practice, we have programs that are for ADA access, another one for bike lanes, another one for pavement, another one for crossing safety. And that ODOT and local jurisdictions all are working to cobble together funding from multiple sources to build these great streets that meet the needs of all users. We think that this needs to change. And one of the proposed starting points is this new proposed Great Streets program. The intent is to break down the silos to help the agency to design, fund, and build street fleets that meet broader community needs. We are planning with this program on focusing on state highways that operate as main streets, both in rural and urban communities of all sizes across Oregon. We are currently planning on holding an internal competitive grant selection process where projects are scored on criteria such as equity. How does the project reduce barriers for historically marginalized communities to improve safety, whether you're walking, biking, or using transit? This project is not, or this fund or IIJ itself is not going to meet the needs of every community. And we want to apply the Great Streets concept to those needs, to those areas with the most pressing needs, and use it as a proof of concept for future investments in multimodal corridors. Safety, again, for everyone, including people who are walking and biking, and local support. We know that communities have different levels of resources available to them. So we're adopting a broad definition of support. So examples can include high quality community engagements, efforts to minimize project costs through right-of-way contributions, waiving permits, fees, et cetera. And then we're also planning on using some portion of these funds for project development to begin to better build a pipeline of ready projects that help us and local jurisdictions across Oregon to be better prepared for future federal and state funding opportunities. Next, please. And then the second and last slide for me, the Safe Routes to School program. We know Safe Routes to School improves both infrastructure and education that helps kids to get safely to and from school, whether on foot or by bike or rolling. This includes improvements such as crossings, sidewalks, and signage. In addition to helping young people, anyone else using these routes by bike and foot also have benefits, given that many schools are centrally located and can have a positive impact on communities and business hubs. Additional investments in Safe Routes to School would supplement funds that are allocated through HB 2017, as well as additional funds that were allocated by the Commission in the 24-27 STIP. We think that these funding increases are significant, but they still don't meet our needs. The last two rounds of competitive funding had $4 in requests for every dollar of funding. And at current levels, we estimate it would take us about 69 years to meet current needs. I just also want to flag for you that we are working on a full review of updating the bike and pedestrian needs for ODOT state systems. And we should have that work done in a few weeks, but we do have a few initial metrics on need that I just want to flag for you. And one is that our urban sidewalk network is less than 50% complete. Our urban bicycle network is about 60% complete. And 40% of our bike and ped paths in Oregon are in poor condition, which means that they cannot be safely used by those with mobility devices or strollers. Our current estimate is that it would take about $5.2 billion or about 180 million a year to complete bike ped facilities along urban state highways. And another thing that you might have noticed is that we are not proposing any plussing up of the flexible IIJ funds because public transit is seeing such a large increase in the formula funding that will be coming to Oregon to the tune of 200 million, the majority of which will go directly from the FTA to small and large urban providers, with about 31 million going through the state to rural areas. And that's roughly a 35% increase in transit funding compared to the previous period. And with that, I will pause and pass it along to Administrator Peets, unless there are questions. Thank you.
Amanda?
Great, thank you. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So hello again, Amanda Peets, Administrator for Policy, Data, and Analysis Division. And I'm just going to talk about this local climate planning investment area. And that would go towards meeting the new requirements and the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking effort that Director Rue and Chair MacArthur just spoke about. The updated transportation planning rule will include new requirements for transportation land use planning within metropolitan areas of the state. With those new requirements will come increased level of effort overall to develop local plans, more technical analysis and support required of ODOT, and some pretty strict timelines for meeting some of those requirements. Per the governor's executive order on climate, DLCD and ODOT are required to provide technical and financial support to local jurisdictions to meet the new planning requirements and their GHG emission reduction goals. So this $15 million that we're proposing for this item would help meet the executive order requirements and help to support our local partners. While the cost of all of this work is not well understood yet until the rules are finalized, we envision that 15 million will be a good portion of the need, but not completely fulfill it. In addition to this funding, ODOT will need staff for getting the funding out the door as quickly as possible, enhancing modeling analysis support and coordinating state and local system needs. So relative then to the League of Oregon Cities comments this morning from Mr. McCauley, And Director Rue's question this afternoon, the key to allocating this 15 million and providing the technical support will hinge on additional staffing, which may not come till 2023. Next slide. With that, I'll turn it back to Assistant Director Brower.
Thank you, Amanda. You heard earlier today in our presentation about the $500 million shortfall that ODOT faces in our operations and maintenance funding for our maintenance forces, administration, DMV, Commerce Compliance Division through 2029. As we noted at that time, the IIJA will increase our O&M deficit due to increased match requirements and staffing costs and even fund sharing with local governments. So we would recommend setting aside a small portion of the overall funds to cover some of our operations and maintenance costs from federal dollars in order to at least offset some of the impact, reduce it, but probably not eliminate the increased gap that will come out of IIJA. Next slide, please. We also talked just a little while ago about a match for competitive grants. There is a significant amount of money that we're going to want to seek, but unfortunately, due to some of our state cash constraints, we have relatively limited funding available to match grants in many categories where we don't have dedicated state funds. So what we're looking at doing is federalizing some costs that can be paid by federal dollars to free up state dollars. And so that would provide a matching fund pot that we're proposing at $40 million. That could be used for a wide variety of grants, whether that's wildlife crossings, the RAISE program, infra grants, just about anything that is out there. Every dollar we set aside can potentially leverage up to $4 in federal funding. So $40 million could help bring in another $160 million in federal funds. So it seems like a good investment to leverage those federal dollars. Next slide, please. And last, but certainly not least, we know that there is going to be significant additional volume of projects due to the IIJA. And that will require expanding and broadening the pool of contractors and subcontractors and the workforce that is available to do this work out on the road. So we already have business and workforce development programs. We would recommend using a portion of the IIJA funding to support these programs, primarily focused on BIPOC and women-owned businesses, supportive services to help them navigate the process and build capacity to compete effectively for contracts, and also supplement our existing funding for workforce development to build a skilled and diverse workforce. Our current workforce development funding focuses really on those who have traditionally had barriers to entering the highway construction workforce, whether that's women, people of color, or people from low-income communities as well. Next slide, please. So rather than giving you a single proposal for how to invest the funds, what we have given you instead is a number of options that will allow you to determine how you want to spread the money across the various areas. These scenarios or options are really created for analytical purposes and public comment. Ultimately, in March, after public comment, the commission can choose to select one of the scenarios that you give us the thumbs up on today as the final funding allocation, or you can modify one of these scenarios based on public comment, based on your judgment about the investment priorities. So these are not final in the sense that you do not have to pick one of these at the end of this process. It's important to note that these scenarios really don't actually differ that much from one another. What we heard from you over time and from the communities that we've talked to over time is there's need across all areas of the transportation system. So rather than choosing to focus these scenarios and putting all the money into fix it or all the money into public and active transportation, we have generally provided more balanced scenarios and then using our analytical tool that Amanda's going to walk through, helping figure out how they affect outcomes in different ways. Each scenario spends the same amount of money, about $198 million total, on ADA, business and workforce development, match for federal grants, O&M, and local climate planning. So that's about half of the $412 million available. But then each differs on how much it puts into fix-it, public and active transportation, enhanced highway programs. We've put together 4 scenarios and would recommend that just for the ease of the public understanding the various options, that if you wish to add another scenario, that we eliminate one of these so that we're not going to the commission or to the public with a huge long list of scenarios and making them weigh a really long list. Next slide, please. Just to briefly walk you through.
So just one point on that. I think we would want to have some summary of what scenario 5 is at minimum. And then the other thing I just mentioned to everyone, which everyone's aware of, is Commissioner Simpson is not here today. So I want to be, whatever we do today, I think needs to be, a discussion leading to maybe a preliminary lean, but I don't want to I want to make sure that Alanda's voice is in this decision.
Great. We can certainly follow up with Commissioner Simpson, and I can give you a little bit of a flavor of the scenario 5 you heard about this morning, although we just received it late yesterday and haven't had any real time to analyze it or run through our screening tool. So the fix-it scenario puts half of the net funding after setting aside funding for those 5 areas I mentioned into fix-it, about $107 million over 5 years, and a quarter each into enhanced highway and public and active transportation programs, specifically the Great Streets and Safe Routes to School program. Next slide, please. Similarly, the public and active transportation scenario puts about half of that net funding into the Great Streets and Safe Routes to School program, and then a quarter each into fix-it and enhanced highway. Next slide. The enhanced highway, as you can imagine, half goes into enhanced highway and ditto for a quarter each into the other 2 areas. Next slide. And finally, we created a balanced scenario as well that basically takes the net funding, a little more than $200 million, and splits it even Steven between these 3 categories in order to give you a sense of what it would look like to split the funding that way. The scenario 5 that you received by email today from me, we were able to find that. It came in late yesterday. What it does essentially is provides all of the funding for public and active transportation. It does not provide funding for business and workforce development, match for competitive grants, ADA, maintenance and operations, or local climate planning, or enhanced highway, or fix it. So of the different allocation for public and active transportation. We would probably have some concerns in particular about providing no funding for ADA would then put us in a significant challenging spot for meeting our commitments to making the system accessible for people experiencing disabilities. Similarly, we would recommend that there would be some funding for local climate planning and some of these other areas as well. So it's really up to the commission. If that's a scenario you'd like us to put through analysis, we certainly could. But it does miss some of those areas that we see as fairly important areas of investment. ADA in particular, not really optional to use some of this funding to meet that need. Any questions about the scenarios before I turn it over to Amanda? And again, what we're asking you today is to provide feedback on these scenarios. None of them have to be perfect because in the end, what we're doing is using this as an analytical and public comment tool as a starting place for discussion that will then allow you to create the ideal funding allocation based on what you hear and what you see of the outcomes here.
So questions at this point before we hear from Amanda? Commissioner Smith?
I'm asking a lot of questions today. Sorry.
Okay.
So help me understand the thinking behind the amount you picked for the match for competitive grants. If we can leverage this money so significantly, is that enough? Or how did you come up with that?
Commissioner Smith, is a great question and one I've asked myself as well. Frankly, it is probably the minimum we would recommend in that area. And what we would recommend doing is looking at that and seeing how fast it goes. And then if we do, in fact, run through it in the next several years and need more, or even in the next year, we would come back to you and ask you to replenish that pot, either by reallocating funding from some other category or even using any unanticipated federal funding we get over and above what our funding assumptions are. Because certainly we want to be able to compete effectively at the federal level. And if we can get $4 for every dollar we put in, that is a darned good deal.
Just a follow up to that. So the match would be for grants that ODOT goes after, or would there, okay, so it's not allocating some to local jurisdictions, but we probably partner with local jurisdictions to put together several different matches. So some from ODOT, some from a local city or county, some from private development to try and make it more attractive for funding.
Correct, said Commissioner Smith. And I would also note that ODOT regularly partners. Almost every grant application we put forward is in some way a partnership with local governments. And in fact, in some cases, we actually have the local government submit the grant because we think it looks better to USDOT for them to submit. And so this would then provide a funding source from ODOT. Sometimes local governments bring match to the table, sometimes they don't. When we went for the US 97 Bend North Corridor infra grant and were successful, that had, I believe, funding from private developers, the city, the county, ODOT, all on the table. And that really helped secure that very significant, I think it was a $50 or $60 million infra grant for that project.
That's what was coming through my mind is if we can put together that kind of collaborative effort, and I know it's a lot of work, but it was so successful here. I'm going to give a shout out to our Region 4 team who did a great job. Gary Farnsworth and his crew, Bob Townsend and several others. To me, it makes really good sense to try and get some of that additional money as much as we can.
Yeah, I had a very similar conversation with that we're having right now with Travis the other day, and I asked that very same question about is the 40 million in match enough? And I mean, if the yield is 4-1, then obviously we want to do as much of that as we can reasonably do. And I know there's some estimation in all of that about what's possible. So I like knowing that there's flexibility down the road to reprogram if we see it being successful. I mean, if there's a play here for more match money to leverage much more federal money, either alone or in coordination with local government, as we were just talking about, and that was a good example of the Highway 97 project, then we should do that. Which led me to the question, and we want to get to Amanda here, but what led me to the question of that question about match led me to the question about what are the minimums. For example, I think I'm stating this correctly, Travis, at the end of our discussion the other day, that a pretty firm impression that 100 million was kind of the minimum for ADA to avoid non-compliance with our settlement agreement, which is enforceable, and I assume there are sanctions for failure to meet the timelines. So we say, okay, that 100 million is the minimum to put into ADA, which is I think what you said to me. Then, what is that list? If you go around this wheel, what are the gotta put this much in? What are those numbers? And that helps me think through at least where we go on the stuff that maybe the money that's really more flexible, if you will, versus less flexible. So I think that's a part of the analysis I would be very interested in seeing is, what the agency thinks are in these categories, what are either as a legal matter or as a practical implementation matter, kind of the minimums we would want to put in so we know what our floor is. And then we could talk about how we get creative with the rest of it. Anyway.
Ultimately, Commissioner Van Broekelen, the minimum in any category is other than ADA is probably zero. You can choose not to fund any of these areas if you believe that they're not the most important areas. I would say that an area like Enhanced Highway or Fix It, that is adding to existing pots of money in the STIP. And so really any amount of money can help, although certainly MAC is beginning to develop project lists for Enhanced Highway. that will show you sort of what you buy at different price points, for lack of a better term. I would say that, the Great Streets program, the minimum amount, I would not want to go for a new program like that, I would not want to go below the amount we had in the Fix It or Enhanced Highway scenario. At some point, it doesn't become worth it just to do, a $10 million or $15 million investment in that area when you're talking about a new program. But any additional amount for safe routes to school can supplement an existing program, and same with most of those other areas. But ultimately, again, it's really up to the commission's discretion.
Yeah. So on Great Streets, was that number 38? Am I remember that right?
I believe that's correct. And certainly we could come back to you with maybe a little bit more fine grain proposal. But that is probably anything smaller than that might be slicing the pie a little too thin, and really would not serve very well as a viable demonstration program. Now I'll let Amanda or Mac or Karen tell me that I'm wrong on that.
The Chair Van Brock, members of the commission, I think the only other thing I'd add is just the maintenance and operations piece. If we don't federalize some of those pieces like our incident response and dispatch centers, the things that we can federalize, it's further eroding our state highway fund challenges that you heard Dan Porter and Travis speak to earlier. Travis is correct. Zero could be the answer there as well.
Okay, I think we should hear from Amanda now, and then we can ask more questions.
Okay, great, thank you. So now I'll just give a brief overview of how the scenarios that you've been talking about can help contribute to different outcome areas. So this analysis that I'll talk about originated from a requirement in the governor's executive order on climate, and that mandates that we consider how investment choices in the STIP impact greenhouse gas emissions or climate mitigation. So the scenarios have to be screened through that criteria at a minimum, but we also understand that investments may not benefit greenhouse gas reduction may help with climate adaptation, for example, or support other outcome areas in the strategic action plan or in your other adopted transportation policies. So that's why we get to this kind of suite of 7 different outcome areas to look at. So in addition to some of the climate pieces, looking at congestion, equity, multimodal, safety, and state of good repair, just to see how those investments play against those outcomes that we all desire. Next slide, please. This chart probably looks familiar to most of you, with the exception of Commissioner Burke being new, but we shared it last time when we were talking about the 2024 through 2027 STIP allocations. And what this shows is how well our current funding levels meet what we should be spending in order to achieve our desired outcomes. So the dark blue bar at the bottom of each of these bars shows how much we're spending in the STIP. Then the light green line above that shows how the dedicated IIJA funds help to further meet that need. And then the light blue is the funding that you're considering in the scenarios that Travis showed. So the red is then the remaining unmet need. So the chart tells a few important things. One, pretty clearly, we do not have nearly enough funding to meet all our needs. And even if we took all our funding and we put it in one category, and let's say we really want to achieve social equity, we'd still fall short of those needs. And this tells us that some outcome areas are historically underfunded. So this kind of gets to a point that Representative Pham pointed out this morning. So like mitigation or greenhouse gas emission reduction, equity and multimodal are some areas kind of historically underfunded. Next slide. So to close the gap for any one outcome, this chart shows which pots of funding, like Fix It, Enhance or Safety, how they can impact an outcome area. So for example, if you look at the middle of your screen, kind of bottom, safety, it's most benefited by investments that are directed just to safety, but every dollar spent, no matter the category, benefits safety. So this really shows how we've ingrained that topic into everything that we do across the agency. And then state of good repair next to it is most benefited by Fix It, but also some by safety. Whereas Enhance tends to add more miles or new features that we then need to maintain. So that's where you get a slight more challenging to keep that state of good repair. So those are kind of how those relationships work, just if you're curious on how you might maximize the different outcome areas. Next slide. So based on that, you won't find it surprising that the fix-it heavy scenario best improves climate adaptation and state of good repair. The public and active transportation scenario benefits climate mitigation or GHG reduction, multimodal mobility and social equity the most. And scenario 3 performs best for congestion relief and safety. The final scenario is a balance across investment categories, which benefits among all outcomes, but doesn't really have any standouts. Next slide. So here's the big ta-da. So with my last slide, my goal is to completely overwhelm you with information. Just kidding. I know this is pretty busy, but it includes some pretty helpful context and information as you deliberate. So the table at the top shows the dollar allocations to each scenario. It's really just an FYI, so you can kind of ignore that piece for right now. And let's focus on the chart there at the bottom. And that shows how each scenario performs relative to the outcome area that I mentioned. So let's start by looking at the letter grades. These are something that we showed last time and relate back to the need chart that I showed earlier. So basically, we graded how well we're doing at meeting the needs for each outcome. So like I said earlier, we're doing terrible. But instead of showing the grades as like F minus, F minus, 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 we graded on a curve, perhaps something that Commissioner Burke does in classes. So we basically gave the one that performed the best a B and really adjusted the letter grades from there. So then if we look to the bars to the right of the letter grades, then we see how new funding can make further progress towards the outcome. So basically, when the bars exceed about 5% on this chart, we're roughly getting about a half bump in a letter grade. So we might go from a B minus to a B. A good share of the progress that you're seeing on this really comes from IIJA dedicated funding. So the dark kind of blue line that cuts across those green bars on each of those, what that's showing is what you get from II dedicated funding. So like the new carbon reduction program that supports greenhouse gas mitigation is really furthering that climate change bar. And the new funding for bridges helps to further state of good repair. And then the remainder of the bar beyond that line are benefits from the scenarios that you're considering. So those are kind of where those green lines end out. That's the benefits you're getting from that flexible about $400 million that you have. So lastly, the light green lines that are kind of beyond the bars, what those are showing is that if you put all your money towards that one outcome, here's where you'd max that out. So of all the flexible funds, that 400 million, if you put that towards, say, multimodal, like scenario 5 is suggesting, you can see here on this chart under multimodal mobility where you'd kind of max out the benefits for that if you put all your money in that portion there. So that's a pretty quick walkthrough of a lot of information to share with you, but hopefully gives you some good sense of kind of what we're talking about in terms of this flexible funding and how it can further things. So with that, I'll turn it back to Travis to close this out.
Oops. Next slide, please. So as a reminder of the timeline, our plan was to get your feedback today, make any modifications to the scenarios, then get them out on the street for public comment to allow you to have that back by the March meeting, so that then by the end of March, you can make a decision. Next slide, please. The request for feedback today really is, are these the correct areas to focus on investing the flexible funds? Are these 9 areas the right places? Some of them you don't like maybe? Are there other areas that we didn't include that should be have investments? Second, do you have any comments on the proposed programs? Any specific details or thoughts about how we should develop them or further questions? And then last, are these appropriate funding options or scenarios to release for public review and comment? Again, they don't have to be perfect because in the end, you can modify them based on the public comment. This is for essentially illustrative purposes, but we want to get a sense of whether you're comfortable with these or any modifications that need to be made. Are there any you want to nix or any you want to add? Again, I'd recommend probably that we don't put 8 out for public comment. If we add any more, it would be probably a good idea to remove one from consideration or just modify an existing scenario. So with that, we will stand down and happy to take questions and take your feedback in particular.
So can you go back to the options slide so we can answer the questions? Okay. So questions.
And I'd also note that there is a, in the packet, there is a one-page summary document that, well, you can't see it on my screen, but that shows all these side by side on one page, if that's helpful for you.
So
Yes.
let's
maybe
are there questions?
Lisa,
Let's go to
I would
questions.
just, sorry,
Yeah,
Chairman
go ahead.
Brockman.
Go
I would just
ahead.
say, if we can flip to, I think it's slide 33. I think that shows the amounts in each category. That one right there. So back one, right there. Yep.
That's a good one.
That's a matter of opinion.
Or bad.
Or bad. It's a dizzying array of information.
It is.
And I think that one is not obviously understanding the scenario 5, if you will, that has been proposed through the public comment. And I think in your quick analysis of it, for example, it eliminated the local climate planning bucket, for example, which doesn't seem to line up with the fact that climate is a big component of scenario 5, as I understand it, for example, and that we know that, for example, those local transit authorities, et cetera, that they need that help in order to make those decisions at those levels and to plan for those sorts of things. So I'm having a little bit of difficulty even keeping that scenario 5 in my head right now and thinking about these 4 to see really what it is, the aim of 5 as opposed to, these 4.
Commissioner Burke, I would say that the scenario 5, from again, our limited understanding, we have not run numbers on it or done any analysis, is most similar to the public and active transportation scenario in the sense that it puts all the funding into public and active transportation and doesn't fund most of the program areas that we recommend. At the same time, I mean, I think our public and active transportation scenario puts something like $240 million out of $412 million into public and active transportation, climate, and equity. The scenario 5 basically just goes all the way and puts it all into public and active transportation.
The chair, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Brown. Sorry. Trying to find.
I think it is important that, we bring the other commissioner into this conversation. So I don't want to go too deep either. With all of the comment that we've had, and we're talking about hundreds of pages of comment, it's really difficult for me to say that, yes, there's one scenario that I feel comfortable with. I do want to caution us that if one group comes out with a scenario and they start pitching that, we're going to get lost in this conversation at some point, because there's going to be so many scenarios that we have to make a decision on, and you have to run those through the models. It's going to delay what we're trying to do. I think that one of the things we have to remember is that we represent the entire state, and we have to look at all modes of transportation in our state, not just one program or another. And I think that that's where sometimes it's difficult, because we want to have the best bang for the buck, to where everybody can leverage those dollars, have that match available, be able to get those federal dollars, be competitive, all of those things. And so I'm personally am not ready to say that there is one scenario that I'm going to fall on. I said this at the MPO meeting the other day, which was, I guess it wasn't the MPO meeting, it was actually the ACT meeting down here in Southern Oregon, was that I did call attention to the fix it because we as a commission said that if additional dollars came, that we would put money back in to the fix it since we took it out for the STIP for this last rebalancing, but doesn't mean that I'm just stuck on fix it. I just want to make that real clear to the population of Oregon that we have to weigh all of these things. So I'm not ready to, and I do want to take the time to look at all the public comment, and it's going to take me more than one day or one evening to get through over 300 letters.
I've been thinking that maybe what we should do is, and I know time is of the essence, so I heard that message, Travis. But I'd like to get Orlando in the conversation, and I'd like to take a few days to think through this. And so I guess what I'm thinking is, and I don't know how much time we would need, but to maybe have some kind of a session next week and answer your questions. Now, I realize that's a week lost, or not lost, it's a week where we don't get to where preferably we'd like to get today. But I also feel I'm sensing from Commissioner Brown and maybe some others that might want a little bit more time before we figure out what the 4 scenarios are that we go out with. Because that in itself is a fairly, and I know we're not bound to them, and we didn't end up choosing any of the scenarios that we had in the 24-27 STIP. We developed our own, which was a variation on all 4 or I think we had about 8 in that discussion, 8 different approaches. So how would people feel about today's Thursday if we met again for 90 minutes Tuesday, Wednesday, and had this discussion then, realizing everyone has way too much to do already and probably would prefer not to have another meeting. But if the commission is feeling like they're okay going out with the 4 scenarios, that's one choice. Substituting in scenario 5 for one of the, or going out with 5, or substituting scenario 5 in for one of these. Those are 3 options. Are we ready to
Mr. Chair?
Get there at 3:27?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. And
Sure.
I guess I'm going to go up a little level here and say one of the questions was, of the categories that you have proposed, is there anything missing or do you not like any of them? And my first answer is I think that they're all appropriate. And I don't know that I'm seeing anything missing yet. Of course, we haven't heard from all the public comment. I did try to read a lot of it this morning. But we're going to get a lot more in. And we definitely need to have Commissioner Simpson weigh in on this. But I think just for the purposes of continuing the public input, saying that we have these 4 scenarios that we're looking at and will continue to look at, and we want the public to tell us if they like them, if they don't like them, what parts they like, what parts they don't like, and that at the end of the day, we may choose one of them or we may create our own hybrid. I think that's kind of where we are. I think it's okay to keep moving it forward with those bookends, that we're not wedded to any one of them, and that we just need to hear from our community as we start thinking through all of these choices. So
yeah, I think that was one of the choices I was just laying out, would be to go out with these 4, and I'm fine myself doing that with that proviso. But I was also trying to be responsive to Commissioner Brown wanting a little bit more time with the materials, so I don't want to be insensitive to that.
I just to clarify, Chair, if I may,
Sure.
I'm okay with the 4 scenarios and with the understanding that we can tweak those 4 scenarios. Where I wasn't comfortable was scenario 5 all of a sudden being thrown out there and we don't even know what it looks like.
Yeah.
That made me very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Okay. We did see a slide of it just a minute ago, I think, but I understand what you're saying. I mean, we don't have any prior experience with it. Let's just, without taking a vote, let's just test it. It sounds like Sharon is fine with going out with 4. Tell me if I'm putting words in your mouth, with the 4 existing ones, and exclude scenario 5, although that doesn't mean we're not going to consider it, or it's going to inform the decision or not, or inform a tremendous amount or somewhat or whatever. Okay, so Sharon is fine with 4, the 4 existing going out. Anyone have a different view than that? I'm fine with that. We have to start somewhere. And I think keeping public comment, we've got public comment, we've got people focused. I think continuing to keep people in the conversation is helpful. Anybody feel otherwise? And we could, again, we can go any way we want to.
Mr. Chair, I might add that we did have a conversation with Commissioner Simpson, as we did with all of you, to brief you on the details, and had a conversation about his investment priorities, and generally got the sense that Commissioner Simpson was looking at a fairly balanced portfolio of investments.
Okay.
So these scenarios do essentially reflect the input that we've received from the commission over time and the priorities that are expressed in the strategic action plan. So in that sense, we have at least had that initial conversation and worked some of Commissioner Simpson's interest into this. Although I can't speak to whether he would say these are the right 4.
So just, okay, so that's fine. Another, I don't think any of us are saying at this point that we're endorsing anything. So the other question for me is, we do have now in our record, and it's been referred to, a scenario 5. If we exclude it, will we have criticism for excluding it? We may have criticism, but does it cause us to want to have it in the group or not? Commissioner Smith.
Mr. Chair, I guess my thinking is we're going to get, as public input comes in, we're going to have lots of different scenarios people might suggest. I don't think we want to elevate all of them, so I'm reluctant to elevate one that came in after the comment period closed last night.
Yeah, I think it's fine to start with these 4, and I think we will get comments about what about this scenario, and I agree with you, it won't be just scenario 5, it will be other things. And so I think we had the 4 that the staff developed. People can comment further. This is the first round of comments that we got until now. We'll get additional comments. I have additional thinking about this that I'm not going to talk about today, but about how we do this that, I'll share when it's a little bit more appropriate. We've had a little bit more time living with the information we're getting, and I encourage people to come out, and if they don't, come forward with their views, whatever they may be. Any other comments today? Commissioner Smith.
Yes, sorry.
No, it's all right.
So, I know we had some last minute agenda changes today. And so we had a consent agenda before we had the public comment period.
Yeah.
And the one of the amendments to rulemaking, we had 2 public comments about, and it felt a little awkward that we took action before we heard from them. I'm not sure if other people are feeling that, and if there's maybe a desire to kind of undo that and maybe reconsider it at the next meeting. But I also would want to hear from staff to see if that would cause some serious administrative or various ramifications. So I guess I would maybe direct that question to Director Strickler.
So I think the idea, Chris, would be that we maybe pull that back from what we approved for further comment and consideration at the next meeting.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, Commissioner Smith, what I probably would offer is a bit of a process foul on our part, recognizing that it is important to take that comment. So I'll take note of that, and we'll address those kind of in future conversations around agenda. But I guess if there is something in the public comment that would change your vote, I'd probably recommend maybe conducting that vote now, or suggesting a time to have that vote now that you've heard the public comment, as opposed to the next meeting, because we do have some time limitations that I can't speak to directly, but based upon some of the rulemaking process.
I'd be happy to have a short meeting, probably Monday, not tomorrow, so we can all, because we have a lot of things here to look at. If Monday's not too late, Chris, a 30-minute.
That's not what I was suggesting. I just wanted to raise the issue, and I don't know that I had any, I wanted us to consider whether we wanted to revisit that vote, and I haven't heard anybody else wanting to revisit it, so I'm not sure that.
Well, what I said at the time, and this is where I still am, is we'll read the comments. If they cause that feeling to surface for several of us or a couple of us, then, and we don't have some time parameter where it would just be, untimely, that if some or all of us feel that we need to revisit it, that we revisit it. If we don't, I think that's the promise we made to those that, or I made at least, that those that we heard from, that we would all read it. If we thought there was a question there we wanted to reconsider, that we'd have a reconsideration. So I guess that's the way I'd like to leave it, that we all go read the comments on that topic, and then we maybe have Sabrina or Chris or someone, be the point of collection. Maybe Chris, because he's with us right now. And then if what he hears is people want to reconsider, then we'll reconsider in a timely manner, whatever that means. And I'm happy to reconsider it if people are feeling uncomfortable with it, or think that there's reasons to at minimum ask additional questions or want more information, and then we can figure out whether that's a special meeting or whether we can do it at the first February meeting, or I guess the February meeting. Or whether we need a special meeting to do it. So how do people feel about that approach?
Well, it kind of feels like we need to decide today if we want to revisit it. And so I might suggest, can we just take a minute and reread the comment, and then decide today whether we want to reopen it? I mean,
can we get that sent to us?
Right. That would be very helpful to me.
I don't want to dig through, and we're already kind of over. So let's have Sabrina or Lisa or someone send us those. I think there were 4 people signed up. I don't know if they all submitted.
According to Lisa, there's only one in writing. So.
All right. Well, then Lisa, just shoot it to us, and we'll read it now and decide if it thinking on this. And I do see the process point, and in hindsight, I would put the approval of the consent agenda after the public comment. So I think that's going to be our protocol going forward. And I'm sorry it happened, because I don't like that it happened, but I'll take responsibility for it, since I was the one who signed off on the agenda. But I think we're doing now what I think we promised to do. And we should, or I think it should be informed by reading this. And I believe that, were there 2 oral comments, one by the person that submitted the written comment, and and then a second one by someone else. But I think those two oral comments, if there were two, there might have only been one. I think they were consistent with one another.
Chair, this is Sabrina. There was 2 oral comments made. 2 of them didn't show up.
Okay. And I think those two oral comments were similar in nature.
Correct.
Okay. So are we going to get an email, Sabrina, from Lisa or you?
Yes, it was just sent, Chair.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, I have it. It's about 2.5 pages, so let's just all read it. Comments?
I am not inclined to change my vote at this point.
Commissioner Brown?
I have no idea. I have a headache. You guys are killing me.
Marcelin?
Mr. Chair, this is Lindsay Baker.
Oh.
I'm happy to offer some process commentary here at this point, if that is helpful. I do not know at this point if that is more distracting than anything else, but I am happy to give you all a 2-minute overview of how we came to be here and help hopefully contextualize some of the vote you all took this morning.
That would be helpful.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, for the record, Lindsay Baker, the Assistant Director for Government and External Relations here at the Department of Transportation. So just backing up a little bit, I will start by saying House Bill 2017, House Bill 2007 was passed by the Oregon legislature in the 2019 legislative session. That was sort of what's called the clean diesel bill. So it had various provisions included in that measure. One of the provisions basically said that all sort of certain sort of criteria and capture of transportation improvement projects had to have clean diesel requirements on those projects. It required us in partnership with the Department of Environmental Quality to sort of figure out what that criteria would look like and how it would be applied to projects. It also specifically said that of the projects that were articulated in House Bill 2017, which were Rose Quarter Project, I-205 project, and 217 project, those would have to be clean diesel no matter what. So what we've done over the past maybe 6 months or so, really last summer and last fall, after DEQ sort of handed to us their recommendations on the standards, we had a rulemaking advisory committee that was comprised of contractors and environmental advocacy organizations, as well as some public agencies that are in the Portland metro region that sort of function in ex officio capacity to help inform our rulemaking process. We also did receive so we went through that rulemaking process over the period of about 4 months, and that culminated in a set of rules that was filed with the Secretary of State's office last December. From that, we also then got some public comments, and I believe that they are consistent with the public comment that you received in writing to the OTC. And some of those pieces, particularly the stuff around COVID firms and making sure that there was sort of a transition path for COVID firms, did ultimately influence the final draft rule that was filed with the Secretary of State's office. So the point there is that a lot of those comments were integrated into the final draft rule that you already that was adopted this morning. So I think a couple of pieces. One, if you were to sort of back out of the rule and then revisit at a later date, that we can sort of, the mechanisms can make that work, and that's fine. We would need to likely go back and sort of refile rules with the Secretary of State. And then importantly, recognizing that we want to give the contracting community enough notice about what the substantive requirements are so that they can prepare as they then respond to bids over time. We're trying to get them done sooner than later so that folks have enough lead time, for lack of a better term, to know what equipment they need, what projects they're going to need to be applying it to, and how that sort of factors into their overall sort of business process as it relates to working on ODOT projects. So my sincere apologies for not making all of that clear from the very beginning. That is on us, certainly, but hopefully that helps to provide more context and a little bit more, hopefully, comfort that some of the concerns, at least, certainly not all of them, but some of the concerns have been addressed through that rulemaking process and then through our sort of final rules that were filed. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, apologies for not stating that sooner.
I guess where my thinking is on this at this stage is that we should either reapprove the rule, enlightened by having read the letter and had your input, what you've just told us, or we should retract our approval, subject to, I guess, further consideration, which could include more process. I mean, it seems to me those are the two choices. I don't think we should just leave it with what we did this morning before we read the letter. And I had not read the letter before we voted. I would listen to the testimony. So I think we either reapprove it or we retract and have whatever additional process we need to have, and then have it come back to us if there's a feeling that there's any inadequacy of process here.
Mr. Chair, what I might offer for consideration along those lines is you could take a vote clearly at your discretion if there's a motion to do so, to revisit that vote. If there is a reason to revisit that vote, you could also suggest through that process whether or not you would want to go back and change your vote from this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not inclined to reject the rule because I don't think I've learned anything so far that would cause me to do that. But if there needs to be more process here, I would support it. Now I'm going to ask you an unfair question, Lindsay, and you can beg off. But since you know more about this than at least I do, do you have a staff recommendation on what we should do here?
Mr. Chair, certainly what I would offer as a recommendation is to, I think, affirm the vote this, right now. From what I am hearing from this conversation, there is not desire on behalf of the commission that any votes would be changing such that the rule would be called into question. So I think having the balance of the commission agree sort of via consensus that the rule should stand would be sufficient. The other thing I might offer, that way I think it's very clear that we are indeed responsive to the comments that came in. And I think providing a level of oversight of the new program, recognizing that it is new, is a report back. We'd be very happy to come back and sort of look at those comments, right? Understand how the program is operating, have a lot of metrics around how it's performing, and making sure that the comments that were provided are really ingrained in the program itself. So perhaps that double combination of the commission agrees that these should move forward and the vote from this morning should stand is one. And then second, a commitment from us that we will report back on the program 6 months after it's been in operation.
So I guess I would move for reapproval of the rule after, which takes into account the conversation we've had in the review of documents, which we promised to review, combined with staff coming back to us with a report of how implementation is working within 6 months of effective date of the rule. That gives you some discretion to come back before that if you want to. So,
second.
Discussion? All those in favor? I'll just call the roll. That'll be easier. Commissioner Burke?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you for raising it, Sharon. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry for that wrinkle this morning.
No, I just think we're moving so fast and furious. I just want to make sure we do the process as well as we can. And
yeah, I think, well, I wasn't really focused on the fact this rule could be addressed, and maybe I should have been, but I wasn't. But I feel like this is, we've had a conversation on it. And frankly, we've now spent more time on that aspect of the consent agenda than we spent on any other provision of it, at least in terms of the commission as a whole talking about it. So I'm comfortable with it. We have a report back within 6 months on progress and on implementation experience. And if that point, further letters of concern come in when we hear that report, and we invite commenters to comment on whether they agree with whatever will become the staff report or the letter into the record from the commission, or pardon me, from the agency. So, okay, is there anything else to consider before we adjourn?
Yes, I'm sorry. So I know you're like so close.
No.
But
I want to leave with everyone feeling good about the fact we're leaving.
I think that though, in the interim, that we need to look at the process generally with respect to the consent agenda, because even if we hadn't changed the order of the meeting, it's not, necessarily that if someone puts in a comment, minutes before the deadline, the day before, that all of us are going to have a chance to have read that, particularly given the volume of comments that we have, that in some way needing to have to be able to pull out the fact that what someone is basically saying is, I want to move this off of the consent agenda.
Yeah.
Right. So we've got a process issue generally that I think we need to address.
Yeah. I think that's a good point. One piece of which could be that we have, and I know we have some level of descriptor on these OAR proposals, but that maybe we need a little additional descriptor on them that's in the agenda so that it triggers with us, oh, I just saw this letter come in. Does that relate to that? I mean, we at least improve our chances of not having something like this happen again. And I agree with you, Marcelin, we could have had it in a different order and done the consent calendar after. And unless someone came publicly, as we had testimony, oral testimony. But if we hadn't had that, then it's quite possible, even if we'd had the order reversed, we would have missed it as someone wanted to make a statement on, particularly if something came in right before, as you say. So I think that would be one thing, but maybe that's something for the director to delegate to someone to work on in terms of how we lay out the consent agenda so there's maybe a little bit more information without too much additional administrative burden. A little additional information on, this is about this, maybe a one sentence, maybe a summary sentence that says this would do this, or these three things. Might be one piece of that, and maybe there's other pieces.
It brings up another issue. I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
No, please.
We get, with the cutoff period for comment is 4 o'clock the night before. And I don't have time necessarily to read it all, especially when we're talking about the funding decisions that we're making. I woke up early this morning to try and get through some of them because I think it's really important.
It's important and it's challenging.
Yeah. Is there a way we can have the comment be like the day before so that we have at least a day to look at stuff?
Yeah, and we have done that in the past. We have had dates that are further removed from the date of the meeting. And this goes back a couple of years, and when we were first trying to do this under COVID, and now I remember working with Michelle and saying to her, we want to cut it off a couple of days before. There's pressure from the commenters, of course, to want to run it right up. But I think, or some commenters, I think I agree. I felt all along that maybe a little breathing room for processing, for exactly what you're talking about, to be able to review it. I would even be okay with a couple of days ahead of the meeting. It also helps our staff not have to, yesterday was already very complicated, and then we're getting emails that it's exactly what Sabrina should have done, that sends us in bulk all these comments because the time had then passed and she could assemble it all and get it to us. But it's, at some point, it's not possible. You're not going to read 500 pages worth of comments in between 6 and midnight the night before the meeting. We won't get through it all. We just won't. So maybe a day, maybe even 2 days.
And Mr. Chair, I think too, the other thing for the people that are making public comment, they need to start being responsible too. When you have a rule and it's gone through this process through the advisory committee, and then you wait until it's on the consent calendar, why? That's the other piece of it. Don't wait till the 11th hour and expect the commission to be able to respond to it, because we can't. It's gone through a huge process. The alarm should be sounded way earlier, and it's kind of the same example we had with the LCDC and the RAC that's going on now, and all of a sudden everyone commenting on, we need you to delay this. We need the alarm needs to be sounded a lot sooner for us to be able to respond, because we also have to take the time to educate ourselves. We're not, just because we're commissioners doesn't mean we understand every aspect of everything that's going on.
I do think having a day or two, at least a day, between the close of the written comment and the meeting, and I would maybe favor 2 days, will diminish the amount of the potential for miscues, missing something, because each of us has, just to remind everyone, each of us has the ability to take anything off the consent agenda and put it on the regular calendar. Any one of us has that authority. So, but you wouldn't exercise that authority until you had a reason to, and that requires you to know what's being said. So it is, I mean, Rich Angstrom said this morning, the witness who we had the back and forth with, that there's a due process issue that's raised here, and he's right. So we need to try and fix that to the best extent we can. I think some kind of a day before, 2 days before approach to closing the record. I also think it would be we will get the ability not only to review it, but the staff will maybe get the ability to sort it. Something more than just chronologically, could sort it into topic areas or some other administrative process that would make it easier for us to access it. Although I know they do some of that now. So anyway, I think those are all good ideas. Director,
yeah, what I might offer, if you don't mind, sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all.
We'll come back with kind of a cleaned up process that I think does all the three things that I'm hearing here. One is a fixed deadline so that we know when those comments are coming in and you have time to actually cull through them. If for some reason there's an emergent comment that comes after that, we will develop a process where I can flag that prior to asking for that. And then as part of the request for motion process, as opposed to what I did today was actually ask for the motion directly, so thank you for that. As a request for motion, I'll also suggest if there's any topics that should be pulled from consent to allow that consideration. And we'll come back with more process piece for you for you to approve.
So I'm just going to take everyone's temperature on the commission. Are we feeling like that's a good process? Have we gotten our comfort level up to where we're okay with hearing back from staff on procedural improvements? And if you have suggestions, please get them to the director. Please. So that our viewpoint as consumers of the information and decision makers is in the mix. That's important. So, and also to take advantage of the experience of people that have this, which is all of us. We've all been dealing with process and for our entire careers. So let's try and help the commission think, or pardon me, the department think through it, what that ought to look like. So that's a good discussion. And I'm glad we had it. And I'm also glad we went back and read the letter and made a decision on the record today in the meeting. So it is on the record what we did. Okay. Further comments? Okay, great. Thank you all very much. Good seeing everybody. Have a good day, what's left of it, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are adjourned.